Fake dating her best friend's brother. A Love on the Court novel. By Tia Souders. Chapter 1. Callie. Callie busted through the door to the apartment she shared with her childhood best friend. Her gaze made quick work of the room. She saw Ginny was nowhere, which was super inconvenient. Ginny. I have a. Callie stopped as she spied Ginny lounging on the couch with her new boyfriend, Todd. With a groan, she headed for her bestie, who'd fallen asleep in the Toad's arms, and poked her in the ribs. Ginny inhaled a sharp breath, before her eyes fluttered open and she pushed to sitting. Oh. Ginny flicked her dark bangs from her eyes, her voice groggy with sleep. You have that look about you. What happened? Did you miss a sale at Macy's? Michael Kors kicked the bucket? So not funny. Callie narrowed her eyes. I have a real crisis here, and the first thing you do is spit obscenities at me? She placed a hand over her heart, trying not to crack a smile. I'm hurt, really. Not to mention, it's cruel to joke like that. Ginny snickered as Todd rose from his seat on the couch. His too long hair was a massive knot of tangles and did nothing to help the dopey look on his face. Plucking a hairband off his wrist, he yanked his mane up into a man bun. Tugging on the bottom of Todd's shirt, Ginny asked, Are you going so soon? I thought we'd watch a movie. She pushed her lower lip out in a pout. Todd stretched, raising his arms above his head, his lips twisting in a smile. I think so. I've gotta work tonight, anyway. I have the late shift, and there's bound to be a bunch of drunk students coming in for pizza and burgers. He rolled his eyes. You know the drill. Todd worked at a bar called Shots just off the University of Pittsburgh campus, which was where Ginny met him while celebrating graduation last year. So far, he hadn't lived up to the standards Callie had set for her best friend. Regardless, Ginny seemed to be enraptured with him, for reasons Callie couldn't understand. Ginny was responsible. Practical. Todd was the antithesis of those things. It made zero sense. Todd took his time grabbing his cell phone off the coffee table, moving more like a sloth than a man in his early 20s. Plus, it sounds like you two girls have stuff to talk about, he added. Yes, exactly. Callie smiled. At least he was observant, if nothing else. She waved him along. Better get going. Don't want you to be late, she said, trailing after him. Grabbing his jacket off a chair, she shoved it into his arms, before he could even finish getting his shoes on. She opened the door, practically pushing him out, as Ginny appeared behind her. Todd smirked from the doorway. You two have fun talking about your crisis, shoes, or whatever it is you're always blabbing about. See you later, babe, Ginny said, craning her neck as Callie slammed the door shut. Their goodbye was not as important as her crisis. Besties take priority. Rude much? Ginny raised a brow. I'm sorry, Callie said, pleading. She reached her hands out toward Ginny in a plea. But I really need to. A knock cut her short. Grr, she gritted her teeth and turned back toward the door. Did he forget something? It's been 2 seconds, Callie wrenched it open, preparing to yell at Todd for the interruption when she caught sight of Dean, Ginny's older brother. His dark hair was a rumpled mess, and he had a goofy look on his face. All her muscles relaxed. Oh, it's just you. I always feel so special when I come here. Dean rolled his eyes. I'm sorry. I forgot I was supposed to bow down in the presence of a Pumas superstar. Callie grinned. Ever since Pittsburgh developed their NBA team and recruited Dean, Callie and Ginny had teased him mercilessly. It was a miracle that being a professional ballplayer had yet to go to his head. So far, he had managed to stay surprisingly humble. Regardless, she didn't have time for his teasing. She had serious problems. Maybe she was being a little extreme, but every passing second, every minute spent without a game plan to clinch the promotion at her job made her feel as though she might burst. The weight of her problems settled inside her like a rock. If she didn't unearth them to Ginny, they'd crush her, and she didn't relish being crushed, especially by a career-sized boulder. Dean shut the door behind him. Still dressed in his blue and white basketball uniform, his dark hair was unruly and damp with sweat, which meant he'd come straight from practice, which also meant he'd want a shower and something to eat. Men were so predictable. Even as a kid he was rarely seen without a ball in his hands, but ever since he graduated college 3 years ago, he took his lucky ball virtually everywhere. It had seen better days as he clutched it in one hand and sidestepped her, smiling, completely and utterly oblivious to her plight. Without a doubt, he'd head straight for their refrigerator, where he'd scarf up any and all edible substances at lightning-fast speed. Callie watched him saunter into the kitchen, smiling when he opened the fridge and stuck his head inside. "You got any food in here?" Ginny smirked. "Even if we did, it wouldn't be enough for your fat butt." Straightening, Dean's 6 feet 6 inches frame towered over Ginny's petite 5 feet. He placed a hand on his chest, contorting his face in mock offense. "I'm wounded. I can't help that, I'm full-figured." Callie crinkled her nose, taking in the damp brown hair curling above his ears. "And don't be sticking your sweaty head in our fridge. Gross. You could at least shower before you come here." "Oh, I'd love to take a shower. Thanks, Callie. And, no, your assistance won't be necessary." His blue eyes danced with humor. "I think I can handle it." Once girls get a look at all this, he ran a hand up and down his body, "they can't get enough. Although, if you insist." Ginny shuddered. "Gag me." "You're such a dork," Callie said. "And don't you know it's still winter, dumbhead? Where's your coat? You're going to get pneumonia going out like that." "In that case, I would die a happy man because yours will be the last face I see." Callie rolled her eyes, then smiled despite herself. Like a shot, Dean lunged toward her. He grabbed Callie by the waist and rubbed his sweaty hair all over her. She screamed and twisted in his iron grip, but it was no use. "Get off me. That's disgusting, you jerk. Get off." When he finally released her, she swatted at him, but he dodged, laughing. "You're such a guy," she said, wiping her slimy chest and neck. Dean shrugged and recommenced his food rummage. "Listen, I don't have time for joking today. I have problems. Real problems. And I need help." Dean popped his head out of the fridge. He held a piece of moldy cheese to his nose and sniffed. He grimaced. "Order some food and I'm all ears." Sighing, she snatched the phone off the counter. "Fine. Ginny, your brother's obnoxious. Trust me. I know. Is food all you can think about?" She glared at him as she lifted herself up onto the edge of the kitchen counter. "It's fine." Callie sighed and waved Ginny away. Maybe he'll shut up and focus once he's shoving food in his face. If she was being honest, fried rice did sound comforting. Callie dialed the China Garden and ordered enough food to feed an army, then she hung up and moved past Dean to grab herself a beer from the fridge. "Don't mind if I do," Dean said, snatching it from her hands. With a sigh, she plucked another one off the shelf. "It'll be here in 20, so if you could just focus until then." Okay. Dean raised his hands, then took a long pull from his bottle. "I'll be good. Let's hear about this problem." "There's nothing Dean Kimball can't fix." "Yup, shoot," Ginny said. She moved to a bar stool and took a seat, her eyes fixed on Callie. Finally. Callie inhaled. "Okay, so you know how GGF has a junior advisor position up for grabs at the end of the month?" When they nodded, she continued, "Well, it means a huge raise. And I really need the money. More than either of them know. This whole time, it's practically been promised to me, but today they greeted me with the crappiest news imaginable. Supposedly, they've been preparing reports on us to narrow the field, and one thing they're looking at is our credit reports. I mean, how dumb is that? Well, to be fair, it is a financial advising firm, and it's for a promotion, Ginny pointed out. Callie shot Ginny a look that said zip it. Well, Mr. Busek, my boss, told me today that my financial status is a problem for them. Like they couldn't have told me this over a year ago when I started? The only way they'll even consider me is if I can provide proof that I've reduced my debt. Otherwise, I'm out. They're going to give the position and its hefty salary to someone else. She huffed and took a swig of her beer, then sunk to the kitchen floor. Her gaze landed on the tile. When was the last time they'd mopped? Grimacing, she bowed her head. Who had time to worry about dirty floors? Her blonde hair fell around her face like a curtain before she pushed it back. I will lose everything I've worked so hard for just because of this one thing. Most people would kill for this position, and it was mine. I'm the best candidate, and he knows it. But what he's asking is virtually impossible. Dean shrugged. So, look for something else. Callie blanched. Assuming my credit score doesn't prevent me from finding employment elsewhere. Apparently, in my field, it's kind of important. Ginny quirked a brow. You think? The silence in the kitchen thickened. Dean nursed his beer with a frown firmly in place, while Ginny bit her lip. Well? Callie asked, desperate for ideas. Any ideas on how I can miraculously pay down my debt? How much debt are we talking? Ginny asked. Callie glanced down at her fingers, suddenly fascinated by her cuticles. When was the last time she had a manicure? Well, somewhere around, $20,000, she mumbled. Ginny froze, her head cocked to the side. Wait. What? I didn't hear you. It sounded like you said $20,000. Callie swallowed. I did. Including your student loans, Ginny said. Callie averted her gaze and mumbled, not including my student loans. Or my car loan. Ginny's jaw dropped. Next to her, Dean's eyes widened, and he whistled. How can you be in so much debt? Ginny asked. Our apartment is fairly cheap, and a trust paid the bulk of your college loans for when your parents died. What in the world are you spending your money on? I mean, I guess I've seen all the stuff you buy, but Ginny's forehead furrowed as she fell silent. Callie bit her lip and stared at the floor as guilt flowed through her veins, not to mention the slight stab in her heart at the mention of her parents. Staring down at her, Ginny added, What am I saying? Look at you, of course, you have so much debt. What are you wearing? You do realize you graduated only a year ago, you're not the CEO. Most people in your position aren't wearing Gucci shoes and clothes they bought during a trip to Barney's on Madison Avenue. Hey, that was a work trip. It was my first time in New York, the fashion capital of the world. I was supposed to go with she trailed off and pushed away the memory of the mother-daughter trip that never was. Did you really think I would pass up the chance to shop there? I mean, who knows when I'll get to go back? Ginny rolled her eyes. I can't believe you. You're supposed to be helping me and making me feel better, not worse. Stepping in, Dean raised his hands. He was always the rational one. Let's all just relax. Callie, he said, glancing at her, I think you're making this too hard. Just think of this in smaller terms. Baby steps. Don't stress about the amount of debt you need to pay off. Instead, focus on paying what you can and changing your habits. I'm sure if your boss sees progress, that's all that matters, especially if you can show him you're really putting in the effort. I get what you're saying, but it feels so impossible. Callie kneaded her forehead as she stood. You know what would help? A promotion. If he'd just give it to me, it would solve all my problems. Ginny and Dean exchanged looks. I know what you're thinking, she said, pointing at them. But I can stop shopping. I can. Her voice rose an octave. Right now though, I'm already working full-time, and truth be told, I didn't want to say anything, but these last couple months, I've been a little short. A lot short, but she wasn't telling them that. I needed this promotion just to stay above water. If I don't get it, I'll sink. And MasterCard would be there to collect her remains. If getting a second job is my only choice, what can I do part-time that won't run me ragged and will pay far more than minimum wage? She groaned at her own question. It was hopeless. Callie tucked her knees to her chest and hugged them. If she couldn't fix this, she was screwed. She didn't have parents she could live with if she got in trouble. And she couldn't rely on the Kimball family any longer. They'd taken her in her senior year of high school and helped her throughout college. The Kimballs had already gone above and beyond for their daughter's best friend, and they had 2 children of their own. They didn't sign up for 3. She needed this raise more than she let on. Not just for cute shoes, although those were high up there on her list of priorities, but to pay for necessities, like food and, shelter. Otherwise, she might wind up homeless, begging for spare change in dark alleyways. She'd probably have to become one of those buskers on a street corner, except instead of playing music for cash, she could put on fashion shows. She'd just need a really large cart. The idea didn't sound half bad. One step at a time. First, stop spending money, Ginny said. No money goes out unless it's a bill. Callie's heart sunk. Not shopping seemed unimaginable. She wouldn't be able to buy those super cute lobster-colored skinny jeans she wanted, or the strappy sandals with the silver crystals. Or that gorgeous Burberry bag. This plan is depressing, she muttered, knowing she sounded childish. Let's get on with it and find me a job. Exotic dancers make a lot of money, don't they? She said over her shoulder as she headed toward the kitchen table and her laptop. Dean's mouth flattened into a tight line of disapproval. Callie laughed at his expression. What? I'm joking. Partly. Callie opened her laptop and found the want ads for the Pittsburgh area. I need a sales job or something commission-based where I can earn a good chunk at once. Hourly wages won't work. Ginny crouched over her shoulder, peering at the screen. You in sales? I'm not sure that's the best idea. You'll come home with something new every shift. Ha. Though Ginny wasn't wrong. Callie tried not to get discouraged as she scrolled, but after a few minutes, her eyes glazed over and she just about lost all hope when an ad caught her eye. Oh, my gosh. This might be it. I think I found something. It's perfect. What? Where? Ginny squinted as Callie pointed to the little ad at the bottom of the screen. Are you single and ready to mingle? Ginny read. Dean snorted. Ignoring him, Callie continued, Love for Hire is looking for attractive, outgoing women who like to mingle, meet men, and go on dates, all while getting paid. We know what you're thinking. Is this safe? Classy? Yes. We put our clients through a strict evaluation before accepting them. We have a very specific set of rules, regulations, and expectations for both our clients and our employees, so we can ensure a great working environment. Do something fun and make $50 an hour. What's not to love? Ginny pursed her lips. I dunno. It sounds too good to be true. Maybe not. Let's read the fine print first, then decide. Dean squeezed between them, trying to get a look at the screen when Callie swatted at him, and he frowned. This sounds like a terrible idea, he said. I mean, isn't this illegal? It's not prostitution, Ginny muttered. Yeesh. Dean grunted in response as Callie typed the company's URL into her web browser. When the page loaded, she clicked on the company's policies. Look here. She pointed to the section she was reading. They don't even allow kissing. Physical activities such as dancing, hand-holding, and the like are allowed. But kissing and any other physically intimate acts are strictly prohibited while on a job with love for hire. Our mission is to provide company and companionship at social gatherings to avoid those awkward moments of going alone. It says that it's mostly for men and women who can't get dates to parties and events. Yeah, exactly. Guys who can't get dates, Dean repeated. Why is that? This is perfect, Callie whispered. I don't like it. Dean frowned. I can do this in my spare time, and it pays $50 an hour. Can you name anything else I'd get paid that much for? Plus, I'll probably get most of my meals paid for, dinners, lunches. She trailed off, already pondering her good fortune. It actually might work, Ginny said. You might as well call them and see. Yes. Callie scrambled for her phone. Agreed. This is totally unsafe, Dean piped up. Callie punched the number into her cell. It's not. It's all in public places, and it says transportation arrangements are completely up to the employee. So, I can just meet them there. Whoa, wait. Dean blinked at his sister, then elbowed her aside and stepped between them. Are you serious? When Callie rolled her eyes at him, he added, This is crazy. No, it's genius. Dean, this is the perfect solution. It's the easiest possible way to make extra money while working full-time. Ginny, Dean trailed off, his eyes pleading. If this company is as legit as they sound, the idea isn't half bad, Ginny said. The site even looks like a regular dating site. Except it's not, Dean argued. These guys will be paying for a date. I can't believe you're agreeing with her. Just because it doesn't look sketchy, doesn't mean it's not. Dean growled and shoved a hand through his thick hair until it stood on end. He looked crazed. I can see this backfiring. Big time. Callie turned to him, her finger hovering over the green call button on her phone. Why was he making this so difficult? Why did he care so much? What's it to you how I make the money? I've known you forever. I'm just looking out for you. As her best friend, he glared at Ginny. I would think you'd be doing the same. Callie sighed before Ginny had a chance to respond. I think you're being weird about this. It's not like I'm asking you to date a bunch of strangers for money. Dean's gaze turned to steel. I see this going badly. Well, you can drop the big brother routine, Dean. I'll be fine. I promise. Ginny waved her on, ignoring his scowl. What are you waiting for? Call them. Callie hit call and lifted her cell to her ear. Behind her, the door slammed. Jumping, she whipped around in her chair. Dean was gone. Brothers, Ginny muttered. With a frown, Callie waited for the call to go through, wondering what had gotten into him. After a few rings, a woman's chipper voice answered. Love for hire, how can I help you?
Chapter 2. Dean. All Dean could think about as he maneuvered the ball over the court was Callie. Usually, basketball was the perfect outlet. There weren't too many problems a little sweat, exertion, and friendly competition couldn't solve. Dean groaned as he faced off against 3 opponents. What he wanted most was to be one of those men on Callie's dates, but he may as well keep dreaming. Because he and Callie were friends. Because, to her, he was nothing more than Ginny's older brother. The echo of the ball reverberated off the walls of the gym as he dribbled, crossing it between his legs. Jason darted his hand at the ball, swiping at it and nearly knocking it from his grip, but Dean turned in a figure 8. Grinning, he stared into Jason's eyes, then pivoted. Brushing past him, Dean crossed to the other side of the hoop and raised the ball in a perfect shot. The ball swished through the net to a hoot of victory. Dean took a second and rested his hands on his legs, catching his breath as Emmett, his best friend, taunted the other team. The game continued as their opponents took control, and Dean moved into position. Arms out, legs bent, he guarded Jason. When Jason darted left, Dean followed, covering him. Backing up, Jason dribbled with ease, then slid right, only to meet the hard wall of Dean's chest, a roadblock to the hoop. His thoughts drifted to Callie like they had all morning, making him stumble at the exact moment Jason made his move and took the ball straight to the net for a basket. "Dude." Emmett spread his arms, shooting Dean a questioning look. Dean shook it off and turned his back. His head just wasn't in the game today. Not after he'd called Ginny an hour ago and received the craptastic news that Callie already had her first few dates booked with Love for Hire. How nice and cozy. Apparently, the swimsuit pic they posted on her profile had really done the trick, Ginny's words, not his. Of course, the second he got off the phone, he looked her profile up, because he was a masochist, and there she was, all gloriously sun-kissed and curvy in her almost non-existent bikini while she grinned at the camera, her blue eyes obscured by a pair of dark shades. It took every ounce of restraint he had not to smash his phone right there on the sidewalk. The notion of Callie dating strangers for money ate at him more than he wanted to admit. But what exactly was he afraid of? That she'd find some rich guy to sweep her off her feet? That she'd realize the one thing she was missing these last few years was a serious relationship and settle down with some random dude? That she'd go on a date with some creep who would hurt her? Yup, all of the above. But what could he do about it? Tell her how he felt. The last time he tried was in the basement of his parents' house. He was 18 and about to go away to college at the University of Pittsburgh. Callie sat next to him, curled under a throw blanket, torturing him with her proximity as they watched some boring chick flick she'd picked out. It took him most of the movie to muster the courage, and when he finally started to tell her how he felt, the phone rang. There he was, ready to spill his guts, and she was on the phone, learning her parents had been in a fatal car accident. Talk about the world's worst timing. It was bad enough she was his little sister's best friend. There was no way he could tell her after that. Not when her whole world had turned on its side. Her love life was the last thing on her mind. 7 years had passed since then, and he still clung to his feelings for her like a security blanket. No matter how hard he tried to shake them, he couldn't. But he wasn't a boy anymore. He was a grown man with a healthy career in the NBA, and it was about time he did something about his feelings. Enough time had passed, and eventually, someone would sweep Callie off her feet. Emmett ran up behind him and whacked him in the back with the ball. "Dude." Dean clenched his jaw and spun around to face Emmett, his arms crossed, eyes narrowed. "We lost. Because of your crap skills today." "What's up with you?" Dean sighed. "It's nothing." Emmett cocked his head. He wasn't buying it. "Lady problems, Kimball." Dean ran a hand through his sweat-dampened hair and headed toward the locker room, with Emmett on his tail. "Who's the chick?" he asked as he jogged to catch up. Emmett wasn't one to give up that easily. "Is it the one you dated last year?" "The news chick. Petite little thing. Short black hair. Now, she was hot." Dean shook his head and continued walking. "Well, if it's not her, and she's available, then maybe." Dean stopped and turned to Emmett. He'd pester him till the day he died if he didn't just tell him. "It's Callie." "Seriously?" Emmett grimaced. "The one you used to like when you were kids. I thought you'd moved on." "I tried." "Don't you think I tried?" Dean said, with more force than he'd intended. "No matter what I do, or how much time passes, I keep going back to her. And now she's trying to make extra cash through some paid dating thing, and it's driving me insane." Emmett nodded. "So, do something about it, bro. If only it were that easy." Dean scrubbed a hand over his face. "Like? I dunno. You could, be normal and ask her out." "Really?" Dean rubbed his chin. Why didn't I think of that?" He snapped his fingers. Oh, yeah. Because she acts like I'm her brother. Or maybe because she'd probably date just about anyone rather than me. That could be it. Emmett snorted. Okay, dude. So, what are you gonna do about it, pine after her forever? Things are different now. You're not the same pimple-faced geek from her childhood. Dean glared at him. I was hardly a geek, and I didn't have a skin problem. Touchy, Emmett muttered. Anyway, my point is you're an NBA starter, a pro ball player. You're a sports star, and you have money. You could have any girl you want. What more do you need? He slapped a hand on Dean's shoulder. He had a point. Though Dean would never put it quite like that. Still, Callie had never seemed like one of those girls. I know what you're getting at, but you and I both know the friend zone is hard enough to break free from, let alone having to channel my way through the big brother figure. Emmett guided them toward the locker room. So, hire her through that site. Dean pursed his lips. But she'd know it's me. I don't see how that helps. I may as well just ask her on a date outright. Well, if it isn't Dean Kimball in the flesh. The familiar, feminine drawl had him turning toward the sound. Maya. He smiled. He took in her short crop of black hair and delicate features. Not much had changed since he last spoke with her. He'd seen her on and off since their breakup last year. After all, she was the city sports journalist, so she attended most of the home games, but he rarely spoke with her one-on-one. Truth be told, he was a little afraid to. Even though their breakup had been fairly platonic, he always sensed Maya had been slightly more heartbroken than she had put on. Still, they both had known it was coming. For months, Maya had complained of his lack of emotional availability, like it was something he could just turn on, flick a switch and he'd be over Callie and into a girl he actually stood a chance with. When he broke up with her, she asked him point blank if there had been someone else. He didn't lie, but he let her know it was someone with whom he didn't stand a chance with, that he had never dated before. He may have led her on, but he wasn't a cheater. Looking at her now, there was no sign of past hurt in her green-blue eyes. You were actually the person I was looking for. She paused in front of him, smiling. Next to him, Emmett cleared his throat and jabbed him in the ribs, waggling his eyebrows. Dean shot him a glare. He may not have feelings for Maya, but it didn't mean he wanted Emmett chasing her tail. How have you been? Dean asked. Maya nodded. I'm good. Keeping busy. The Puma's quick success has certainly given me tons of work. But that's not why I'm here. Oh. Dean's eyes widened. He hoped this wasn't a personal visit. Yeah. Actually, you know the gala next month? Oh, crap. Dean had forgotten. Before the season started, and before they broke up, he had asked Maya to go with him. Maya frowned. I'm sorry. I know we said we'd still go together, even if just as friends, but I'm dating someone now. It's still fresh, but it's actually gotten fairly serious. Serious, huh? Relief eased the tension in his spine. Yeah. It's amazing what emotional availability can do for a relationship. Ouch. Yeah. Of course. Dean shifted on his feet, making no mention of her not-so-subtle jab. Though it was for the best, who would he get to go with him now? The gala was less than 6 weeks away. So much for being an NBA superstar. He'd be flying stag to one of the biggest team events of the year. Maya winced as if she hadn't meant her words to cut. Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I thought you might be happy that I've moved on. Hey, you were speaking the truth, and I'm glad you're happy. A moment of silence passed before she raised her hand in a wave. Well, I'll be going. I'll see you guys at your game. Dean nodded and raised his hand. Once she was out of earshot, Emmett sidled up next to him and put his arm around his shoulder. Awkward. Shut up, dude. This was fan-freaking-tastic. Callie had 3 dates through that stupid site already, Maya had a new date for the gala, and Dean had nothing. He exhaled and pushed through the locker room as Emmett followed. Great. Now I'm the only loser on the team that still needs a date for the gala. Bro, Emmett spread his arms wide. It's perfect. Ask Callie. Tell her your date jilted you and you need a replacement. Dean wrenched his shirt off, then shoved it in his gym bag. Yeah, what every girl wants. To be the replacement. I'm sure that'll win her over. Nah, man. You're looking at this all wrong. Tell her you want to make Little Miss Tang jealous. This is about self-preservation. Dean narrowed his eyes, his thoughts churning. Okay. I see your point. That solves my problem for the gala. I won't have to look like a loser in front of Maya. But as far as this thing with Callie goes, I need something that puts us together for more than one night. Something longer term. Emmett snorted. I think that's called a girlfriend, dude. Dean froze mid-stride as his thoughts clicked into place. He reached out and gripped Emmett's arm. What if I pay her to be my girlfriend? What? Dean ignored Emmett's incredulous look. It was so simple it just might work. Hear me out. Callie needs the money. It's why she's doing love for hire. She's already getting paid to go on dates. This wouldn't be much different. All I have to do is convince her not just to date me, but to pose as my girlfriend. And what's your excuse for needing a fake girlfriend? The same as the gala. Like you said, it's about self-preservation. I'll tell her I just found out my ex has a serious boyfriend, and not only do I not want to look like a schmuck at the gala, but I also want to make her jealous. Show her I've moved on as well. Callie wasn't stupid. Dean needed a plausible excuse, something that would force them into intimate situations. Otherwise, she'd never see him as more. Maya's moved on, so there'll be no danger there. It solves Callie's financial crisis and my date to the gala while giving me what I really want. Emmett opened his locker and pulled out his duffel bag. I can see how it might work. Dean grinned at the prospect of Callie putting in her resignation at Love for Hire. All he'd ever wanted was to open her eyes, to make her finally see him as more than a friend, as more than Ginny's brother. This might be the perfect solution. He could help her pay off her debt and make her fall for him in the process. Now he just needed to find the perfect moment to pitch his idea. If Dean had learned anything from past experience, it was that timing is everything, and this time he wouldn't screw it up.
Chapter 3. Callie. Callie pulled up in front of her childhood home. The large white house looked much like she remembered. The same black shutters framed the windows, and the front door was still painted a bright, cherry red. It had been a while since she made the drive out here. Typically, she avoided her old neighborhood. Nothing quite wrenched at her heart like home. But something had her turning onto Maple Grove Drive instead of toward the grocery store to buy herself a frozen meal for lunch. Maybe it was the precarious position she was in at her job. Or maybe it was the late notice she got on her credit card bill this morning. She wasn't sure which. All she knew was that her world felt like it was crumbling, and she couldn't help but acknowledge the downward slide of her life started here. She glanced at the driveway. No one appeared to be home. It was only noon. She was on her lunch break, and she calculated the chances of one of the owners showing up in the next 30 minutes as slim. Hopping out of the car, she hurried over the asphalt driveway. Her heels clicked as she made her way down the drive and onto the little path toward the back door, the one she always used when she came home from school. Pausing where the stone path met the back porch, she pinched her eyes closed. For a moment it was easy to pretend. She could stand there in the chilly February air and envision a different reality, breathing in the scent of pine and decaying leaves, and imagine going inside. She'd take the 2 steps up onto the porch, then push open the back door. Her mother would already be in the kitchen. Supper would simmer on the stove behind her, and she'd smile, her blue eyes bright, as she asked her how her day was. Callie would tell her everything before she retreated to her room until her father got home and they'd eat together as a family. She missed the everyday normalcy most took for granted. What she wouldn't give to have just one more day with them. She'd go to whatever silly movie her mom wanted to see, regardless of whether or not it was too childish. She'd humor her dad and try out for the softball team because sports were good for young ladies. She'd do anything to go back. To relive just one more day with them. She exhaled and opened her eyes, her chest hollow as she swallowed the familiar ache in the back of her throat. With leaden feet, she moved off the path, past the swing set, and to the giant oak behind the little shed where her eyes zoned in on the carving immediately. Ginny and Callie, BFFs forever. She smiled, reaching out and tracing the grooves in the wood with her finger. Her mom had been so annoyed with her when she saw it. Turning, she stared back at the house, wondering what they would say to her if they were still here. Would they be disappointed? Would they tell her what a mess she'd made of things? Scold her for being so irresponsible? She could sugarcoat it all she wanted. Love for hire was paid dating, which was the same thing as an escort. Her inner teenager cringed at the notion of telling her parents about her new gig. Gah! Talk about mortifying. She was ashamed just thinking about it. But who was she kidding? If they were alive, she wouldn't be in this position at all. She wouldn't feel the need to drown her sorrows in a new Gucci bag. Even now, as she stood staring at the darkened windows of the house she once called home, she felt the urge to flee. Like an itch she couldn't scratch, she wouldn't feel relief until she found the nearest department store and bought herself something shiny and new. Something to take away the pain. Shopping was her drug of choice. It was the greatest morphine life offered. And now she was paying for it. Literally. That night, Callie stared at the email that Love for Hire had sent her. She'd been able to resist the urge to shop, getting a phone call from the boss whose threatening your job had that effect. Now she was focused on what she'd needed to do from the start, get money to pay down her debt. Love for Hire profile, Brad Pitt, no, not that Brad. Age, 26. Occupation, entrepreneur. Hobbies, money and money. Seeking, wife. Callie winced as she clicked the approve button on the email. Sure, he wasn't perfect, but he was $50 an hour, and right now, that was good enough. She sighed as she slipped her phone into her pocket and headed to her room to get ready. Well, here goes nothing. Admittedly, Callie probably should have just stayed home. It was actually her 3rd date in a week. The first had been more pathetic than awful, but the second wound up with her sneaking out of a public restroom simply to escape. Needless to say, she forfeited her pay on that one. So tonight was important. She just prayed this wasn't strike 3. But if his profile was any indication, things did not look good. It wasn't so much his name, Brad Pitt, or that he listed his only hobby as money, but the fact that he was seeking a wife really cued her into potential problems. Regardless, it had been a week since her promotional bombshell at work, and she needed the money. Considering she stood to make almost $200 off this date, she'd forge on. She could put up with a lot for only 4 hours if it meant notching down her credit cards by a couple $100. Or not. When Callie arrived at the restaurant, the subtle luxury of it impressed her. Pastasutta was one of the city's finest Italian restaurants, and Brad had finagled a private table in the back. She sat across from Mr. Brad Pitt himself. No, not that Brad Pitt. Didn't you read his profile? In very dim lighting, he might have fooled her into thinking he was the actor. She squinted at him through her wine glass until his face blurred. Who was she kidding? From his bald head and beady eyes to his sweaty brow, which he periodically mopped with a napkin, there was no one in the free world who would ever mistake him for the Brad Pitt. You wouldn't believe the special treatment I get when I call and make reservations at a restaurant or book a flight. Automatic upgrades every time. Brad flashed her a smile of pearly whites that looked suspiciously artificial. That's cool, Callie said. Suddenly, the reservation and the private table made sense. Regardless, her stomach grumbled, a side effect of the scent of tomato sauce and garlic wafting through the air. She opened her mouth to say something else, but Brad interrupted her. He hadn't shut up since the moment they sat down, nor had he asked even a single question about her. Nothing. Apparently, he had no intention of getting to know her. She supposed that was fine, though. After all, she was there to do a job. So, she'd keep her mouth closed, respond when spoken to, smile, and gratefully accept her direct deposit at the end of the date. About the only thing she was looking forward to in the next couple of hours was the pasta dish she'd just ordered. She said a prayer for fast service. When I was a kid, I got made fun of for my name. Harry Pitt, Fat Pitt, Armpit, you name it. I mean, none of those even made sense. Brad guffawed. They don't rhyme with Brad at all. It was probably just because of the Pitt part. You know, like your armpit, she explained. But his responding blank stare told her he still didn't get it. Never mind, she muttered. Anyway, now I get recognition, Pitt continued. All right, he'd done it. There was no way for her to continue the date without simply thinking of him as a giant, hairy armpit. Callie cleared her throat. Despite her vow to keep her mouth shut, her curiosity got the best of her. Once you get there though, don't they realize you're not the Brad Pitt? Brad chuckled, a strangled sound, shaking his head. There's not only one Brad Pitt. I'm Brad Pitt, he said, pointing to himself. I know. I didn't say. You said, the Brad Pitt, like there's only one of us. Brad droned on about how all Brad Pitts were really the Brad Pitt while she lifted her glass of wine and took a long sip. After a moment or two of drowning him out, she downed the rest of her glass and caught the server's eye. Callie silently pleaded, widening her baby blues as she shifted them from her empty glass back to the waitress, hopefully conveying her horror of having nothing to get her through the next 30 minutes. In a nod of solidarity, the server scurried off. And it was a good thing, because as Callie stared at Pitt, she realized it wasn't humanly possible to get through this evening without the help of Mr. Merlot. By the time she refocused her attention, Brad had changed the subject. So, tell me about yourself, he said. Finally he was asking about her, but the way he was waggling his eyebrows made her hesitate. She leaned back in her seat, unsure of what she should start with. Then he asked, do you have any fetishes? Not quite the starting point she'd hoped for. Fetishes, she asked. Maybe she misheard. Yeah. You know, he widened his eyes suggestively. I can't say I do. Even if she did, she'd rather drink bleach than share them with him. You? She regretted her question the second it left her lips. But what was she supposed to do? Her parents raised her to be polite. She had no training in creepy, paid dates. I like smelly things, he answered. That's nice. Panic raced up Callie's spine. Not a moment too soon, the waitress returned with more wine, and she motioned for her to leave the entire bottle. She snatched her glass and took a drink. There wasn't enough wine in the world. You know what I mean, he said with a wink. Callie wanted to pluck her eyes out with a dull blade. The blindness and tetanus might be worth it. No, I don't think I do. I like the women I'm seeing not to bathe. I prefer their natural aroma. I'm not opposed to body hair either, legs, underarms, you name it. The more, the better. Nope. Just nope. She wanted to unhear this conversation, clean her ears with razor blades, plug them with her fingers like a toddler, anything to erase his words from her head. He was still talking, but she wasn't listening. She simply sipped her wine, praying for mercy. Apparently, there was a price to pay for so-called easy money. After a moment of silence, Brad said, "You don't look Russian." That got her attention. It was the second time he had mentioned it since they arrived. "I told you, I'm not." "Why?" She shook her head, frustrated. "Why would you think I'm Russian? I didn't put that in my profile." "Did this guy have a thing for Russians, too?" Frowning, Brad asked, "Aren't most mail-order brides Russian?" Callie choked. Merlot shot through her nose as she struggled for breath. The burning brought tears to her eyes, and she spluttered into her hand, trying to hack up the liquid from her lungs and clear it from her nostrils. As she pounded her chest with her fist, the surrounding people turned in their seats and stared, but she couldn't find it in her to care. She was dying. Death by wine inhalation. What a way to go. Brad jumped up from his seat and scurried behind her chair. In a moment of perfect clarity, she realized his intentions. There was no way she was letting him put his hands on her, even if it was to perform the Heimlich. She'd die first. Fear itself cleared her lungs, and she gasped for air, taking in one giant greedy breath, before holding up a hand. "I'm fine. Just fine," she managed, finding the energy to wave him away. Her face burned red-hot from the gaze of everyone in the room. If their eyes were lasers, she'd be Swiss cheese. When Brad returned to his seat, and she asked, "What do you mean, a mail-order bride?" Brad shook his head, his mouth a tight line of frustration. It took everything in her to wait for his answer, instead of yelling, "You're frustrated." He huffed. "The mail-order bride site. I was pretty sure I ordered from the Russian one, not the Indian one. I don't like curry." Pitt snatched his phone from the table, frowning, and began scrolling through the screen while she gaped at him. Then he pursed his lips and peered at her closer. "Although you don't look Indian either. What nationality are you? German, maybe?" He harumphed, then glanced back at his phone. "What on earth would make you think Love for Hire is a mail-order bride site?" He eyed her like she was stupid. Callie continued to stare, imploring him for an answer. "Do I look like a mail-order bride to you?" Pitt squinted. "I've never ordered one before." She covered her face with one hand, her fingers pressing into her cheeks and forehead. She could only imagine how she must look, like the thing from Alien had leapt from her stomach and attached itself to her face. Except if this were the movie, any moment now Sigourney Weaver would come in and save the day. If only. The rubber band on her self-control weakened. At any moment, it would snap off and she would let loose. She couldn't be held responsible for her actions once it did. "Ah, crap." Brad moaned, setting his phone down. "I ordered from the wrong site." "Ya think?" Shaking her head, Callie rambled as she peeled her fingers away from her face one by one. "This is my life. This is actually my life now," she muttered to herself. Did she look as nuts as she felt? Because she felt like she had a few screws loose. But, really, could anyone blame her? And did it matter? She was sitting across the table from Harry Pitts, who liked smelly things and came on this date intending to make her Mrs. Harry Pitts. She took another drink of her wine. She needed a trough. At least she'd get 4 hours' pay, she reminded herself. All she had to do was get through it 1 minute at a time. Maybe if she was lucky, Brad would bail on her now that he realized there was no marriage arrangement coming his way. When her phone dinged, she said a little prayer of thanks for an excuse to focus her attention on anything other than the man in front of her. She swiped open to a notification from Love for Hire. The subject line of the email read, "Urgent." She clicked it open. "This automated message is to inform you that we declined the payment method for your date with Brad Pitt. Because of this, your date has been effectively cancelled." She blinked. The words barely registered with her when Brad's phone chimed and he, too, checked his screen. Watching him closely, Callie saw the way he blanched at whatever message he'd received, and her suspicions told her it was very similar to hers. They were further confirmed when he flashed her a sheepish grin and jumped from his seat. "I just remembered I have a thing," he said, then practically ran from their table to the front door. Callie stared at the empty seat in front of her. Not only had she just been mistaken for a mail-order bride, but she had a bottle of wine to pay for, 2 meals on the way, and a total bill that would cost her upward of $100 she didn't have. Perfect. Life just kept getting better and better. Laughter spilled out of her. Her lungs screamed at the exertion, already exhausted from inhaling half a bottle of wine. But her hysterics didn't last long. It quickly morphed into gurgling, then tears. She had endured 3 horrific dates for nothing. At the end of the day, she had little to show for it. A couple $100, half of which would go toward this bill, a stomach full of pasta, and a looming wine headache. She wiped her damp cheeks, feeling sorry for herself. Yet she knew she was the only one to blame for her situation. The truth sucked. But at least she could say she gave love for hire a valiant effort. After tonight though, it was crystal clear paid dating wasn't the answer. She'd have to find another way. Either that or accept the fact she'd never get the promotion and would need to seek employment elsewhere. She had barely been scraping by this year, banking on the promotion to save her sorry butt. If that didn't happen now, she had no idea what she was going to do. Taking another sip of wine, she set her glass back on the table just as the waitress placed Brad's osso buccio, along with her pasta e fagioli on the table. Sometime later, between mouthfuls of soup, she called a ride, realizing in her inebriated state that she was in no shape to drive. Ginny was out with Todd, which left Dean. She only prayed he spared her the lecture. He had been against love for hire in the first place, and of course, he had to be right. By the time Dean arrived, she'd demolished the bottle of wine and crushed a pretty good portion of both dinners, focusing more on Brad's meal out of spite. What was it, osso, something? Who knew something with such a funny name could be so delish? In her peripheral, she noticed Dean approach. His movements were measured and careful as if she were a caged animal. Sinking down onto the bench across from her, his eyes widened. She couldn't blame him. The table looked like a scene out of Law and Order. Remnants of food, balled-up napkins, sauce, and tiny mountains of grated Romano, when had she done that, were splattered like carnage over every surface. The table was a culinary crime scene. She blinked at him several times, noting her fuzzy vision. But at least she was all warm and liquid inside. She hardly even cared about her failed date, or being mistaken for a mail-order bride, or how she was still 20,000 in the hole. Want some? She pushed the plates toward him. Dean grimaced at the remaining massacre of food. It must look really nasty if he was turning it down. What is it? He asked. Osso something or other and paste e fag. What? Laughter played on his lips as he glanced over at her. Do you mean pasta e fagioli and osso buccio? Callie shrugged. What was the difference? She couldn't feel her face. When did you become Italian? You know the osso's made from veal, right? Her smile fell, and she jerked her head toward the plate. Of course it is. I should have pegged Pitt for a baby killer. Without warning, her tears returned, and she sobbed into her hands like a child. Dean laughed. What? At her responding glare, he closed his mouth, clearly stifling his humor. Hey. It's okay. She wanted to punch him. The cushion in her booth sank as Dean moved, sidling in next to her before he placed his arm around her shoulders, giving them a quick squeeze. She sobbed harder. That bad, huh? He asked, his voice soft, the laughter gone. Callie removed her hands from her face and blubbered. He thought I was a Russian bride and now I just found out ate baby cow, she wailed. Or something close to that, anyway. Who needed enunciation? He cleared his throat. If he laughed again, she might stab him with her fork. Hey, it's not all bad. How? she demanded as she turned her face to his in earnest. If it were anyone but Dean, she would have pulled her jacket over her face. She knew what she looked like when she cried, and it wasn't pretty. No doubt she was all splotchy and red like some kind of sunburned Dalmatian. Just think, you don't have to endure any more of these terrible dates. That's not helpful. She wiped her snotty nose with the back of her hand. I need the money, and after I pay for all this, she waved her hand maniacally around the table, seeing as how he dumped me with the bill, I'll practically be back to square one with nothing to show for it. Dean's jaw worked before he rapped a fist on the table like he'd just come to a decision and said, I might have a solution. She glanced up at him with hope. But I'll fill you in later. For now, let's get out of here. Come on, dinner's on me. He shushed her protests as he laid a handful of cash over the check she hadn't noticed the waitress bring, then he gently coaxed her out of the booth. Let's get you home. Then we'll discuss how to fix your financial situation. Okay, she mumbled as he steered her through the restaurant doors and toward his car. A gust of fresh air hit her, clearing her head for a moment as her gaze snagged on her little mini co-op. Stretching her arm toward it, she started to protest when he shushed her. We'll come back tomorrow for it. You're so smart, she slurred, which won her a grin. He opened the passenger door and helped her down inside, then slammed it closed. By the time he rounded the other side and got in, she was half asleep. The engine roared to life, and she felt his gaze on her. Although she couldn't be certain because her eyes drifted closed almost immediately. His fingers brushed the hair back from her face and she sighed, snuggling into the upholstery. Despite her effort to stay awake, she drifted off. First, Dean came and rescued her, then she fell asleep on him. It was rude. But she couldn't help herself because all the stress of the day melted away as the fog of sleep took her, and somewhere among the clouds, she swore she heard him say, I'll always take care of you.
Chapter 4. Dean. Dean leaned into the passenger seat, scooped Callie up, and carried her into her apartment. Her body pressed into his chest, and he tried not to focus on how perfect she felt in his arms. She was warm and soft, and her breath caressed his neck, playing games with his heart. He stared down at her as he pushed the front door open, memorizing the gentle slope of her nose, the curve of her jaw, and wishing, like he had a million times before, that she was his. What would she do if he woke her with a kiss? Would she push him away? Or pull him closer? If she hadn't drunk a gallon of wine, he'd be tempted to try it and find out. He crossed the living room into the hallway, keeping his footsteps light so as not to alert Ginny to his presence. Then, she appeared out of nowhere. Startled, he jumped and nearly dropped Callie headfirst onto the hardwood floor. What are you doing? He hissed, catching his breath. Ginny stared at him, unblinking, like the twins in The Shining. Any moment, he'd morph into a younger Jack Nicholson, and she'd split in two and murmur in a childlike voice, "Come play with us." Instead, she crossed her arms and glared at him in the poor lighting. What happened? You're super creepy, Dean whispered. But let's just say she's sleeping her date off. What the heck was supposed to mean? Rolling his eyes, he pushed past her into Callie's bedroom. He didn't have time for his sister to get all weird on him, so he ignored her heavy gaze, even as it trailed after him, half expecting her to still be standing there when he turned back around. He set Callie down, tucking her into the blankets, then sat on the edge of the bed a moment, marveling at how beautiful she looked with her hair cascading around her like spun gold and her cherry-red lips slightly parted, as if begging for a kiss. He debated on coming back in the morning but thought better of it. It had been 7 long years of silence and inaction on his part. So before he could second-guess himself, he decided he'd wait right there for her to wake, and then he'd pitch his idea. When he stood and headed for the living room, Ginny was still standing in the hallway like he'd expected. Pausing beside her, he feigned complete exhaustion and let out a yawn so loud, he deserved an Academy Award. Man, I'm tired. Ginny scowled, then rolled her eyes at him. It's late. You can crash on the couch. With a grin, he stepped forward and rubbed his knuckle into the back of her head in a noogie that only 20-odd years of brotherhood could perfect. Thanks, lil' sis. She wrenched her head away from him and pinched his arm in retribution, then all but sprinted back to her room. Chicken, he called after her. 7 hours and 1 midnight snack run later, Dean was back in Callie's room, perched on the ridiculously tiny stool in front of her vanity, waiting on her to wake up. With a groan that could wake the dead, she rolled over. Ugh. Make it stop, she rasped. Dean grinned. Make what stop? Callie turned her head toward him, and her eyes registered her surprise. Between perching on this stool of death and napping on their hard-as-rock couch, he could only imagine how awful he must look. The drilling. She pushed herself up in bed and added, in my head. Did you stay here all night? I did. He stood, handing her a massive sports drink and a couple of acetaminophen. For your head. He nodded to the pills. Drink up. Thanks. She blinked up at him with big blue eyes he could drown in as she uncapped the drink. When'd you get this? She took a sip and moaned in pleasure. Dean swallowed and shot a hand through his hair, on the edge of insanity. After watching her sleep, he was already on edge, and seeing how cute she looked, clutching the drink in delight, wasn't helping. He cleared his throat, trying to rein in his thoughts. I couldn't sleep, so I ran out and grabbed a few things. Better? She smacked her lips. Much. You really didn't have to do this. I would have been fine. Her smile made the ache in his back and the lack of sleep worth it. I know, but I made you a promise last night. Remember? Callie frowned. After a moment, she shook her head, then winced and brought a hand to her forehead. Last night might be slightly foggy. Dean laughed. I told you I had a way to help you. Remember? I said I'd take you home and we'd figure out a plan to solve your predicament. He took a deep breath before he could chicken out. Well, I have an idea, and it'll help both of us.
Callie. Dean paused and took a deep breath, then turned and grunted before pivoting back to her again. You okay there, champ? She asked, finding his tortured expression amusing. Dean's blue eyes hardened and resolve flickered through them, making her uncertain of whatever it was he was about to say. What if, instead of dating through love for hire, I paid you to be my girlfriend? Callie frowned. Real funny. I have a stabbing wine headache and you're making jokes. I'm serious. Dean stared at her, straight-faced. He didn't even so much as crack a smile. Blinking, Callie wondered how much wine was still in her bloodstream. You want to pay me to be your fake girlfriend? He nodded, jaw clenched, eerily silent. How much? She asked as though that were the most relevant factor, because, newsflash, Dean Kimball, her best friend's brother, had just proposed they fake a romantic relationship. But the headache jumbled her brain, and it was the one thing that popped out of her mouth first. All of it. 20 grand. I'll pay the balance of your cards. Now, she knew he was joking. She rolled her eyes, irritated, and waved him away. Go away and let me sleep, will you? I don't have time for this. She snuggled back down under her comforter, but a second later, Dean flung it off of her and onto the floor. Hey! Her gaze flew to her body. Thank goodness she was dressed. How did she even get to bed last night? She gritted her teeth in annoyance. Big mistake. Ow. Head. Ache. Moving to the edge of her bed, Dean took a seat next to her. Then he reached out and placed his fingers under her chin, forcing her gaze from her fallen blanket to his face. I'm dead serious. I need your help just as much as you need mine. The muscle in his jaw ticked, punctuating his serious tone. Okay, maybe he was telling the truth. Set aside the weird girlfriend part. $20,000? She arched a brow, which only increased the pain in her head. Why did everything hurt so much? Callie, do you have any idea how much money I make? Shrugging, she crossed her arms over her chest. Should she? She knew when he signed on, he'd gotten a large bonus, which financed the purchase of a posh condo, but that was about it. We may only be on our second year, but we're still the NBA. Trust me, money isn't an issue. Must be nice, she muttered. So why in the world would you need me to do this? This isn't some pity thing, is it? Last I checked, you weren't able to pay off Callie Cartwright's debt as a charitable contribution on your taxes. And you, Ginny, and your entire family have done so much for me already. I would never just take money from you. Dean shook his head. There's this huge gala next month, and I just found out my ex, the woman I was supposed to take, has a new boyfriend. She's taking him instead. So, not only would I be the loser with no date, but I want you to help me win her back. Prove to her what she's missing. Things ended kind of bad, and I know it'll take more than dinner and flowers to win her over. I need some good old-fashioned jealousy. Callie snorted, unable to resist. The Puma's star is dateless, huh? But Dean ignored her jibe. Maybe if she thinks I've moved on, and we shove our relationship in her face, I'll have a chance. And if it doesn't work? Dean shrugged. Then I know. She'll never take me back. With a sigh, Callie squeezed her eyes closed. She had a million questions zipping through her brain, and her hangover was not helping matters, nor was the incessant voice in the back of her head screaming, "Say yes, you fool." How often did a girl get a chance to wipe her slate clean so easily? Opening her eyes, she pursed her lips before she responded. Okay, but how will she even know we're a couple? For how long? What are the conditions? There are a mill. The gala. If we go strong until then, we'll mark it as our end point. You'll go as my date. She'll see us, because she happens to be the sports journalist that covers all our press. If we're together leading up to the gala, we'll have plenty of opportunities to make her jealous, and then we'll go out with a bang. Savage, Callie said. Dean shrugged, and his eyes glinted. All is fair in love and war. Right? Sports journalist, she repeated. What's her name? She couldn't picture anyone Dean had dated, let alone a journalist. Of course, he must have tons of women vying for his attention. By most normal people's standards, people who weren't her, he was handsome, successful, and physically fit, but she couldn't remember him being serious enough about a girl that he'd go to these lengths to make her jealous. In fact, there was a whole year in high school and she and Ginny speculated he may be gay. Not until Ginny discovered him drooling over Scarlett Johansson did they debunk that theory. Maya Hawkins, he answered, staring at her like she should know exactly who she was. But Callie drew a blank. Callie, you and Ginny go to most of my games and she's always there, he added, sounding annoyed. Ugh, yeah. She snapped her fingers. You still have no idea, do you? No clue. Dean pinched the bridge of his nose and exhaled loudly, clearly frustrated at her ignorance. I went out with her for nearly a year. Do you think I don't date? I guess I've never really paid that much attention. You know, when you took Tracy Black to your junior prom in high school, the girl with the butch haircut and the deep voice, Ginny thought for sure it meant you were gay. I mean, I kind of felt sorry for her. Who has the last name Black? Dean's face twisted. Dean, she wore a men's pantsuit, Callie added. Why would that mean I'm? Dean shook his head. Never mind. Back to the point. Will you do it or not? Callie bit her lip. She was willing to admit she might have been stalling with the whole who in the world is Maya bit, but give a girl a break. Her brain was mush, and she needed to wrap her head around this. Dean was practically her brother. Not to mention, Ginny would never let her live this down. She could practically hear her high-pitched hyena laughter now. But of course she'd say yes. She may have brain fog and cottonmouth, but she wasn't a complete idiot. He was offering her $20,000 to hang out with him and pretend he wasn't the one who wiped a booger in her hair in the 3rd grade. So, all I have to do is act like I'm your girlfriend and pretend we're a couple until after this gala? Dean nodded. Okay, then. When do we start? Chapter 5. Callie. Callie sipped her coffee as she waited for Dean's arrival. After his morning ambush yesterday, he'd left her to hydrate and get some rest with the promise of discussing the terms of their arrangement the next morning over coffee. All things considered, it was generous of him. Steam curled and rose above her cup as she stared out at the cornflower blue sky. Sun glittered over the pavement, giving the false impression of warmth on the chilly February morning. Inside the quaint coffee shop, the chatter of patrons and the swishing sound of the espresso machine did little to soothe Callie's nerves. Even the chocolate pastry she downed for breakfast lacked its usual therapeutic effect. What was she so nervous about? She had no idea. But as she watched Dean appear from around the corner and make his way to the door of the coffee shop, her stomach twisted in knots. Taking a deep breath, she smiled at him as he caught her eye before opening the door. The pungent scent of coffee disappeared as he entered and took the seat across from her, stirring the air with a trace of something spicy and woodsy. Had he always smelled this good? Her stomach dipped as thoughts of a more intimate relationship with Dean, fake or not, raced through her head, but she pushed them aside and slid an iced coffee toward him. I got you your favorite. He smiled, and his eyes crinkled in the corners. Thanks. As he took a sip, Callie's gaze drifted toward his lips, which she realized, with stunning clarity, were pretty perfect. What the heck was wrong with her? She had to pretend to be his girlfriend. Now was not a good time to finally realize he was a grown man with a nice mouth. Sorry, I'm late, he said. Ginny stopped by. Her eyes widened at the news. She had managed to go a whole 24 hours without telling Ginny about their plans, just in case Dean changed his mind before this morning. No point in having to live through her reaction if it fell through. Still, Callie's silence had to be a world record. Did you tell her? The coward in her hoped he had. After all, this was his idea. Dean grimaced. I did. She smells fear. I'm lucky I got out of there alive. What did she say? There were several stages of reaction. First, she was grossed out. Then, she made fun of me. Oh, and she pities you, by the way. I was supposed to pass that part on. Callie tapped her nails on the table, a nervous staccato. And you still want to do this? I'm here. Did you change your mind? No, she said, her voice an octave too high. She'd do just about anything to erase her debt and get that promotion. She swore she woke up this morning bouncing on a cloud of air. A girl doesn't realize how much a stressor money can be until someone drops $20,000 in her lap. So let's talk logistics, he said. Logistics? Why did he look so calm while she felt so jittery? Yeah. Our backstory is fairly easy since we've known each other forever. We just need to pin down how we realized we were more than friends, and we need to decide how many dates a week we'll have. Right, Callie said. It makes the most sense for outings to revolve around games and press events for the team since that's where Maya will be. I agree, but remember, this is a role. As far as everyone else is concerned, we're a couple. All the time. No matter where we're at, we need to play the part, or it'll show when we're out. She nodded like a bobblehead. Any minute now, her head would fly right off, and she'd have a spring in place of a neck. That makes sense. Whatever you think best. I mean, you're the boss. Right? Dean arched a brow and reached across the table. He enveloped her hands in his. Hey, we're in this together. It's helping both of us. We'll take it one day at a time until the gala. As for our backstory, let's use the Maya angle to our advantage. We'll just say that when she and I broke up, you were there for me and our feelings grew. Simple, right? Yeah, she said, though it felt a little like entering the twilight zone. We need to discuss guidelines and boundaries for the physical aspect. Her heart stopped. Physical aspect? What are you, 2 years old? Get a grip, Callie. You're 23, not a toddler. Yeah. You know, we'll need to hold hands, kiss, stuff like that. No one will ever believe we're an actual couple if we don't do these things in public. Is there anything off limits for you? Yeah, she said, her tone more forceful than necessary. Like? She could think of a lot of things. How did she tell him that the prospect of kissing him made her feel slightly sick? Sex, for one. Dean released her hands and flopped back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. Okay then, the deal's off. She gaped, her mouth opening and closing like a fish. Did he really think? Callie, I'm kidding. He laughed like it was hysterical. You should have seen your face. Her face burned with the heat of 1,000 suns, which only made him chuckle more. But just so we're clear, I would have made it worth your while. He winked at her and grinned, draping his arm casually over the back of his chair, not a care in the world, while an inferno, so hot it could melt iron, raged inside her. She hated him. To prove she could be an adult about this, she tipped her chin up and asked, when do we start, and when do I get my money? I'm glad you asked. My agent actually called me this morning. We've been trying to get this huge endorsement deal for a gym franchise, but their goal is to also bring in more women. So, we've been trying to find a way to link my image with the female population. Right now, I'm up against Tom Brady. The Tom Brady? The one who's married to supermodel Gisele Bündchen. Dean grimaced. Exactly. Wow. How could any girl compete with Gisele Bündchen? So, the Gazette has been wanting to do some features on the team, it being only our second year, and my agent lined up an interview for me. But there's a catch. He wants me to bring my girlfriend. The public seeing me as part of a cute couple will help clinch the endorsement deal. He also thinks you should make a few appearances at the gym with me. Despite Brady's popularity, he thinks we'll have the edge because people will view us as more down-to-earth, more relatable to the public. Callie gripped her coffee cup and shook her head. It was a lot to process. Fake girlfriend is one thing, but I did not sign up for regular exercise. I quite like my current regimen. Dean snickered. Which is? Scrolling through Netflix and lifting popcorn to my mouth. How do you not know this about me? Dean rolled his eyes. Relax. You can come and watch me while covertly streaming Netflix and drinking a green juice. The interview's the important part. Callie scrunched her nose. Green juice? No juice should be green. Oh, and the interview is tomorrow. Callie cut him with a glare. It's nice you're giving me so much notice. Thank goodness she had the social life of a dead fish. Sorry, but you need to just assume from now until the gala that you're mine. Callie swallowed as her stomach flopped. Why did that sound so ominous? Fair enough, she said after a moment. For the amount of money he was paying her, she'd go to his place and scrub his toilets. Of course, there was no way she was telling him that. Still, she'd be lying if she said her head wasn't spinning after the week she'd had. Too much had happened at lightning pace. She'd learned her hard-earned promotion was at risk, been mistaken for a mail-order bride, and had become Dean's fake girlfriend, which apparently also meant becoming a gym rat. Oh, and to top it all off, she was in some kind of girlfriend endorsement competition with an underwear model. Suddenly, Dean's career balanced precariously on the strength of her thighs and how well she filled out a bra. She regretted that chocolate pastry. Sometimes, life was so unfair. Just let me take the reins until you get more comfortable, Dean said. What makes you think I'm uncomfortable? Dean snorted. Face it, change makes you twitch. You'll go home after this and eat half a tub of ice cream, contemplating all the ways in which this can go wrong. I will not. She frowned. Being a fake girlfriend with a stranger would be much easier. But what if I suck at pretending? See? Dean pointed at her. You're already doing it. You're freaking yourself out. It's a legit question. Remember when you played Juliet your senior year in high school? She smiled at the memory. She had been the understudy, but at the last minute, Maggie Mundy got sick and puked all over the director's shoes. I was terrible. She grinned. You were amazing, and you know it. True. Poor Romeo had followed her around like a lost puppy for weeks. But it's not the same thing. I mean, it's you, she said, hoping he didn't take it the wrong way. It's still acting, he said in a hard tone. I didn't mean. You know I love you, but you're Ginny's big brother. You're the boy I remember running around in his Spider-Man briefs while wielding a foam sword. It's going to take some getting used to. Whatever. His tone was clipped. Maybe remember the fact that I'm not 6 years old anymore. Or that I'm a successful, grown man now. Dean. I have a check already made out, he said, standing. You'll get it the night of the gala. Callie watched as he turned and made for the door, trying to find something she could say to make things better. The last thing she wanted to do was hurt his feelings. But how could he expect this to be so easy for her? She was a ball of nerves on a good day. Throw in pretending to be in love with your best friend's brother and she was bound to be a total basket case. She'd like to know why he wasn't more weirded out by this. The only explanation she could come up with was that he must really want Maya back if he was willing to go to such lengths for her. Wait. She stood and grabbed a fistful of his jacket. You know I didn't mean anything by it. Before she could say anything else, Dean turned and stepped close to her, forcing her back until her thighs pressed into the table behind them. He rested his hands on the wall and leaned down, caging her with his arms while her heart pummeled in her chest. His blue eyes were magnetic, piercing straight through her as his gaze latched onto hers. I get that I'm Ginny's brother. But if you're worried you won't be able to take me seriously, don't be. He leaned even closer, his face inches from hers, until the scent of sandalwood and sunshine surrounded her and stole her breath. Slowly, he reached out and placed a calloused palm against the side of her face, his touch warm and rough at the same time. Goosebumps covered her arms, and she couldn't move. Couldn't speak. I'm not a kid anymore, he whispered as the warmth of his breath punched her in the gut. I'm a man. And if you think for 1 second that I don't know how to make a woman's insides twist, you're wrong. His gaze dipped to her mouth. Callie's breath hitched. She reached a hand up to his arm to steady herself. Was he going to kiss her? Did she want him to? Wait. What? Her eyes flickered to his mouth, and he moved his thumb, stroking her cheek. There's a certain advantage that comes with knowing someone for their whole life. Right now, your mind is going 1,000,000 miles a minute. I know all of your tells. I know when you're nervous. How to make you smile. And I know about 1,000 ways to make your pulse race. She swallowed and closed her eyes, steeling herself for whatever was about to happen. He dropped his hand. She blinked, her eyes open. Cold air washed over the skin where his hand had been. He straightened and grinned at her like he'd just won a battle she hadn't known they were in. Clearing her throat, she tried to shoot him her best death stare, but her erratic breathing made it hard to look angry. Instead, it came off as a half grimace at best. With a smirk, he sauntered out of the coffee shop, whistling. Whistling. She turned and walked back to her seat on rubbery legs. What the heck just happened? Her hand shook as she lifted her cup of coffee, wishing for something stronger. Had she really wanted Dean to kiss her? PSH, no. It was his cologne. It messed with her equilibrium and clouded her judgment. She had no idea what was in that stuff, but she was pretty sure he laced it with testosterone, some kind of hormonal concoction meant to lure in unsuspecting women. Her stomach twisted at the thought of enduring more than a month of encounters like that one. Only worse. Because at some point he was actually going to kiss her. She fanned her face, catching the eye of a little girl at the table across from her. Powdered sugar coated her knowing grin. Callie dropped her hand and narrowed her eyes. Judgy much? The next time Dean unleashed his cologne on the battlefield, she'd be ready. She nodded to herself and clenched her fists. She'd merely been caught off guard, but if Dean wanted to play hardball, she'd play hardball. Game on, buddy boy. She'd take the rest of the day to freak out, and by tomorrow, she'd be the best fake girlfriend this world has ever seen. Chapter 6. Callie. Callie strolled out of her bedroom in a tight black sheath and sky-high heels. Her golden locks were masterfully twisted into a messy braid draped over her shoulder, and her makeup was on point. She was like Rapunzel on steroids, and she was going to smash this girlfriend act in the face. Ginny glanced up from her perch on the couch and whistled. Whoa. You know, when Dean first mentioned this whole thing to me, I thought you'd be toast, but you sure look the part. Callie placed her hands on her hips and fought her annoyance. Did everyone think she was a sniveling coward? Dean might lose his breakfast when he sees you, Ginny added, which won her a smile. It's gorgeous, right? Callie smoothed the front of her dress. I don't remember that one, Ginny frowned. Oh, yeah. I've had this thing forever. Callie waved a hand, then grabbed her coat off the hook by the door before Ginny caught her in the lie. She may have made an impromptu stop at her favorite boutique yesterday. After Dean's little mind game, or whatever voodoo he'd used at the coffee shop, she needed to win some of her power back, and the only way she knew how was with a little leg, a lot of curves, and a thing she liked to call retail therapy. She knew it was dumb, but in 6 weeks, her cards would be all but paid off. She could afford to spend an extra couple $100 on an outfit for an important interview, right? She should really think about discussing a wardrobe budget with Dean. Then again, she supposed that would just be greedy. Don't fall in love with my brother, Ginny hollered from the couch. Fat chance of that. Callie rolled her eyes. True. Fight the urge to gag when he kisses you, Ginny said, wagging her eyebrows. Though she laughed it off, Callie's stomach clenched at the thought, and it wasn't an entirely unpleasant sensation. Yesterday, when he'd almost kissed her, she had been far from gagging. She braced her hand on the door. Wish me luck. 15 minutes later, she arrived at Dean's condo. Before she could overthink things, she forced herself to park and go inside. If she hesitated, she'd wind up fretting in the parking lot as her nerves tangled into knots. She entered the giant lobby. Marble floors gleamed under cascading light from chandeliers above her as a doorman greeted her. He told her to go straight up to Dean's condo on the top floor and that he was expecting her. She rode the elevator in silence, giving herself a mental pep talk. By the time the elevator doors swooshed opened, Callie wasted no time. Straightening, she pushed her shoulders back and made a beeline to his door and knocked. He hollered to let herself in, so she stepped inside, but the view stopped her cold. Floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the crown of the city. Skyscrapers reached into the air and the river glittered like diamonds under the midday sun. She could only imagine how it must look at night, the twinkling stars and glowing windows. It was simply breathtaking. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Dean in the kitchen. Turning, her gaze landed on him and she froze. He stood in front of the giant island, eating an apple. But it wasn't the crunch of the Honeycrisp that got her attention. It was more the way his slacks hung low and his shirt gaped open, revealing the hard planes of his chest and the ripple of abdominal muscles. Wrenching her gaze from his six-pack back to his face took Herculean effort, and when she finally managed it, he shot her a smug smile, to which she sneered. Did he have to catch her ogling? Ignoring the ball of heat nesting in her gut, she placed her hands on her hips and shot him the most unaffected smile she could muster. She would not let washboard abs or perfect pecs distract her. For goodness sake, it wasn't like she'd never seen Dean shirtless before. Somehow, though, she'd forgotten the cut muscle and tan skin. I didn't think you had anything in your wardrobe other than gym shorts and hoodies, she quipped, keeping her eyes above his neck. Any day now, she'd be ready for the convent. Dean lifted a shoulder. I clean up when it matters. She flexed her hands at her sides, shaking out the flutter of nerves in her chest and trying not to read anything into his words. Of course this mattered. But not because of her. He needed to be on his A-game to nail this interview and get his endorsement gig. Actually, I'm surprised you showed. Dean smirked. Callie huffed. Of course I did. How long did you sit in the car, giving yourself a pep talk? She glared at him. Technically, the pep talk had been in the elevator, but he didn't need to know that. I came straight inside, actually. No biggie. Stepping further into his apartment, she slid her coat off, dangling it casually from her fingertips. She was Callie Cartwright, fake girlfriend extraordinaire. She was calm, cool, collected. Smooth. With a flourish, she draped her coat over the massive leather couch as her heels clicked over the hardwood floor, trying her best to ignore the way his gaze tracked her movements, soaking her in. When's Maya get here? She's doing the interview, right? She asked. Apple frozen halfway to his mouth, Dean's blue eyes flamed at her approach. He cocked his head and grinned, then tossed the rest of his apple in the trash can. Yeah. She'll be here any minute. He was smooth, she'd give him that. It only took him a split second to recover from the sight of her in this dress. She straightened her shoulders and arched a brow, determined to quell the jumping jacks wreaking havoc on her stomach. Dean stepped forward and reached out, picking up the end of her messy braid and letting it drop back over her shoulder with a grin. Cute. 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 She'd give him cute. She tugged on the bottom of her dress in an effort to reveal more cleavage, but the stupid thing was so tight it bunched at the waist, and she had to wiggle it down like some kind of deranged inchworm. She'd imagined this going much better in her head. Panting and slightly out of breath from the effort, she blew a stray lock of hair from her face. Even though her cleavage-bearing moment had failed, she'd seemed to catch his attention because his eyes glittered like sapphires as his gaze drifted to her lips. He took a step closer, his scent drawing her in like a magnet. Everything inside her wanted to pull toward him, but she refused to give in. Clenching her teeth, she refused to react. Instead, she planted her feet and stared him down. So, does this dress mean you're here to play the game, or are you going to be a cold fish? Her eyes widened, and she shoved at his chest, but she may as well have beaten her hands against a block of concrete. You don't have to be such a jerk. He laughed. Relax. I'm just trying to loosen you up. Well, it's not working. Or was it? The more he irritated her, the more she wanted to prove him wrong. Reaching out, she brought her hands to the bottom of his opened shirt and had the pleasure of seeing a flicker of surprise before she started slowly buttoning it up. Dean thought he was so smug, like she was the only one whose nerves jumped at the prospect of faking this relationship, but she knew better. She could make his pulse twitch, too. If he wanted to be Mr. Cocky, she'd fight fire with fire.
Dean. Dean swallowed as Callie reached the top button. The ice blue of her eyes never wavered from his, and he'd be lying if he said he wasn't surprised at this bold side of her. It was one he had never witnessed before. He was used to the fumbling, nerve-riddled Callie, but maybe there were a lot of sides he had yet to see. Or maybe he brought something different out in her. The thought made him smile. When she finished, she gave his chest a little pat and winked. His hands fisted by his side, grounding him because he wanted nothing more than to dip his head, closing the gap, and press his mouth to hers. But he wouldn't. Not yet. He'd only scare her off. He cleared his throat, about to say something else to goad her, when there was a knock on the door. Turning, he pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to slow his racing pulse. He muttered under his breath as he tucked his shirt in. It'd be a miracle if this plan of his didn't kill him. He was playing it cool, but if Callie had any idea just how much she affected him. He hollered for Maya to come in, grateful for the distraction, and he greeted her at the door with a quick hug. Directing her and the camera crew toward the living room, he took her in, noting her professional appearance in a black blazer and fitted pants. She was gorgeous, and it was easy to remember what had initially drawn him to her. Even though she hadn't been enough to distract him from his feelings for Callie, he wondered if she might make Callie jealous. Or maybe he was wishful thinking. The crew set up their equipment and explained that photographs would be used for the article in the paper, but there also may be a couple clips on the local news. After introductions, they took their seats. Maya sat across from them in a leather chair while he and Callie took the couch. Sinking into the cushions, he readied himself for whatever questions may come his way. He might love talking ball, but he hated the limelight. Still, it was a small price to pay if he got this endorsement deal. It was huge. So, if he wanted to be the face of flex gyms all over the country, he needed to suck it up. Beside him, Callie fiddled with the hem of her dress, and Dean knew her well enough to know it was a sign of her nerves, so he reached over and encased her hand with his, intertwining their fingers. Electricity zipped in his veins, but he ignored it and brought her hand up to his mouth before softly brushing his lips against her skin. If she was going to be nervous, he wanted it to be because of him, not the interview. He gave her a sidelong glance and shot her a wink before turning his attention to Maya, who had begun her introduction for the cameras. The Pumas are only in their second season and doing quite well. Saturday's game with the Cavaliers really solidified your ranking and took you from underdog to a real contender for the playoffs. So, Dean, tell us. What's it like playing for one of the hottest up-and-coming teams in the NBA? Dean smiled. It's always been a dream of mine to get paid to do something I love. Truthfully, I can't remember a time when I didn't have a ball in my hand. Still, it's a little bit surreal playing with some of the greats, guys I watched on the big screen growing up. I'm just focused on bringing my best game and enjoying every moment. Maya smiled a toothy grin as she asked the next question. There have been some rumors, she drawled, quirking an eyebrow. Dean chuckled, playing for the camera. Oh. There have been rumblings of you getting traded to Boston. Any truth to that? Instantly, he felt Callie's gaze on the side of his face. There may have been some talk, but I won't be going anywhere. You sound confident. I may or may not have a no-trade clause. But a chance to play for a notoriously successful team like the Celtics is pretty huge. Would you really turn that down? Dean shrugged. I like where I'm at. I'm lucky to play ball so close to home, and there are some things worth staying for. He squeezed Callie's hand. Like the girl on your side? Maya asked, her gaze flickering to Callie. Dean grinned and turned to her. You could say that. Callie's cheeks pinkened in response as Maya focused on her. Callie, what's it like dating one of the Puma's star players? Her eyes widened, and Dean noted the look of panic. She bit her lip. Nerve-wracking. Ah, babe. Dean leaned in and trailed a finger over the heat in her cheeks. If they were alone, he'd lean down and kiss them, feel the burn on his lips. Instead, he draped his arm over Callie's shoulders and pulled her tight into his side. She's camera shy. Luckily, she's so cute when she's flustered. Callie dug her elbow into his ribs, and he chuckled. How did you two meet? Maya asked. The question was innocent, expected even, but there was an unspoken question in her eyes. Was this the girl always on your mind when we were together? The reason they broke up wasn't that Maya had tired of him or that they grew apart. You couldn't grow apart from something you were never really a part of in the first place. His emotional detachment had been a constant source of tension in their relationship. In the end, he broke it off because it wasn't fair to her or anyone else for that matter. He was in love with Callie and always would be. No amount of trying to make it work with someone else would ever make his feelings for her disappear. And Maya knew it. Only, she didn't know who. He opened his mouth to supply an answer that wouldn't give away the fact that Callie had been the girl he'd wanted all along. Maya may have moved on, but that didn't mean he wanted to rub salt in any potential wounds. Actually, he's my best friend's brother, Callie chimed in. So, we've known each other forever. I never saw him as anything more until sometime last year. He was fresh out of a relationship, and I was there for him. That's when we realized there was more to us than just friends. Callie flashed him a smug smile. Her blue eyes glittered, proud of being the one to speak up and oblivious to Maya's miffed expression. Maya cleared her throat, then turned her eyes to the notebook in her lap, her posture stiff. Crap. Since you know him so well, tell us a little more about the man behind the basketball, she said in a challenging tone Dean didn't like. Callie leaned further into his side until she was practically on his lap. Normally, that would leave Dean quite happy, but the death stare Maya sent his way chilled him to the bone. Oblivious, Callie chattered on, playing her part far better than he ever thought she could. Well, between you and me, he was kind of a dork, she mock whispered. Really? Maya asked, returning her gaze back to Callie. Details. He hardly dated, and he was definitely a late bloomer. He didn't start puberty until, oh gosh, I don't know. What would you say, sweetie? Callie poked him playfully in the ribs. Like 10th grade. It was halfway through high school before he lost the high-pitched baby voice. And his growth spurt left him tall and gangly, kind of awkward, like a baby giraffe. Dean forced a laugh. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, he said, hoping she hadn't really seen him that way in high school. If she had, it was no wonder she'd never found him attractive. Oh, do you think it was later than that? She winced. More like 12th grade, then, she asked, deadpan. When he said nothing, she added, freshman year in college. Dean couldn't contain his grin. She was good, he'd give her that. Interesting, Maya said, then moving on, why don't you tell us a bit about your relationship? Dean eyed Callie, grinning. Love, why don't you tell them about our first date? Remember how you cried when you thought I wasn't going to kiss you? You were so eager. He reached out and pinched her cheek because he could play too. But if her gritted teeth were any indication, she may bite, so he quickly dropped his hand before she could sink her teeth into him and continued, I believe your exact words were, if you don't press those luscious lips to mine, I might die. He rolled his eyes for Maya's benefit. She's always been so dramatic. But a moment later, the humor in his expression faded at the vicious gleam in Callie's eyes. Her lips curled, and her smile said game on.
Chapter 7. Callie. When she laughed, there was a bit of hysteria in it, but she refused to let Dean win this ultimate showdown of, whatever this was. She would win. Maya glanced between them, and if the smug smile on her face meant anything, she sensed the tension and enjoyed it. That was good for Dean's plan to win Maya over, so why did it tick Callie off so much? How was the first kiss? Maya asked. Callie pulled a face and made a mess sound. Did you know he learned to kiss from his 11-year-old cousin? I mean, we're talking, eyes wide open the entire time, mouth like a largemouth bass. At first, I thought he was trying to resuscitate me. His mouth was like a suction. It even made a popping sound when he released me. Maya's confused expression made Callie want to throw something at her. She'd totally forgotten that Maya knew exactly what Dean's kisses were like, while Callie didn't. Now Maya was likely remembering exactly what a lip lock with lover boy here was like, and if the dreamy expression on her face was any indicator, it was far from the way Callie had described it. Dang. Callie glimpsed Dean in her peripheral. His hand crept to the braid hanging over her shoulder, and he gave it a playful tug. A hair caught in the hairband and pinched at the base of her skull. Her eyes watered, and she clenched her jaw. It was all she could do to keep from crying out. Fine. Maybe she deserved that for the kissing comments. Dean dipped his face to hers and brushed his lips over her cheek. Her skin sparked at the contact while a burst of butterflies wreaked havoc in her gut. She needed to get a grip. It was just Dean. I don't get any complaints in the bedroom, now, do I? He winked with a knowing smirk as her body caught fire. The rest of the interview continued on in much the same fashion, with both of them pushing the limits, trying to outdo, or outweird, each other with physical touch or embarrassing stories. By the time it ended, she was wired like she'd drunk one too many energy drinks. Both exhausted and exhilarated from their little game of tug-of-war. I think that about wraps it up, Maya said. A wave of disappointment crashed over Callie as she stood. What in the world did she have to be sorry about? Now, she could stop pretending and go home. Dean, I'll let you know when this runs, Maya said. It'll definitely be this week. Great. Dean stood and smoothed a hand over his shirt. The swell of muscle in his arm strained against the crisp cotton, and Callie tried not to think back to the smooth skin she knew hid underneath. To try and divert her creepy thoughts, she whispered in Dean's ear. Why don't you take a minute? She flicked her eyes in Maya's direction. I'll go get some coffee. He flashed her a small, grateful smile, and she ignored the yanking sensation in her chest. Sweetie, I'm going to use the ladies' room, Callie announced, loud enough that even the tenants 5 floors down could hear. Then she sent him a wink as he rolled his eyes. Callie scurried off in the direction of the hallway, then doubled back to the kitchen as she watched Maya pounce the second she was gone. No way was she not spying on them. Callie grimaced at the way Maya's eyes sparkled like a lovesick puppy. Desperate much? The girl could have at least waited a couple seconds before fawning all over him. Callie busied herself, searching the cupboards for a mug as Maya laughed at something Dean said. After she found one, she poured herself a cup of tepid coffee, silently mocking Maya's cackle. Leaning back against the island, she tried to ignore them. But it was a little difficult when Maya was practically simpering at Dean's attention. Dang, why did Dean's apartment have to be so massive? She couldn't hear a thing from over here. She may as well be in Kansas. She took a sip of coffee and cringed, then ran to the sink where she spit it out. Gah! How did he drink this? It was like crude oil. A quick glance at the living room confirmed Dean had noticed her antics. He arched a brow, and his lips quirked at the corners before he turned his attention back to Maya. Secretly thrilled she diverted his attention, if only for a moment, Callie stifled a grin and tried to busy herself, but it was impossible. What in the world could they be talking about for so long? Come on, his girlfriend was right in the other room. By the time Maya left, Dean would have to mop her drool off the floor. Unable to stand it any longer, Callie slowly made her way out of the kitchen and found a painting flanking the opening of both rooms. She stopped and stared, reaching out to touch it for good measure. Oh, what beautiful colors, while she strained to hear their conversation. Dean exhaled, clearly relieved by something. I'm glad you understand. Understand what? I'm not totally clueless, Dean, Maya said. I knew the reason you broke up with me was because there was someone else. You were never really there, were you? Callie bit back her gasp. She was positive Dean had told her Maya had dumped him. I would have ended it, even if you hadn't. But what we had wasn't all bad. Was it? Callie risked a peek over her shoulder. Maya reached out and grasped Dean's forearm. Visions of peeling her fingers back one by one in a slow, excruciating fashion danced in Callie's head. What the heck was wrong with her? Callie had never been territorial over Dean. The only thing she was possessive of was her Manolos. Her feelings for him couldn't get any more platonic. No, this was good. The whole point was to make Maya jealous, and from her viewpoint, it was working. Job well done. But she couldn't help herself. Callie waited another minute before she worked her way back into the living room. Ploy or not, Maya's time was up. Better to leave her wanting, right? Besides, what kind of girlfriend would leave her boyfriend alone with another woman for that long?
Dean. Dean hissed from his spot on the bench as he pressed the 200-pound barbell out in front of his chest. His muscles burned from the exertion. Next to him, Emmett nodded to a petite brunette eyeing him from across the room at her perch on the elliptical. "Focus, man," Dean said. Emmett laughed. "Two more, bro." Dean lowered the barbell, his arms at 90-degree angles, then pushed it out again. "One more." "What the heck are they doing here?" Emmett scowled. Dean turned his attention to the opening of the gym and nearly dropped his weights. Callie strolled in alongside Ginny, decked out in black yoga pants and a cropped top over a sports bra. "Dude," Emmett said, glaring at him. "What? Who invited the estrogen?" Dean frowned. "What's the difference? You're ogling all the other chicks in here. May as well have two more." "I guess this workout's over," Emmett grumbled. He tipped his head toward the girls in greeting. "Well, if it isn't Cinderella and her wicked stepsister," Emmett said, smiling at Ginny. "Funny." Ginny shot daggers at him with her eyes. While Ginny and Emmett had never been friendly, they had been particularly prickly with each other ever since a wild end-of-season party last summer. Dean didn't know what went down between them, but he no longer tried to smooth the choppy waters. He'd gotten used to it after a few months. Besides, he'd rather Emmett and Ginny be enemies than too cozy. He may be his best friend, but she was still Dean's little sister. "Do you actually work out when you come here?" Ginny asked, pointedly staring at Emmett's wiry muscle and curling her lip in a snarl. "Or do you just come here to stare at girls in tight pants?" "Neither. I come for the silicone." Ginny let out a disgusted huff, then stalked off to a nearby treadmill, but not before Dean caught Emmett taking a long look at her but on the way. If Dean didn't have 200 pounds of iron in his grip, Emmett would have empty eye sockets. "Thanks for scaring her off," Callie muttered. Emmett shrugged, then moved on to the leg press machine next to them, which conveniently had a view of the treadmill where Ginny had begun a brisk jog. Dean glared after him, letting his eyes speak for him. "I'm watching you, bro." Gritting his teeth, he readied himself to pound out his last rep when Callie dipped down in front of him and placed a hand on the barbell, making it infinitely heavier. He strained, his jaw clenched tight, as he struggled to hold the weight steady and the intoxicating scent of lavender surrounded him. He hissed as his biceps quaked. Any second, he'd slip and crush his chest since Emmett, his spotter, had abandoned him. Callie stared down at him, fluttering her lashes. "Tired?" A trickle of sweat ran down the side of his face. The muscles in his biceps burned and flexed as he grunted and pushed the bar up with Callie half hanging on. She gave out a little yelp of surprise and jumped back. Once he finished his rep, he placed the bar back on the rack with a loud thwack, and slowly sat up. "I thought you weren't going to show," he said, taking a deep breath. "I told you after the interview yesterday that I'd make time to be here. So, here I am." Her tone was clipped, confirming Dean's suspicion that something had upset her. He had no idea what it could have been. He quite enjoyed their sparring back and forth, even if her intentions were to embarrass him. After all, it took a lot more than that to put a dent in his confidence. If it weren't for her abrupt exit, following Maya's departure, he would have bet she'd enjoyed it, too. But something was off. "What's with the outfit? I thought you didn't work out." Dean raked his gaze over her, and she blushed at his assessment. I may as well look the part, right? What's the point of going to a gym where there are other people if you're not going to wear something cute? How about you look a little less the part next time? Dean could point out a lot of reasons for a gym, and none of them included lycra tights and midriff-bearing tops. Mostly because a guy at the delt machine behind her had conveniently decided to do another set, even though Dean knew he had finished a couple minutes ago. Dean stood and shot the guy a murderous glare. Smart guy swallowed and moved on. Noticing the exchange, Callie placed her hands on her hips and frowned. I got the gala tickets today, Dean said, hoping to break the tension. Girls loved fancy parties, didn't they? And he knew for a fact, Callie would be dying to wear something new. She crossed her arms over her chest, and he could tell by the way she bit the inside of her cheek she was trying to look indifferent. But she failed. What kind of attire? Formal wear. Dean nodded. I'll get you a dress. Callie shook her head. No. I'll get it. It's the least I can do since you're. Her voice trailed off at his warning glare. Maybe it was stupid, but he didn't want the reminder this was fake, that he was paying her. Besides, someone could be listening. Unable to take it any longer, he reached out and grabbed her hand, pulling her toward him. She stumbled and all but fell into his arms. What will people think if my girlfriend and I look like we aren't in love, especially after our debut interview, Dean whispered. Her eyes widened. She blinked, then glanced up at him. It ran already. This morning. He trailed his fingers up her arm and down her side, grazing the exposed skin, smiling when he noticed the goosebumps he left in his wake. Callie swallowed, staring up at him. She could pretend all she wanted. She could act like he had no effect on her, but he knew better. Her body didn't lie. What's wrong? He asked, staring into her eyes and trying to read her thoughts, wishing he had a guidebook for how to navigate her. Callie's mouth tightened before she said, You lied to me. Dean felt the blood drain from his face, but he played it cool. There was no way she knew the truth. About what? You told me Maya broke up with you, but I heard you guys talking. I know it was really you that broke up with her. A flood of relief washed over him. She had no idea this whole thing was a ploy. You were eavesdropping. He grinned. No. Of course not, she said, her tone defensive. I couldn't help but hear. I was right there, and you all but shouted it. Dean chuckled at her lie. Why does it matter? If you lied about that, she narrowed her eyes, what else are you hiding? Dean frowned, her words hitting a little too close to home. Nothing. You do realize if you broke up with her over some other girl, the chance of this working is far less likely. Dean stared at her, calculating. Is that really why you're mad? Callie shrugged, but there was no heat behind it. You want to know what I think? He asked. Oh, please, do tell. Dean yanked her closer to him until his chest pressed against hers. His hand found her waist, his fingers brushing over her bare skin. I think you felt something yesterday and you're scared. Callie tried to step back, but Dean's arms stopped her, caging her in. He wasn't letting her get away that easily. Not when her reaction told him he was onto something. She squirmed a moment longer before giving up and glancing up at him, her nostrils flaring. That's ridiculous. Is it? Dean's eyes glittered. His heart pounded against his ribcage like he'd just benched another 200 pounds. When Callie scoffed, he took the opportunity to dip his head down until his lips grazed her ear. Her breath hitched, and he fought the urge to press his fingers to her racing pulse as he whispered, Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. Freshly showered, duffel bag over his shoulder, Dean headed for the locker room exit. Not until he'd walked Callie out to her car did he dare leave the weight room to shower and change. He grimaced as he recalled the men conveniently roost at the nearest weight machines as Callie stretched on a yoga mat in the free weight section. And like flies at a picnic, no amount of swatting at them with his towel kept them away. He pushed the door open and shrieked. Ugh! Stumbling back, he thwacked his elbow against the door and winced while Ginny took a step closer, going nose to nose with him. She squinted, her mouth pressed into a thin line, her muscles wound tight like a rubber band ready to snap. Dean drew in a sharp breath and brought a hand to his chest. What the heck are you still doing here? I thought you guys left. He peered over her shoulder toward the weight room to make sure Callie wasn't there. By now, the men would have descended like locusts. Satisfied she was nowhere inside, he glanced back to his sister. Her gaze flickered over him, assessing, and he knew he was in trouble. You are so busted. She poked him in the chest with each word. Ow. He rubbed his sternum. He swore her fingers were actually tiny daggers. I don't know what you're talking about, he said, hoping she'd leave him alone. But she always saw through his lies. She was like a human polygraph. Ginny took a step back and smirked. Oh, you know exactly what I'm referring to. I'm on to you, brother mine. Dean swallowed. Yeah. That's right. A vicious gleam twinkled in her eyes as she continued. Where was Emmett when he needed him? So much for bro solidarity. Your protests about love for hire, spending all night in her room the night she drank too much, and now this little deal you've made with her. I've been watching you. You're super creepy, Dean said and threw in an eye roll for good measure. Maybe he could play it off. He was cool under fire, even as his pulse raced. You have a thing for Callie. Don't you? There it was, out in the open. He had to give her credit for not wasting any time. When Dean glanced toward the front doors of the gym, Ginny said, Don't worry. She's waiting for me in the car. But I told her I left my earbuds, so I don't have much time. Dean sighed in relief as Ginny continued, Really, I have no idea how I never saw it before. It's obvious now. You're completely hung up on her. Bringing a hand up to his face, Dean rubbed the scruff along his jaw. Should he fess up and tell her the truth? Knowing Ginny, she'd never let this go until he did. Fine. You caught me, he said, shifting his duffel bag over his back. So, this whole, fake girlfriend to make Maya jealous thing, is there any truth to it, or is it all just a ruse to try and win Callie over? I had to do something to make her see me as more than your brother. Ginny's eyes widened. Besides, this is your fault. Dean pointed a finger at her. You let her go on that stupid love for hire site, and it made me crazy. Oh, crap. You've got it bad. Listen, Dean stepped forward and lowered his voice, don't go blabbing this to anyone, it'd ruin everything. It's not just about my feelings for her. My agent would kill me if this got out. He thinks having Callie on my side will get me this endorsement gig. Plus, it's too soon. I'm just starting to get under her skin. If Callie finds out the truth now, she'll bail. Ginny shifted on her feet and groaned. This is seriously disturbing. You and my best friend. She fake gagged on the words. There are worse things. Dean grinned. True. Ginny pursed her lips. I'm already stuck with you, and it's better than her winding up with some D-bag. You sound pretty confident in my ability to charm her. Ginny rolled her eyes, giving him a playful shove. You're Dean Kimball. Since when do you not get everything you want?
Chapter 8. Callie. Callie paced her bedroom like a caged tiger. Ginny had gone out with Todd this afternoon, which left her alone and restless. All she could think about lately was Dean. Ever since their interview, he consumed most of her waking thoughts. Who was she kidding? Ever since they met at Buzz to discuss the guidelines of their arrangement over coffee, she'd been unable to get him out of her head. The arrangement she was seriously beginning to regret. What had she been thinking? Dating Dean? Fake or not, it was a crazy idea. Passing by her dresser, her eyes caught on the framed photo of her parents. Longing wrenched at her chest. The last thing she needed was to think about them. She bit her cheek and left her bedroom, with her parents' immobile gaze on her back. She was distraught enough without adding grief to the mix. She entered the living room, her thoughts churning. Dean was just messing with her, trying to get in her head and under her skin. And he was succeeding, more than she'd like to admit. And though she'd tried to even the score, she was no match for his seemingly endless arrogance and sexual prowess. Who knew he had it in him? Definitely not her. Sighing, she ran a hand through her long hair. Tonight would be her first basketball game since they started this whole thing, and she'd be lying if she said she wasn't nervous. Maya would be covering the game, and Callie wouldn't just be attending to support a friend, she'd be there as the doting girlfriend, and anyone who read the newspaper or watched the local news would know exactly who she was. Puma's star Dean Kimball's girlfriend. Her stomach twisted. It should be no big deal. She had been to countless of Dean's games in the past. All through high school, then at the University of Pittsburgh, straight through to the NBA. But there had been a subtle shift in the dynamic between them, one Callie couldn't yet define, and every time she saw him, her pulse raced, the air thinned, and her thoughts scrambled. Snatching her phone off the coffee table, she headed to the door and grabbed her coat. If she didn't find something to get her mind off this, she'd go nuts. She drove through downtown Pittsburgh. Everything was dreary and gray with the mid-February freeze. Even the nearby shops looked dark and dismal, and as she surveyed the city streets, she wished for the thaw of spring. Her wandering gaze lingered on a display for a store she'd never noticed before, and she craned her neck to get a better view. The bright red and black sign drew her in. Like glimpsing an oasis in the Sahara, her hopes lifted. Cherry Bottom's Boutique, it read. Grand opening. The light turned green, and before she knew what she was doing, she drove toward the shop and pulled into one of the storefront parking spaces. Balloons flanked the door with a sign boasting her favorite word. The one she couldn't resist. Sale. She bit her lip, debating whether to go inside as her gaze latched onto something she liked. Maybe she'd just browse, she told herself and stepped out of the car. There was no harm in looking, right? Callie took a seat next to Ginny. One perk of having a brother, or in her case, a boyfriend, who was an NBA star, was courtside seats. Ginny's gaze penetrated the side of her face. What's up with you? Huh? Callie blinked like she hadn't heard her. You have that look on your face. Ginny narrowed her eyes. What look? The guilty one. Something I should know about? Callie made a PSH sound and scrunched her face, shaking her head. No. Not at all. She knew she overplayed it when Ginny cast her a lingering look, then made a noncommittal noise in the back of her throat, but thankfully, she turned her attention back to the court. Callie exhaled. Shame nibbled on her conscience. Little did Ginny know she'd come straight there from a little pre-game stress relief where she blew $300. To say Ginny would be angry with her lack of restraint would be an understatement. Ginny was practical and responsible. She didn't understand Callie's need to shop. Maybe no one did. How could she explain how all her worries faded away with a new pair of shoes? Or how a new outfit made her day so much brighter? You could, literally, dry your tears with a new cashmere scarf. Still, her boss had made it explicitly clear that her credit card balances were not to increase. So, what did she do only a week after his warning? She failed, that's what. Dean was giving her a second chance with this fake girlfriend gig, and she was going to blow it by racking up her debt again. Shaking off the thought, she focused her attention on the start of the game. She had plenty of time to think about her shortcomings late. The list was growing by the second, she mused, as she watched Dean saunter onto the court and her gaze drifted to parts of him that made her blush. When he tilted his head to where they sat, the corners of his mouth curved, causing her stomach to somersault right to the floor. The Pumas got off to a rocky start. The Hornets scored almost immediately, then stripped the ball. 5 minutes in, and the Pumas were losing. Callie watched, urging Dean on. In a flash of blue and white, he stole the ball and dribbled in for a layup shot to tie the game. When the crowd roared around her, she felt a swell of pride. A cowbell clanged loudly somewhere behind her, and the Puma's cat-like mascot boogied across the front of the bleachers, doing a wild celebration dance. Callie clapped and hollered as the Hornets took the ball, but the dang Puma was blocking her vision. His giant furry head may as well have been the size of Texas, she could hardly see past it. She craned her neck, scowling and shooing him away before she realized the furry beast was coming closer, beckoning her. The mascot's head bobbled as he halted and pointed at her. Me? She poked a finger at her chest, eyes wide. When the mascot nodded, a rush of heat flooded her cheeks as she waited to see what the carnivore wanted, praying this wasn't some kind of practical joke. But the Puma didn't take her hand. Instead, he pulled a single red rose out from under his blue jersey like Houdini, ta-da, and waved it in the air, then handed it to her with a flourish. The fans around her chattered excitedly, whether over the game or the rose. Callie had no idea, but she frowned down at the rose as her face caught fire. And though she hated being the center of attention, a cursory peek around her told her the only one looking her way was Ginny. Ginny cocked a brow at her with a questioning look. Callie shrugged, then turned back to the action on the court. Boston had the ball, and Dean was toe-to-toe with the guard. He stood, knees bent, guarding his opponent. His arms unfurled, a fortress of muscle, and even from where she sat, Callie could see the blazing blue of his eyes. They stole her breath and did wild things to her pulse as they tracked the ball. Boston took a shot, but Dean jumped, ripping the ball from its trajectory to the net, and rocketed down court. The other team responded, but it wasn't enough to stop him. Dean was a powerhouse as his shot swished in the net. Callie grinned and cupped her hands around her mouth as she hooted along with the crowd. Like magic, the Puma appeared out of nowhere, wielding another rose. Mildly curious, she waited for the large cat to choose its recipient. Then he tossed it straight to her, and it fell into her arms. She fumbled it, knocking off a couple petals in the process before her hand curled around the stem, and she sat back, puzzled. A creeping suspicion prickled her spine. The Puma went straight to her, not once, but twice. Callie turned to Ginny, her brow furrowed. What's going on? But Ginny took one long look at the roses, and her rueful smile spread. Shaking her head, she glanced back out at the court, where Callie followed the line of her gaze. Dean caught her eye and winked. I think that's what it's like to be the girlfriend of an NBA star. Callie swallowed. Could these roses be from him? Her heart beat erratically in her chest as she watched the play start. Dean blocked the ball and bumped another player with his hip, then warded off a pass, and her eyes studied his every movement, far closer than any friend should. She noticed the flicker of muscle in his arms as he worked the court, the way his thick, dark hair curled above his ears from the sweat glistening at his temples. His jersey strained against his chest as he blocked a shot, and she noticed the manly scruff over his angular jaw, the curve of his mouth. She saw far too much. A tingling sensation zipped through her limbs, and her insides turned to molten lava. She had no idea how much time had passed. All she knew was that this growing feeling inside, the one she couldn't contain, meant trouble. An opposing player checked Dean as he ran for a layup, and Dean flew to the ground. Callie gasped, but he got up, seemingly unaffected, before sneering and taking his position at the free throw line. Puma's fans fell silent as Dean readied his shot. On the opposite side of the court, the Hornet fans taunted him, but Dean was focused. His forehead creased as he glanced up at the hoop. The referee passed him the ball. He wiped the bottom of his shoes with his hands, then slowly dribbled, his expression placid as he lifted his arms and let it fly. Callie held her breath, and the ball swooshed through the net. Shaking his hands out, Dean accepted the ball from the ref and took his second shot. Fans erupted around her when he scored his second point. Callie jumped to her feet, cheering alongside them as adrenaline pumped through her veins. That was her Dean. She plopped back down just as the puma danced toward her with 2 more roses, no longer surprised when he handed them to her. And this time, the mascot bowed and blew her a kiss with a giant furry paw. Dean made 4 baskets. And she had 4 roses. She sat there, slightly dazed, with a wrenching in her chest she couldn't explain. Swallowing, she lifted her gaze. Dean blocked a pass, working the court. He was confident as ever, hyper-focused. And she couldn't help but wonder if he put that kind of effort and attention into all areas of his life, including women. A ball of fire ignited in her belly at the thought. She held her breath as he passed the ball and ran around the key. His biceps flexed, the muscles coiled, waiting for action. Each subtle shift of his body showed his strength and a side of him Callie had never allowed herself to notice. Get a hold of yourself. She shook her head to clear her vision and escape the trajectory of her thoughts. This was Dean, Ginny's brother, for goodness sake, her friend. She must be hallucinating. It was the only explanation. Maybe she was dehydrated. Or sick. She placed the back of her hand on her forehead, feeling her flushed skin. Was it hot in here? Reaching down, she pinched her blouse at the neck and pulled it away from her chest, fanning herself. Are you okay? Ginny asked. Callie's head snapped to attention. Huh? Yeah. Sure. Everything's fine. Totally fine, she said. I'm not imagining your brother naked. Not at all. Ginny shot her a questioning look before turning back to the game. Dean palmed the ball and dribbled, pointing and signaling to his teammates. Pivoting, he swung left, but there was nowhere to pass and his defender was practically on top of him. He popped his hip and pushed right, only to fake the hornet out and reverse to shoot. It hit the rim and after an excruciating second, sunk into the net. Without stopping, he returned 2 high fives from his teammates and headed to the other end of the court as the Hornets took the ball. Callie held her breath, watching the furry mascot. Sure enough, the puma appeared with a rose clutched in one giant paw. He riled the crowd, pumping his fuzzy, golden arms in the air, swinging the rose like a conductor's baton before he paused and passed it to her. When the floral scent from her mini bouquet drifted to her nose, she squeezed her eyes shut and breathed it in. She pressed one hand to her stomach as laughter bubbled from her chest. Like it or not, she was totally swept away, and in that moment, she no longer cared. She blinked, her eyes open. No doubt she looked like the heart eyes emoji, but she couldn't help the rising tide inside her any more than she could stop the fluttering of her pulse when Dean's gaze met hers from his position on the court. He nodded to her, grinned firmly in place, making her head spin. Settling in to watch the rest of the game, she ignored the way Ginny's gaze burned in her peripheral. She was supposed to be Dean's girlfriend, so that was exactly who'd she be. She'd let go and worry about the consequences later.
Chapter 9. Dean. Normally the crowd, the screaming, everything but the sound of the ball hitting the gymnasium floor was background noise. As a player, it was imperative he not get distracted. On the court, he was total focus. The only thing that mattered was the ball and the hoop. But tonight was different. Tonight, Dean couldn't help but listen to the noise. The fans screamed, more enthusiastic than ever, for every basket he scored. His focus on planting as many balls as he could in the hoop had never been more intense. He had the local florist on standby, and every time he scored, Callie got a rose. And every time Dean glanced over to see her smile, a little piece of her needled further into his heart. Adrenaline shot through his limbs, setting him on fire as he zipped across the court. He stripped the ball, and without hesitation, he planted his feet at the three-point line. Just as the ball left his fingertips, a blow to his side caused him to lose his balance, and the ball fell short of the net. The referee blew his whistle and made an L shape with his arms, then he gestured the pushing signal and grabbed the ball. Dean grinned, knowing he'd get 3 shots at the foul line. 3 baskets. 3 roses. Piece of cake. Only a few minutes left in the game, so he had to make this count. He set up a couple feet off the free throw line and drew in a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. After he wiped his hands on the bottom of his sneakers, he accepted the ball from the referee and rolled his head from side to side, trying to loosen the tight muscles. His fingertips gripped the ball as he spun it once in his hands, bounced it 3 times, and readied the shot. Ignoring the jeers and screams from the Hornets fans, he rose onto his toes. The ball bounced off the rim, once, twice, before finally rolling into the net. Huffing out a loud breath, he urged himself to relax. Ready, he gripped the ball again and exhaled as he sunk the next one. In the distance, someone screamed. "That's 2 roses. Get her 1 more." Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Callie standing on top of the bleachers next to the Pumas mascot. They locked their hands in the air while they wiggled their hips, dancing as the Panther gripped 2 roses in his right paw. And his heart squeezed at the sight. Never before had he wanted to leave a game like he did in that moment. He wanted to strut over to where Callie danced, her cornsilk hair swishing in her face and down her back, and press his mouth to hers. "Yo!" someone yelled. Startled, Dean whipped his attention back to the referee, who passed him the ball with a warning glare. He inhaled and bounced the ball. Around him, a low rumble moved through the crowd until it became a chant. "Free! Free! Free! Free!" Tension fisted at the base of his spine, tightening all the muscles in his back. A bead of sweat rolled down the side of his face as he stared at the hoop. With a flick of the wrist, he let the ball fly. It sailed into the air, hit the backboard, and bounced into the net. Dean pumped a fist out in front of him as the crowd went wild, and he headed down court. Before he knew it, the buzzer sounded the end of the game. Nodding his head to Emmett, "How many?" He shook his head. Dean knew he thought he was crazy. 33. Nodding, Dean made his way around his teammates and toward the stands because he couldn't stand it any longer. He needed to see her, to touch her. He closed the distance between Callie and himself. Grabbing a rose from the bench, he beckoned her down from her seat to the side of the court, amidst a flurry of cheers. Her cheeks flushed a bright pink, her eyes alight as she smiled. A hush fell over the crowd as she came to a stop in front of him. Anticipation hovered in the air, blanketing him like a wool coat as his heart leapt into his throat. Aware of the thousands of eyes on them, his gaze flickered over her face. She was beautiful. Her bright blue eyes sparkled like aquamarine, stealing his breath. Cradling the roses in her arms, she grinned up at him, and her lavender scent mixed with the floral notes from the bouquet in a heady combination. Dean reached out, giving her the final rose of the night, making a total of 34, and the fans screamed. She accepted it, peering up at him from under hooded eyes, and if he didn't know any better, something in the way she looked at him had changed. Or maybe he just wished it had. Either way, he was taking advantage. He steadied his hand as he tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, praying she couldn't sense his nerves. Ever so slowly, he slid his fingers over her cheek, then cupped her face in his hands. His gaze fell to her mouth. He'd wanted to kiss her for as long as he could remember. Shutting his eyes, he dipped his head and closed the gap.
Callie. He was going to kiss her. Callie felt the warmth of his breath cascade over her mouth as he leaned toward her. Her heart pummeled her chest as her breathing hitched. The push and pull inside of her was like a game of tug-of-war. Her heart wanted to draw him in while her head yelled at her to push him back. Blinking, she scrambled to decide when her gaze caught on something off on the sidelines. A camera crew. And Maya. A smug smile twisted Maya's perfect little mouth. Decision made. Narrowing her eyes at Maya, Callie reached up and grabbed the back of Dean's head and pressed her mouth to his. But not before Dean's gaze flickered to Maya, and he stiffened. Lips over his, he was frozen. Until he wasn't, and whatever had him hesitating suddenly vanished as he closed his eyes and snapped into action. He took control, brushing his lips over hers in the sweetest of kisses as his hands tangled in the back of her hair. His mouth was a tease, a promise. And she wanted more. So, when he pulled away, it was far too soon. Breathless, she blinked up at him, trying to reconcile the Dean she knew with this one, the one who could kiss her heart into submission. Remembering Maya, Callie peered to her right and took in her answering scowl. Maya's hands fisted at her side as she shot daggers at Callie with her eyes. If she was a cartoon character, steam would shoot from her ears. Callie grinned and arched a brow, knowing she was starting a war she couldn't finish. But she couldn't seem to help herself. Her eyes screamed, "Back off, he's mine." Chapter 10. Callie. Typically, nothing killed a Saturday morning like waking up only to discover you're out of coffee. But this morning was different. Instead of grumbling her way to buzz for her morning fix, Callie floated on a bed of clouds. Her thoughts drifted to Dean. She imagined him rumpled in his sheets, waking for the day with that glorious shock of dark, tangled hair. He probably has the best bedhead. The thought made her grin. She was like a cartoon caricature of herself. When the barista called her name and she stepped forward to claim her coffee, she half expected dancing red hearts to appear above her head. Snatching her coffee off the counter, along with a latte for Ginny, because she was feeling generous, she made for the exit, her thoughts still focused on Dean. Last night after their kiss, the press had ushered him away immediately, which was just as well because she was at a loss for words. Quite frankly, she had no idea what she would have said if given the opportunity. She probably would have muttered incoherently before smashing his face back to hers. Best to cool off. Still, that didn't stop him from texting her once he got in to say goodnight and apologize for having to leave so abruptly. Apparently, they kept him there for quite a while. Everyone wanted a piece of the swoon-worthy basketball star, including her. He'd make it up to her, he promised, which is why he was supposed to come over to their place later tonight. Callie sighed. She could deny it all she wanted, but she was in trouble. The thought alone was ludicrous. She couldn't actually have a thing for Dean. Right? He was Ginny's brother. She had memories of him when he was 9, swinging from vines in the Kimball's backyard, dressed in nothing but a loincloth, pretending to be Tarzan. And now she wanted to be his Jane? This was not some jungle fairy tale. Dean would not pound his bare chest, no matter how good it looked, grunt, and make her fall in love with him. Them together was all wrong, it was something she had never imagined. So why did it feel so right? She shook her head and opened the door, her thoughts consumed by a certain dark-haired, blue-eyed boy, when she bumped into someone, nearly spilling the coffees. She jumped back with a yelp. "I'm sore." The words died on her lips as she took in the woman before her. Maya's pouty lips curled in a half-smile, half-snarl. Her complexion glowed, framed by her perfectly styled black coif. The scent of roses surrounded them, and Callie wondered if she bathed in them. She was like a raven-haired Tinkerbell, and by the way she was looking at Callie, she wanted to sprinkle her with pixie dust and, poof, make Callie disappear to Neverland. Callie hated her. Hi. Callie gave her a weak smile and bit her lip, then tried to slip past. But apparently, Maya wasn't letting her get away so easily. She gripped Callie's arm, flashing her a wintry smile. "Callie, I'm glad we ran into each other." I was hoping to get a second to talk to you. Oh. Callie said, like it was no big deal. Really, she'd rather do just about anything else. Lobotomy, anyone? Yeah. Maya let the door shut behind her, trapping them both in the store. Callie wondered if she could make a break for it, a mad dash to her car when Maya stepped closer. You see, I know the truth. I know everything. An icy fist squeezed Callie's chest. Her thoughts scrambled to understand what Maya was getting at. All she could think about was how Maya must know that she and Dean were faking. Which meant Callie let him down. Somehow this was her fault. She wasn't convincing enough, charming enough, sexy enough. Maya saw through their act and knew this whole charade was a ruse to make her jealous. Crap. Callie opened her mouth, having no idea what to say. Denial seemed like the best option. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a journalist, Callie. Do you think I don't do my research? I'm nothing if not thorough. Especially when it's something that interests me. And you and Dean definitely interest me. Callie raised a brow. Even if their secret was out, maybe Maya was jealous after all. Don't you have a boyfriend? Maya's eyes widened in surprise. I do, but I care about Dean. He's a good guy. What's your point? I know about your massive amount of debt. Maya's gaze flickered up and down Callie's body, sizing her up. I know you're in trouble at your job because of it. I also happen to know you've been delinquent on your bills for the last few months. You're drowning, and this whole thing with Dean is just a convenient way for you to rise to the surface. Callie swallowed, at a loss for words. One moment, she was walking in the clouds, floating on air, and the next, she was in a plane hurtling toward Earth. Any moment now, she'd be strewn on the ground in a pile of wreckage. They'd have to pick her limbs from the debris. I know your parents died in high school. I know you're probably using that, too. You want Dean to feel sorry for you. I'm about 99% sure all you want him for is his money, and I promise you this, Maya said, poking a finger at Callie's chest. If you're using him, if you hurt him, I'm coming after you. A spurt of laughter rose in Callie's chest, gurgling out and surprising both of them. She covered her mouth for a moment, unsure of where it even came from. But really, the whole thing was too funny. Maya thought she was using Dean, when really, it was the other way around. He was using her, willingly, of course, to make the girl in front of her jealous. From this vantage point, it looked like it was working. She should probably be angry, furious at Maya's accusations, but all she felt was acute relief. Maya didn't know the whole truth. Callie hadn't ruined everything for Dean. All Maya had were assumptions. Is that funny? Maya asked. Kind of. You think you know me, Maya, but you don't. And I don't think you know Dean either, because if you think he would be dumb enough to fall for someone like that in the first place, then you have no clue who he really is. He and I have a history. We go way back. I don't have to use my parents' death to get his attention because he was there with me through it all. And he knows about my financial problems, too. I have nothing to hide. Callie's heart skipped a beat, despite her outward bravado. Callie placed the second coffee in the crook of her arm, freeing up her hand, and reached forward to pat Maya's back. Why don't you leave the real reporting to the professionals and just stick to sports, huh? Then, with a wink, she turned and headed to her car. The moment Callie stepped back inside her apartment, her gaze landed on the enormous vase of red roses. She smiled, remembering last night's game, remembering their kiss. Ginny, coffee, she yelled as she sauntered into the kitchen and rummaged in the cupboard for her favorite granola. When she found it, she pulled the package out and ate straight from the bag instead of grabbing a bowl. She stared at the roses as she munched, a niggling feeling of doubt whittling its way into her thoughts. She refused to let Maya get to her, but now that she was home, all her fortitude left her, and she was faced with the truth. Dean was faking it. It was all for show. Those roses were merely a part of the performance. In the end, this was all for someone else. The romance and the man were not hers to keep. Her stomach did a slow roll. The thought nearly made her puke. She set the granola aside, no longer hungry. At the same moment, Ginny stepped into the kitchen in an oversized t-shirt and flannel pants, zombie walking toward her waiting coffee. Callie waited until she took the first sip. Ginny was far from a morning person, and Callie had learned over the years not to so much as greet her until she had her first taste of caffeine. "Late night?" Callie asked. Ginny murmured something non-committal as she sipped her coffee. "One word." "SCS," she rasped. "Technically, that's not even a word." "It's an acronym," Callie pointed out. Ginny shot her a death glare over the rim of her cup. Callie hid her smirk and held her hands up in surrender. Ginny had been studying for her exam to become a sports-certified specialist for months, and Callie couldn't wait until it was over. Her mercurial moods were getting harder and harder to navigate the closer it got. Callie stifled a grin as Ginny sighed and clutched her cup like a life preserver. Her dark hair was tangled in a giant mass on her head, and it looked like a chicken went to roost in it. "Did you hang out with Todd last night?" Callie asked. "Yeah. I studied for a couple hours over pizza while he worked. We hung out on his break." Even though the thought of Todd, with his pizza smoke and bière eau de toilette clinging to his man bun, grossed her out, Callie couldn't help the pang of jealousy. "Well, at least one of us has a real boyfriend." Ginny's gaze searched her face. "You could too." Callie snickered, unsure of why she felt so sullen suddenly. This thing with Dean was putting her through a roller coaster of emotions. And she hated roller coasters, ever since Ginny forced her to ride the Tetradactyl in 6th grade. They made her puke. She busied herself by picking the paper sleeve off her cup as her thoughts took on a dangerous edge. She had never been in a rush before to find love. Maybe because she knew firsthand how difficult it was when something stripped the ones you loved most from your life. But, suddenly, she wanted it with a yearning she hadn't thought possible. She didn't want just anyone, though. She wanted Dean, and that revelation was far too confusing. But Ginny was no fool. You couldn't know someone their entire life without picking up on how they felt. Her dark eyes made quick work of Callie's expression. "Last night got to you, didn't it?" Callie scrunched her nose. "What?" "No. PSH. I just. It's okay, Callie." Ginny offered her a smile. "To want my brother. I mean, the idea of him with girls makes me vomit in my mouth a little, but I get it." Callie snorted, outwardly nonchalant, but inside, her organs turned to mush. "What? You're joking." "Am I?" Ginny arched a brow. "He's good-looking and loves his family. He's talented, successful, kind. And in love with someone else." All the reasons they would never work, could never work, sprinted through Callie's head, a race to the finish where she'd inevitably faceplant. "Set aside the fact that we're talking about your brother here," Callie said, trying to evade her feelings. "I'm not girlfriend material. My life is a mess. I'm broke. More than broke. I'm flailing in a pit of debt collectors, trying to bring me down. He's having to pay me to go to a gala with him and impress another girl, just so I can keep my head above water. Do you like him?" "What?" Callie fiddled with her cup, needing a distraction. What kind of paper cups is Buzz using these days?" "Oh, 100% recycled." "How environmentally conscious of them?" "Callie?" Ginny narrowed her eyes, still waiting for her response. "I don't know." A whoosh of air left her lungs with the admission, and her stomach tangled in knots. To say she was confused about her conflicting feelings toward Dean would be the understatement of a lifetime. When they were together, it felt real. Everything around them had a way of fading to black, and it was just him, front and center. But it was all fake, and if she looked at her life objectively, why would anyone, let alone someone like Dean, who had everything going for him, want someone like her? She had more baggage than all the Kardashians combined, only hers wasn't Louis Vuitton and she wasn't going to St. Thomas for the billionth time. Her luggage was 10 years old, bought at a flea market for $5, and she had a one-way ticket to Bankruptcy Island. They had just begun their fake girlfriend ruse, and already she was screwing it up by getting all weird about it. She needed to take a step back. Refocus. She needed to worry about her debt, work on getting the promotion in a few months, and get through these next few weeks before the gala. Anyway, it doesn't matter, Callie said. Dean wants Maya, and I'm going to help him win her back. This thing between us is just for show. Soon enough, it'll be over, and I can focus on getting my life straight. Anything else was wrong. Callie had been swept away with it all, but it was a mistake. Somewhere in between the 10th rows and dancing with the furry puma in the bleachers, Callie had gotten things mixed up. But her run-in with Maya, her conversation with Ginny, and the caffeine had set her straight. She was his friend. And this was a business transaction. Nothing more. I see where this is headed, and I don't want to see him get hurt. Ginny frowned, and Callie wanted to smack her. Him? She was worried about him. How would he get hurt in all this? He was the one in control. She was simply the passenger along for the ride, getting whiplash at every turn. In order for her to hurt him, he'd have to care first. Callie wanted to say these things, yell them. She wanted to ask her how exactly she saw this ending in Dean's heartbreak, but she didn't. She chickened out because her own heart ached, and all she wanted was for this conversation to be over. She wanted to go back to the way things were, before she discovered Dean's washboard abs, blazing blue eyes, and arrogant charm. Before he did torturous things to her insides. If she had a time machine, she'd go right back to the day in her bedroom when he asked her to be his fake girlfriend, and she'd tell him no. She'd risk losing the promotion. She'd risk it all because anything was better than this feeling inside. The one that warned her she was going to get hurt and there wasn't a dang thing she could do about it. Chapter 11. Callie. She couldn't put it off any longer. Callie glanced to the clock above her desk. She needed to be ready to go on a date with Dean in a little over an hour, but there she was, still at work. Callie shut her computer down, grabbed her coat off her chair, and exited her small cubicle at GG Financial. She had successfully avoided Dean over the weekend, feigning a stomach bug, then a week had gone by with Dean traveling to away games. It was Friday again, and the Pumas had the weekend off, which meant she could no longer avoid him. He called last night to let her know the good news. He'd scored the endorsement deal. He was the new face of Flex gyms around the country, and tonight, they were throwing an impromptu party to celebrate. As his girlfriend, she was expected to attend. Apparently, this fake girlfriend gig was working out quite well for him. Endorsement, check. Jealous ex-girlfriend, check. Gala date, check. Everything was just fan-freaking-tastic for Dean. Meanwhile, Callie was over here in the corner, forgotten and drowning in a pool of self-doubt. Callie made her way past the other cubicles, most of which were empty as it was 6 o'clock and everyone usually tried to beat rush hour. Living in the city had its advantages. The office was only a couple blocks from her apartment, and she would be home in no time. Yay! She frowned as she passed Mr. Busek's office. She'd better do a 360 on her attitude before Dean picked her up. She had no idea if Maya would be at this party, but there was no point in giving her more fodder for her suspicions. Callie? Mr. Busek's voice called out to her. Have a second? Sure, anything to stall. She paused and peered into his office. What's up? I was wondering if you've made any headway with your finances? Anything but that. Yeah. Definitely, she said, her voice an octave too high. She cleared her throat and tried again, projecting confidence this time. I found another job of sorts, and I think I'll have a good portion of it paid off by the time the promotion is up. He tapped a pen on his desk. Good, I'm glad to hear it. Any success in changing behaviors? Callie's eyes widened. Say, what? Yeah, I've been really buckling down. It wasn't a complete lie. The last time she splurged was. Oh, who was she kidding? She went shopping before the basketball game last Friday. She smiled through her nerves, hoping Mr. Busek didn't notice. I saw the press coverage for the Pumas game the other night, Mr. Busek started. Callie's radar went up. Why did this feel like a bad thing? I didn't know you were dating Dean Kimball, he added. Oh, yeah, Callie chuckled, a humorless sound. It's kind of a recent development. But I've known him since we were kids. He stared at her, his gray eyes burning a hole through her facade. Just, be sure you can prove you've taken steps to change your spending habits and get back on track. I'd hate to see you not get this promotion. You've worked hard. Just keep the purse strings tightened. The muscle above her eye twitched as she nodded. Was that some kind of hint? Did he sense Dean was somehow bailing her out? Call her a coward, but she didn't want clarification. Besides, she was already running late. She needed to get home, shower, and change for her date. After saying goodbye, she practically sprinted back to her apartment. By the time she got there, her stomach had twisted into a pretzel. Her arrangement with Dean was supposed to make everything easier, but somehow everything was just getting harder. Mr. Busek probably thought she was using Dean, just like Maya did. Pushing her thoughts aside, she threw herself into getting ready, taking extra care, telling herself the cream sweater dress and knee-high suede boots she wore were just another way to make Maya jealous. They definitely were not for Dean. She paid careful attention to her hair, perfecting the soft barrel waves, and wore cherry red lipstick because it made her feel pretty. She had no one to impress. By the time Dean let himself into her apartment, Callie's stomach was threatening to revolt. The sound of his voice trickled from the living room to her ears, and suddenly, she was no longer the Spitfire from their interview, determined to have an effect on him. Nor was she the wide-eyed girl with hearts for eyes from the game last Friday. Instead, she was some weird robotic version of herself, intent on spending all her energy doing one thing, staying numb. But the moment she joined him, her gaze slid over Dean in his dress slacks and the button-down he so casually wore open at the neck, and her heart burned a hole right through her chest. She swallowed as he smiled and came closer. Dipping his head, he brushed his lips against her hairline, a soft gesture that spoke of a platonic relationship. A gesture that should not shoot sparks across her skin and a shiver down her spine. But it did. You look beautiful, he whispered in her ear. She leaned into him like a purring cat, craving attention, begging for rubs. She had zero self-restraint. And she hated herself for it.
Dean. Something happened between Friday's game and today. Dean didn't know what it was, but he was determined to figure it out. There was no way he would let Callie shut him out. Not when things were just starting to get good. He hated that he had to spend the past week in New York, away from her. It couldn't have come at a worse time, just when he was making progress with Callie. Dean had waited far too many years for that first kiss. Every second of the wait had been worth it. Her lips were softer than he had ever imagined. She fit perfectly in his arms, tasted better than any of his dreams, and it made him crave her all the more. There was no way he'd back down now. They sat in silence on the ride to the reception hall for his endorsement party, where he'd have to rub elbows with the owner of Flex Gyms as well as other elites in the city, when all he wanted was to have the driver turn around and go back to his place. He wanted Callie somewhere private, where they could hash everything out. Instead, he sat next to her, stealing covert glances out of the corner of his eye as he remembered the last time she went to a party with him. Callie was a sophomore in high school, and he was a senior. Every year, Tommy Calloway hosted a big bash when his parents went out of town on their annual couples cruise, and that year Ginny and Callie insisted on attending. Dean hadn't liked the prospect of them being there. The parties tended to get wild and involved a lot of booze, but they had insisted, and he knew if he didn't take them, they'd just go anyway. Better to go along, so he could keep an eye on things. But the moment they arrived, Tommy whisked Callie away. Turned out he had a thing for her. "Welcome to the club, buddy." For the rest of the night, Dean sulked in a corner, pretending to drink his beer and listing the many ways he could choke Tommy out, in which there was a recurring theme of lamp cords. At some point during his sulking, a wide-eyed Callie found him. Much to his relief, she ditched Tommy and asked him to save her from Mr. Grabby Paws. Dean had a few things he wanted to do to Tommy's paws, but he wasn't about to leave her to do it, so they stayed put, waiting for Ginny to come and find them so they could all leave. They spent the next 30 minutes together in the corner. Finally, he mustered his courage and leaned into her, inhaling her scent like a man dying of thirst. He closed the gap, seconds away from living out all his teenage lip-lock fantasies with his sister's best friend when a tipsy Ginny bumped into them, yelling she was ready to go. A lot had changed in the 7 years since that party. Dean was no longer a boy. He was no longer the gangly kid so afraid to speak his feelings, afraid he wasn't enough. He was Dean Kimball, NBA All-Star and part of the Pumas. And he was exactly what Callie needed. He was the man of her dreams. She just didn't know it yet. Or maybe she did, and that was the problem. Reaching across the expansive back seat of the town car, Dean hated the distance between them, so he clasped her hand in his, intertwining their fingers. When she turned, and her blue gaze met his, he asked, "So, you want to tell me why you've been avoiding me?" "I haven't." She licked her lips, her tell that she was lying. "Last weekend you told me you were sick. Then, when I got home from New York last night, you told me you couldn't go to dinner because you had to shampoo your hair." Despite wanting to rush over to her apartment and force her to face him, he'd kept his distance. "I did a new conditioning treatment. It took all night, and it was goopy." The corners of Dean's lips curled as he stifled a laugh. "Goopy?" Callie huffed. She was so cute when she was flustered. He shifted slightly closer, and her thigh brushed his leg, trailing fire where they touched. "You want to talk about it?" "I told you. There's nothing to talk about." He traced circles on her hand and asked, "Did you have fun at the game last Friday?" It was a question he didn't need to ask. He knew she did. He saw it for himself, she wasn't that good of an actress. Callie shrugged and a flare of anger blazed up Dean's spine. He wanted to tear away her mask of indifference. Get under her skin. He wanted fire, not ice. Leaning forward, he met her gaze, allowing all that blue to burn in his veins. "You know what I think," he murmured, his voice husky. "What?" "I think you're scared." "Haha. Funny." "Yeah, I'm terrified." She rolled her eyes and licked her lips. At this rate, they'd need to stop somewhere for lip balm. Dean cocked his head in the silence, allowing her emotions to fester. Callie was nothing if not transparent. She moved her hand out from under his and fiddled with her clutch, opening it as if suddenly in search of something. "And what do you think I'm scared of, exactly?" she said in a tight voice. "Us." Dean reached out, placing a hand over the one digging inside her clutch, and she froze. For a moment, the only movement was the soft rise and fall of her chest and the subtle whoosh of breath, before she turned to him. What he saw in her eyes confirmed his suspicions, making his heart lurch. "I think you're scared that we make sense, that we might actually have something." A sound escaped her lips, somewhere between a laugh and a cry. "That's crazy," she said, but there was no conviction in it. "Is it?" She said nothing. Instead, she stared out the window as if suddenly interested in the passing scenery. Reaching up to her face, Dean trailed a thumb over her lower lip. They were painted a cherry red, and he wanted nothing more than to kiss her until the color faded into him, but he'd wait. Last time, they'd kissed in front of a crowd. Next time, he wanted them to be alone and for it to be purely out of desire, not as part of an act. Is it crazy though? He rasped, watching every flicker of emotion in her eyes as he trailed his fingers over the curve of her cheek, her jaw, and down her neck to her collarbone. She shivered, closing her eyes, letting him know he was not the only one affected. Where his skin burned fire, so did hers. "Open your eyes," he whispered. She blinked her eyes open, and he leaned his forehead against hers. Too much, too soon, he told himself. If he told her how he felt now, she'd run. She wasn't ready for the truth. Mustering all his restraint, he smiled playfully at her. "If you were falling for me, it'd be understandable," he said. "I'm irresistible. Remember?" He winked, and she responded with a punch to the arm. "You jerk." She rolled her eyes, and in the following silence, he felt her relief. He caught her hand and brought it up to his mouth, brushing a soft kiss over her palm as his heart raced. Soon enough, he told himself. He'd been patient this long, he'd last another few weeks. Chapter 12. Dean. Want to watch a movie? Dean flopped back on Callie's couch, grateful his sister had left after dinner. Sure, Callie called from the kitchen before she appeared in the living room. Hesitating, her gaze darted from the couch to the armchair before she sat next to him on the sofa. Dean sighed and brought his arm around her, then tucked her into his side. It was the closest they'd been since the endorsement party, when he'd gone with his intuition and pumped the brakes. He hadn't wanted to scare her off by moving too fast, but he hadn't intended to slow things to a glacial pace either. But traveling, this time to California, for a string of games, had a way of dousing the flames. The last 2 weeks had been a blur of basketball, flights, and flex gym photo shoots. On the rare evening he was back in Pittsburgh, he walked Callie home from work. Those days, the ones where he was lucky enough to be in town, he personally delivered Callie to her doorstep, and each time, he wanted to come inside so badly it hurt. However, she rarely invited him in, only when she knew Ginny would be home. Other than that, they rarely saw each other. When they did, he'd been especially hands-off. He hadn't tried to kiss her since their first, which was pure torture. Waterboarding had nothing on the absence of Callie's lips. Not to mention, the gala was only a couple weeks away. If she didn't give him some flicker of interest, a sign she was ready for more, they'd probably find his mummified corpse drying up in his apartment. Alone. Callie scrolled through Netflix and settled on a chick flick, which was fine. Dean didn't care what corny movie she chose. He wouldn't be watching it anyway. One of his tried-and-true traditions, since they were kids, was to pretend to watch TV while covertly studying her. Why should things change now? "So, you remember that press event I had the other day where I autographed Flex t-shirts?" he asked. "The one I couldn't make it to because of work." He nodded, and she barely glanced away from the screen. Currently, some schmuck was pining away for the female lead while she hadn't a care in the world. Sound familiar? "That's the one," he said, even though she wasn't looking at him. "So, something happened when I was leaving." He focused back on the television, eyeing her from his peripheral as she murmured, acknowledging what he said. Her hair was pulled into a messy knot on the top of her head, save for one stray lock that had pulled loose. And when he brushed it back from her face, she shivered. Smiling, he wondered if she were nervous. The thought gave him a thrill. He turned toward her, watching her expression closely as he said, "I saw Maya on the way out." Callie stilled. Slowly, she slid her gaze to his. "Oh." He nodded, and something flickered in her eyes. When he glanced to her hands, she clenched them in her lap. His stomach twisted with hope as he said, "She asked me to dinner." To dinner, she choked out. Like a date? Does that bother you? Date or business, he had no idea. He hadn't stayed to find out, but it hardly mattered at the moment. Callie's reaction was telling. No, she said, through gritted teeth. Why would that bother me? I mean, it's not like we're actually dating, right? And though she turned back to the movie, he could see her silently seething. The muscle in her jaw flickered, and her crossed arms tightened over her chest before her head snapped back to him. On second thought, the nerve of that girl. Seriously. She thinks we're dating, and she just goes and asks you out. That's totally against girl code. Don't you have to be friends first for it to be against girl code? No. You don't. Guys are dogs, and us girls need to stick together, she snapped. Which means she's in clear violation. Hey, now. Don't lump me in the men are dogs category. Why not? You said yes, didn't you? Isn't that what you're trying to tell me? That this little pet project with us can be over because you've all but got her back in your slimy grasp. Dean chuckled. Slimy grasp. Callie sliced him with a sharp look, and Dean couldn't help but smile. It's cute when you're jealous. Jealous? She shoved at him, eliciting a chuckle. I am not jealous, she insisted. If looks could kill, Dean would be dead as a doorknob. Well, what would you call it, then? Pure annoyance, she said. Gosh, you can be super infuriating sometimes, you know that? She whacked him in the arm, but before she could pull away, he caught her wrist. His laughter faded, and the air around them snapped with tension as he met her gaze. I told her I had to think about it. Wrong answer. A glint of anger flashed in Callie's eyes, turning them to steel. She leapt up, wrenching her arm from his grasp and turning to him. What's there to think about? She held her arms out. That's the whole point, right? Isn't all this to win Maya back? So, what are you waiting for? Her voice trembled, losing steam halfway through the questions, and her shoulders slumped in defeat. For the last 2 weeks, Dean had been waiting for a definitive sign, one to prove she really was into him and he wasn't just imagining it. A sign to prove she was ready to admit her feelings, not only to herself, but to him as well. Dean's stomach did a 360. This might be that moment. The gala had always been his endgame. Take her there, be her Prince Charming, and finally tell her the truth about how he felt about her. But he didn't care about the game anymore. All he cared about was this moment. Right here. Right now. And he didn't want to wait a second longer. Callie, look at me. He reached out and grasped her hand until she turned her gaze back to his. Do you want me to go on that date? She said nothing, and it was as though they were suspended in space, staring at each other in the silence, willing the other to cave first. Do you want me to turn her down? He asked again, because he wanted to hear her say it. She opened her mouth, then snapped it shut. In the silence, her eyes blazed, and tension coiled between them like a tight wire. With a gentle tug of her arm, he tipped her off balance and pulled her down onto his lap. Only inches apart, the warmth of her skin burned into him, and he could smell the scent of her strawberry lip balm. It was so pungent, he could nearly taste it. I want to hear you say it, he growled. What? Her voice shook on the question. You know what? Just say the word, and I'll call her right now. This thing with you and me is far from over. If you give me a reason to turn her down, I will. Swallowing, she stared deeper into his eyes. Call her, she whispered. His heart jumped into his throat, and he clenched his jaw, almost afraid to believe his ears. Why? I don't want you to go. Holding her gaze, Dean slipped his phone from his pocket and dialed Maya's number, Callie's gaze earnest as she watched. When Maya answered, he kept it short. It's Dean. About dinner, I'm afraid I have to pass. And I think it's best if any and all contact from here and out to be on a strictly professional level." Without waiting for a response, he hung up and threw his phone down on the couch before cupping Callie's face in his hands and finally closing the distance. He brushed his lips lightly over hers. Every nerve ending in his body sparked with the contact. Time stilled as he angled his head, parting her lips with his own, and she responded in kind. Clinging to his arms, Callie's body went pliant and soft against his own. So he kissed her deeper, until her breath caught in her throat and she gripped the front of his shirt like a lifeline, pulling him in. The kiss was a promise, a dream come true. Worth all the nights of restless sleep. Every wish he had ever made. Every desire. Callie was everything.
Callie. Her brain was dead. She was fully aware she may not come out of this alive. And she was okay with that. Death seemed a fair trade where Dean's lips were concerned. Her lips parted for his while her hands cemented against the hard planes of his chest, and, oh my. His mouth moved over hers in a heart-pounding rhythm. It would be a miracle if she came out of this unscathed. He was so sure of himself. Completely in control. The kiss at the basketball game was full of sparks and unspoken secrets, but this. Who the heck knew Dean Kimball could kiss like this? A ball of fire ignited in her gut. The fear she might spontaneously combust became very real. But the idea of pulling away was unthinkable. Her thoughts flickered to Maya, but she pushed them away. Maya had no place in this space, with her and Dean. He'd broken it off. He'd turned her down, and Callie hardly had enough brain cells left to move, let alone decipher everything that meant. Her brain gasped for air, for a moment to think. This is Dean, it tried to scream. But her libido drowned it out with a quick shut up and a breathy sigh as he gently nipped her lower lip. His mouth was like magic and tasted of oranges. It should come with a warning label. Danger. Killer lips ahead. Get out now while you can. Although it'd be too late. By the time anyone saw it, he'd already have incapacitated them with his magic mouth. As he pressed her closer, she had a fleeting thought she should stop this. She should pull away from him and get the answers she needed, have him spell out exactly what this all meant. But she couldn't. He angled his head, grabbing her hair in his fist and brushing his tongue against hers while her limbs turned to liquid. She tried to anchor herself on his biceps, but it was no use. The swell of his muscle only made her pulse race faster. He trembled when she raked her hands up his chest, which stirred something inside her even as she gaped for air. Ping. 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 Her heart thumped in her chest like a heavy bass drum. Mortified at the prospect he could hear it, she kissed him harder. But it continued, growing louder. Until she realized it wasn't her heart at all. It sounded all wrong. Dean leaned away from her with a final brush of his lips and grinned. Do you need to get that? Huh? She blinked up at him. Oh, the sound. She heard it again, this time finally able to process it without Dean's mouth pressed to hers. The intensity of the kiss they just shared should embarrass her. They just about clawed each other apart. But she was too distracted, her thoughts a tangled mass in her head. Reaching to the coffee table, she snatched her phone up, ready to silence it. Whoever it was could wait, but a quick glance at the screen stopped her cold. Her eyes widened, and everything inside of her withered as the blood drained from her face. Callie, who is it? Her eyes flickered to Dean's face. She could hear the concern in his voice. Pittsburgh police, she said, feeling slightly numb. Detective Snow. The last time she spoke with him was years ago. It had been a one-sided, tearful conversation ere he'd explained why her parents' accident was no longer an active investigation. Pressing the phone to her ear, her voice shook as she answered, "Hello?" Chapter 13. Callie. The phone shook in her hand long after the detective hung up. A moment ago, she was lost in the moment, lost in Dean, but now? How was it possible to experience such highs and lows in a matter of minutes? Callie? Dean's voice broke through the numbness settling inside her brain. He sounded worried, frightened even. Callie, look at me. Strong hands cupped the side of her face until she blinked and reoriented herself. She glanced down. Her phone dropped by her side, but she was still planted on Dean's lap. Glancing back up at him, she found her voice. They found him. Dean frowned. Found who? You're not making any sense. Tears filled her eyes, and her throat burned like someone held a lighter over the tender flesh. It took everything in her not to lose it. The guy who killed my parents. They found him. Dawning flickered in Dean's expression, his eyes widening for a fraction of a second. That's a good thing, right? She glanced to his lap and slid off him and over to the other side of the sofa where she shook her head. He's dead. She heard the intake of breath beside her, but before Dean could ask, she filled him in, repeating in a robotic voice what the detective had told her. There was a bad crash. The guy died. There were booze bottles in the car and no witnesses, so they ran the DNA at the crime scene to be sure no one else was driving who might have fled. The DNA came back in their system. It was a match with the blood found at the scene of my parents' hit and run. He was the one who killed them. He just left them there, and now, voice hitching, a sob burst from her throat. She covered her mouth, but it was no defense against the tidal wave of grief crashing over her. Shaking, she struggled with her composure. Not until Dean reached out and pulled her back into his arms did she allow her tears to fall. It's okay, he whispered against her ear. It'll be okay. If only she believed him. Callie lifted the framed photo of her parents off her dresser. How many times had she stared at it, memorizing every tiny detail? From her father's crooked grin and her mother's ice-blue eyes, to the kaleidoscope of colors behind them from the setting sun, every micropixel of the image had been etched in her heart. Callie had waited 7 long years for the man who killed her parents in a hit-and-run accident to be brought to justice. But she never imagined that justice would be a grave. When she pictured finding him, she envisioned an angry encounter in which she expelled 7 years of grief and anger, all directed at the pitiful human being now behind bars. She wanted the chance to yell and shout. She wanted the opportunity to tell him how he stripped her of so many precious moments. Her parents never got to watch her graduate high school, much less college. Her father would never walk her down the aisle. And her heart ached at the thought her children would never know their grandparents. She'd never get the confrontation she craved. She'd never get answers to the questions she so desperately needed, to ask. Were they still breathing before he ran, or had they passed quickly? Why didn't he stay? How could he leave them alone? She could only assume he had been as drunk 7 years ago as he was when he crashed his car and died. Still, the knowledge did little to ease her pain. Closure? She wasn't sure she knew the meaning of the word. She shuffled her way out of her bedroom, into the living room, and flopped down on the couch. In the 2 days since the phone call, she'd done little more than waste away, staring at the television like a zombie. She had no ambition. On top of the news about her parents, she had to cope with the heart-wrenching acknowledgement of her feelings for Dean. He'd turned Maya down for her, but what did it mean? They were on the cusp of something, weren't they? Regardless, there was no going back. She was in this hook, line, and sinker. But her life was in shambles. There wasn't one aspect of her future that wasn't filled with uncertainty. She was far from girlfriend material at the moment. He needed someone solid, uncomplicated, unhindered by emotional baggage, someone polished and put together. The complete opposite of her. He needed someone like Maya.
Chapter 14. Dean. How can 7 years pass, only for it to feel like he was right back where he started? Dean hadn't gotten a chance to discuss his feelings with Callie after her phone call. It hadn't been the right time. He couldn't exactly comfort her and pat her back while clarifying the nuances of her feelings for him. It was the story of his life. Maybe the universe was conspiring against him. Or maybe it was a sign. But Dean didn't believe in signs. He believed in making his own destiny, and he'd die before he let another year go by without pursuing her. He gave her 48 hours to process the news. But now her time was up. Just as he entered her apartment without knocking, Ginny exited the kitchen and eyed him at the door. "Is Callie here?" he asked. "Yeah." Ginny nodded to where Callie lay prone on the couch. She didn't even move at the sound of his voice. Scurrying toward him, Ginny grabbed his arm and whispered, "She's been binge-watching one show after another. Much more of this and her body will cement itself into the cushions." Her eyes widened, imploring him to do something about it. "Fix her. She's not a car." Ginny frowned. "This thing you're doing with her is a part of this. She's disoriented. Her whole life has been flipped upside down in the last month. She's broke and might lose this promotion. I guarantee she's confused about whatever this thing is with you, and now, after all these years, they found the jerk that killed her parents, but he's dead. It's time you stop messing with her head. Have you told her how you feel yet?" "I was about to," he growled. "One moment, we're making out. Spare me the gory details." Dean rolled his eyes. "I was about to spill everything, and then her phone rings and it's Pittsburgh PD. I can hardly tell her right now, can I? At the very least, she needs to snap out of." Dean glanced to the couch as Callie reached into the back of the cushions and picked out a chocolate-covered raisin, then popped it in her mouth. "Whatever this is. It's called depression, and you better get snapping." Ginny sighed, then shook her head. "If anyone can get through to her now, it's you. She's always listened to you." It was true. In the months following her parents' death, Dean had been the one to dry her tears. How many times had he found her, sitting alone in the dark, only to comfort her? Dean bit the inside of his cheek. He wanted nothing more than to storm over there and tell her how he felt. He wanted to hold her in his arms and pledge he'd be there for her, but timing was everything. It could make everything better or worse. Regardless, telling her now would only be selfish. Because it's what he needed. Dean headed toward the living room, stopping in front of her and blocking her view of the television. "I can't see," she said, her gaze flickering up at him. Curling a finger, Dean beckoned her toward him. "Come on. Get up. I'm getting you out of here." "What?" "No." "Why?" she croaked. "Because you can't just lie here feeling sorry for yourself." Her jaw tightened, and she bolted up in her seat. That worked better than expected. "I'm not feeling sorry for myself," she rasped. Dean raised a brow, letting her know he wasn't buying it. She huffed and crossed her arms over her chest. "I'm just processing." "I know. It's what you do. But there are times in life when you have to stop and just let it lie." "Let it lie," she repeated, her voice on edge. "Would you stop looking for a reason to argue? Just trust me." She hesitated, saying nothing before getting to her feet. "Where are we going?" "I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get there." He eyed the candy wrappers tucked between the cushions of the sofa. "Maybe we'll get you some real food." Callie moved past him, shooting him a disdainful look. "Snickers are real food, thank you very much. Haven't you heard? Snickers satisfy," she said, reciting the candy bar's slogan. He bit his tongue as she sauntered by, smothering his smart rebuttal as his gaze drifted over her. A foil wrapper clung to her butt. Dipping his head to his chin, he stifled a laugh. But it was too late. Callie narrowed her eyes at him, then glanced down at herself. Maybe I should change first. No, Dean said without hesitation. Her hair was pulled into a sloppy ponytail, and she wore an old hoodie he was pretty sure dated back to high school, with a pair of ratty jeans. She was gorgeous. The sexiest thing he'd ever seen. He made his way over to her as she fussed with her hair, smoothing it into submission. "You're beautiful like this," he whispered. Then he reached down and plucked the wrapper off her pants.
Callie. Dean brushed the hair from her face, his fingers searing right through her grief. His eyes were a raging sea. One look and she was lost in them, her problems forgotten. After he helped her slip into her coat, he cleared his throat. "Ready?" With a nod, he pulled her through the door and out into the world. 15 minutes later, they sat in a booth at Primanti Brothers, an iconic Pittsburgh sandwich shop. The dim lighting illuminated Dean's face, giving her the opportunity to study him. From the perfect bone structure, this shock of thick, dark hair, and broad shoulders, he really was perfection. Luckily, the waitress appeared, placing their sandwiches in front of them, saving Dean from her obvious ogling. "I've never understood the hype of this place," she said, wrinkling her nose. "Coleslaw and French fries on a sandwich? It's just not right." Dean gasped in mock horror and glanced around the restaurant. "Fish. They might hear you." Then he grinned and straightened in his seat. "You're not a Pittsburgher if you don't like Primanti's." "That's totally not true," she said, grateful for the playful banter. "It totally is. How can you be from Pittsburgh and not appreciate a true quality sandwich?" Callie laughed. "Your Pittsburghese is on point. Either that or your English skills are sorely lacking. Having said that, I am definitely a Pittsburgher. I just prefer my sides on the side. So, sue me." "Fine. I'll see you in court." Dean huffed, then added, "Not liking Primanti's is like living in Pittsburgh and not liking pierogies. Or Heinz ketchup." Callie started to speak, but he held a finger up. Don't even say it." Callie grinned and did the most rebellious thing she could think of. With the dexterity of a surgeon, she extracted every French fries from her sandwich, then dipped one in ketchup. "That's blasphemy." He clutched at his chest like she wounded him. "That's it," he said. "We can no longer be together. I can't have a girlfriend who doesn't appreciate a culinary masterpiece when she sees one." Callie's heart skipped. "Girlfriend?" He said that like he meant it. Like this wasn't all for show. Shoving the thoughts away, she circled back to them as they ate, despite their success at avoiding conversational landmines. Neither of them made mention of their heated encounter on the couch the other night. Nor did they talk about the fact that Dean had turned Maya down, and now, here they sat. Together. Acting as though they were a genuine couple. Afterward, they strolled downtown to the sound of heavy traffic. They passed a busker and a guy hawking Steelers merchandise on the street. Store windows gleamed as they peeked inside, discussing inane topics like an old married couple, the weather, football, and the impending thaw of spring. It was all very civilized until, out of nowhere, Dean threaded his fingers with hers, sending her stomach into fits. Pausing at a nearby shop, Dean yanked her inside, and the door closed behind them with a soft thud, echoing the beat of her heart. Something sweet filled the air. But she had little time to react while Dean reached out, cupping her face in his hands. "What are you doing?" she whispered, lost in his eyes. "I couldn't wait any longer to do this," he murmured. Then he dipped his head and brushed his lips against hers. Lost in the moment, she clung to his arms until someone behind them coughed, breaking the spell. Callie blinked her eyes open as Dean released her. Turning, she noticed the glare of a portly man staring at them from behind the counter. "Are you interested in popcorn?" the guy said, staring them down. Clearly, he wasn't into PDA. Callie flashed him a timid smile as Dean took her hand and headed toward the display. Blinking, she realized where they were, the Pittsburgh Popcorn Company. Never before had she cared less about chocolate-drizzled kettle corn. "Pick something," Dean said, nodding to the array of popcorn. Then he came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back into the hard plane of his chest where the scent of his woodsy body wash surrounded her. Closing her eyes, she inhaled, thinking she could die happy if only she could be cocooned by the scent of Dean Kimball. All her thoughts congealed. She couldn't think, much less choose popcorn flavors, and when he bent down and pressed his lips to the side of her face, her last remaining brain cell imploded. "This has to be real." His breath tickled her ear as he whispered, "See something you want?" But instead of popcorn, she turned to face him and shivered. The air between them crackled. Sliding her hands between them, she rested them on his chest, relishing the warmth under her palms, amazed at how natural it felt. "Do you?" she whispered, hoping her intuition wasn't wrong. "See something you want, I mean?" He cocked his head to the side with an answering grin. But they were no longer discussing popcorn choices, and she needed to know. Her mind raced as she tried to read his expression. Was this still just a game for him? Or was it something more? Maybe Dean was still trying to figure it out. Or worse, maybe he was just being a good friend, trying to take her mind off her parents and the phone call. Maybe that's all this was. "I think I do." His eyes burned into her, and an emotion she didn't recognize flickered in the dark blue. Longing? Hope? Need? "Dean, Hey, choose something or get a room, will ya?" Callie jumped at the sound of the booming voice. Her breath caught in her throat as the employee glared at them above his glasses. "Either buy something or get out," he muttered. "This isn't the Sheraton." Embarrassed, Callie's cheeks flamed while Dean grinned beside her, unfazed. Gesturing toward the popcorn, Dean said, "Callie, I believe you found something you liked." His eyes sparkled as he winked and asked, "What'll it be?" She glanced back to the display case. She had been too preoccupied to look. Was Dean Kimball a flavor?
Chapter 15. Dean. If his life had a theme song, it would be "Killing Me Softly" by the Fugees. His mother had listened to them enough throughout his childhood to know exactly how much the lyrics applied to his entire life, let alone his current situation. Because everything about Callie was killing him. Her eyes, her touch, her kiss. They all slayed him. They drove down Grandview Avenue along the Mon. They were up on Mount Washington, also known to locals as Coal Hill. It was, hands down, the best place for a panoramic view of the city. But he had something better in store than watching the view from a piece of cold concrete. Callie frowned over at him as they pulled up to a huge Victorian home. Its peeling paint and weathered eaves gave it an untended appearance, same as the old apartment building that sat next to it. Both nested on the precipice of Mount Washington, however, and the view more than made up for their lack of curb appeal. He parked on the street and met her eyes. "Come on." Then he nodded and hopped out of the car, rounding the front and helping her out. Hand in hand, they headed for the front of the house. "Do you trust me?" he murmured. Her brow furrowed as she glanced around her. They were alone. Only the passing of cars and the distant sound of traffic indicated the existence of life around them. So when she glanced back, she nodded. "Okay, then." He motioned her toward the metal ladder extending up the side of the house. "Up we go. Ladies first." With a shake of the head, she waved him forward, her nerves pinching her features. Flashing her a grin, he placed his feet and hands on the rungs and began to climb. What are we doing?" she squeaked. Dean knew she wasn't afraid of height, so he imagined her reluctance had more to do with not knowing whose house it was. "It's the best view of the city. I promise." He reached a hand down to her, beckoning her with the curl of his fingers. Inhaling, she squeezed her eyes closed for a second and climbed. Dean made it to the roof and reached an arm down to help her ascend. She gripped his hand, allowing him to help steady her as she stepped up onto the old slate roof. Meeting her eyes, he said, "Stay low so that your body's centered as you walk, and don't look down. Not yet. You're not going to fall. We just need to move a couple feet. Got it?" Callie licked her lips, momentarily drawing his attention away from helping her, and he swallowed, taking her in. He wanted to kiss her so badly it hurt. Shaking his head, he cleared his thoughts and tugged her arm as he guided her toward the center of the roof. "Okay, now you can sit."
Callie. Callie lowered herself to the roof as instructed, her stomach tumbling with the movement, until she noted the smooth, hard surface under her and she could relax. They sat on the edge of a dormer where the roof flattened, forming a slight shelf. Still, her palms dampened with sweat. "Now, look out there," Dean said, his voice soft. It was cold, and the breeze fluttered the loose strands of hair around her face as her breath puffed in front of her like a plume of smoke. But the second she lifted her gaze, she gasped, and everything except the view in front of her fell away. The entire city spread out below them. In the purplish dusk, the Monongahela River stretched like an exotic, inky. The Allegheny River met the Mon in a perfect union, forming the triangle of the city and creating the Ohio River. Over the water, the city lights cast an ethereal glow, like a million fireflies dancing over the rippled surface. The sun continued its descent, nearly hidden under the horizon, and she knew from experience the lights, the view, would only get brighter and more breathtaking once it completely disappeared. The largest buildings stood tall and proud like soldiers, scraping the sky, their roofs stretching into the cloudless night like open arms. She could make out the U.S. Steel Tower, the Mellon Center, and Macy's. The city spread out before her, and it had never looked more beautiful. Her lungs squeezed as she took it all in, feeling oddly small and insignificant in comparison. And for reasons she couldn't explain, moisture pooled in her eyes. "Wow," she breathed. "Exactly." Dean squeezed her hand, giving her another moment of silence, before he said, "I've been coming out here a lot this past year." She felt his shrug but didn't turn to look at him. She wasn't ready to tear her eyes away from the view. "It helps me think," he added. "I thought you could use it right now." She exhaled on a sob. Pressing her lips together, she squeezed her eyes shut. It was all too much. The view. Dean. These churning emotions in her chest she couldn't quite decipher. Glancing over at him, she studied his profile as he leaned back on his hands. His expression relaxed as the evening breeze lightly ruffled his hair. Fixated on the view, he looked almost peaceful, which made her wonder why he came here and what he thought about when he did. A hopeless part of her wanted it to be her. But she was too afraid of his answer. So, instead, she asked, "Whose place is this? This house?" He pointed down at the roof under them and turned to her. She nodded. That's a good question." Her stomach lurched, and her eyes widened in alarm. "Please tell me you're joking." "Nope. I have no clue whose house this is. I'm sure they won't mind though." "Oh my gosh. Dean, we're on their roof." She scrambled to get to her feet, but he laughed and reached out, clasping her arm before she could get very far. "I'm kidding." She eyed him a moment to be sure before she smacked him. "Jerk. You should have seen your face," he said, still laughing. She couldn't help her grin as she glanced back out at the view. "It's the team manager's. He bought it this past year. Supposedly, he's going to fix it up and rent it out." Silence settled between them again, and she realized what he had just given her. The gift of a place where she could explore her emotions, and levity when she needed it. And it made her feel like opening up, sharing a piece of herself she had buried away. "I always thought I'd have closure if they found the person responsible for my parents' death. Like, I couldn't fully move on until then. And that as soon as they nabbed him, poof, all would be better. But now," she shook her head, staring down at her hands. I'm not sure that's possible. I don't know what I was hoping for, but it wasn't this. Callie, Dean said, pausing as though weighing his words. What happened to your parents was tragic. It was more than any kid should have to endure. Losing both of them in one night was the worst thing that could happen. It's okay to be a little broken. But I feel like I should have my life together by now. It's been 7 years, and where am I? I'm a mess. My job is in jeopardy. I'm screening debt collector calls on my cell. I'm barely making rent, and I'm sacrificing other bills to do so. I'm in trouble, Dean. I have a problem. I shop to ease my pain, yet none of it helps. She squeezed her eyes closed, a mistake, because the second she did, a tear found its way through her defenses, and she knew there was no stopping them. Hey. Dean reached out and wiped her damp cheek. At least you realize you have a problem now. That's huge. We'll get you help, and it'll be okay. I promise. But I shouldn't still need help. I should be fine. I should be thriving. I'm not a kid anymore. I'm 23, and I'm lost. She covered her face with her hands, trying to hide her sobs, but Dean wasn't having it. He reached out, shoving her hands away. Do you hear yourself? Callie, you're no different from anyone else. You're figuring your life out. There's nothing wrong with that. You're like 90% of the population under 60. What happened to your mom and dad isn't something you snap your fingers and get over. Grief doesn't work like that. It's something you survive. You learn to live again, that's all. Callie swallowed. He was right. She knew it. So why did it all feel so impossible? He reached out and dragged his thumb over her damp cheek. It's okay to ask for help. You don't need to do this alone. You never did. Her head snapped to him, and her eyes flashed as fire curled at the base of her spine. You say that, but what about you? After the gala, when this is all over, where will you be? It was unfair, her questions and accusation. She remembered the days following her parents' death. Dean had been there for her, maybe more than anyone. He was her best friend's brother. He didn't need to be her rock. But, looking back, that's exactly what he was. How many classes had he blown off at college to come back and dry her tears? How many nights out with his friends had he skipped, preferring weekends at home watching chick flicks with her and Ginny? Something tugged at her heart as she assessed him in the moonlight. What are we, Dean? Because I'd love to know. You ask me to do this thing for you, and then every step of the way, you're sending me mixed signals. I don't know what to think. I don't know. She didn't finish. 1 second, she was yelling, taking out every ounce of frustration on him, and the next, his lips pressed to hers. Her hand shot out, gripping his jacket, bringing him closer, hungry for his touch, his mouth on hers. The scruff on his jaw scraped her skin, and she knew her face would be sore after this, but she didn't care. Goosebumps covered her arms as his lips moved with hers, her name a sigh on his lips. For the first time, she could see everything with sudden clarity. Other than Ginny, the one constant in her life had always been Dean. And these last few weeks had been no exception. Sure, he annoyed her, goaded her, and reveled in making her squirm under pressure, but, more importantly, he made her feel alive. He broke down her walls. Crashed through her pretenses. He had always been right in front of her, waiting, but she had been too blind to see it. Feelings pooled inside her, hot and bright, as she melted into him. Time stopped. Nothing existed except the two of them, intertwined on a rooftop above the city, one breath as they clung to each other. Dean gently nipped her lower lip, and she gasped. Maya was a distant thought as she raked her hands through his hair. His fingers found her waist underneath her coat, digging into her flesh and scorching her from the inside out. They breathed in unison, gasping for air, unwilling to part to find it. "Callie," he rasped, his voice thick. Her pulse thrummed. She'd never loved the sound of her name so much as his lips found hers again. Staying away wasn't a choice. It was a punishment. His hands moved slightly higher, stroking the small of her back, trailing fire everywhere he touched. Then everything shifted. Her stomach plummeted, and her scalp prickled with the knowledge that she was falling. Hard. Even through the drug of his kiss, she knew with complete certainty she was falling for Dean. Or maybe she'd already fallen. He pulled away from her and swallowed. His eyes searched hers like he was scared of what he was about to say. So she braced herself. Because she knew that look. The fear. He wasn't going to choose her. He was going to choose Maya, and this was some sort of consolation kiss. Then he said, "I want you." Chapter 16. Callie. Her heart thundered in her chest, reverberating through her body, clear to her soul. Dean's fingers traced circles on her back, teasing. But her brain froze, stuck on those 3 significant words. He wanted her, not Maya, as she had thought. She blinked at him in the waning light, almost afraid to believe her own ears. "You're so beautiful," he whispered as he removed his hands from her back and tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. When he lowered his mouth back to hers, she kissed him with everything she had. Gripping his coat, she pulled him closer. But he still wasn't close enough, so she got to her knees, scooching forward. Her head spun, disoriented as she leaned toward him with the desire to melt into him. But something wasn't right. A sudden gust of cold air whipped at her face, and Dean's warm embrace fell away. With a whoosh, something hard hit her back and stole her breath. Opening her eyes, she stared up at the stars. Blinking, she remembered where she was. She must have lost her balance. On a roof. She yelped as she slid another inch. "Callie!" Dean gasped. The warmth of his hands gripped her arms, tugging her up. "Lift your knees. I've got your arms. You're not going anywhere." If it weren't for the panic spiking her veins, she'd be mortified. As it was, she was grateful for the darkness that hid her blush. Note to self, don't make out on a rooftop. Ever. Even after you've just had an epiphany that the boy you've known since he wore Spider-Man briefs is the man of your dreams. Finally, she returned to his side with as much dignity as she could muster, and after a moment, they turned to each other, breathless, and laughed. "Holy cow. I almost died," she said, slapping her knees in a fit. "There are worse ways to go." He stood and offered her his hand, slightly crouching as he did so. "Maybe we should go before we get you killed." She wanted to protest, to insist they stay up there all night, maybe forever. They could pitch a little tent and subsist on nothing but love and the stars. They'd have rain to quench their thirst. But he yanked her to her feet and she stayed silent, despite the nagging ache in her gut that once they reached solid ground, the spell would be broken. They'd go back to just being Dean and Callie, friends at best. But she didn't have the courage to speak her fears. She'd already slayed enough demons for one night. So as he took her hand and guided her to the ladder, she let him help her down and drive her home.
Dean. The gala was only a little more than a week away, but it no longer held the same weight as it once did. 2 nights ago, on a rooftop overlooking Mount Washington, he told Callie he wanted her. A part of him still couldn't believe it. "I forgot to tell you. I got my tux back from the tailor." He winked at her and she grinned. "I'm going tomorrow for my gown." A little last minute, I know, but, she shrugged and bit her lip. He sat across from her at Buzz. She was on her lunch break, grabbing a quick bite to eat and a coffee before she had to return to work. It was brief, but Dean would take it, considering she was all he could think about. "I told you. I have a dress for you," he said with a sigh. "And I refuse to take it." You asked me to go to the gala, and I agreed. I should be responsible for my own dress. My asking you is exactly why you shouldn't have to buy your own dress. I just so happen to have. Callie placed her fingers over his lips. Grinning, he nibbled on one, eliciting a girlish squeal from her and a couple blatant stares from the other patrons. Relax people, I'll keep it PG. He settled back in his chair with a smirk, glad he'd shocked her into silence. They'd only navigated the tip of the iceberg in terms of their relationship and needed to further talk things out. Define what they were now that they'd dropped all pretenses. He needed to tell her he was in love with her and that he hadn't fallen just the other day or this past month. He'd fallen a long time ago. But he was waiting for the right time. She'd been thrown a lot of curveballs lately, and the last thing he wanted to do was overwhelm her. Eyeing him beneath her lashes, she picked at her salad, which is how Dean knew something was going on in that pretty little head of hers that she wasn't sharing. Callie, an unfamiliar voice questioned. Dean turned. An older man about his father's age stood next to their table, along with another man, close to their age. Recognition flickered in Callie's eyes as she greeted them. Mr. Busek, I was just finishing up my lunch. The man smiled and held up a hand. No need to rush. I was coming in to get a bite to eat, myself, but this is perfect timing. He turned to the younger version of himself and smiled. This is my nephew, Brian. Oh, nice to meet you, Callie said, then reached out and shook the man's hand. His dark eyes glinted under the warm light, and a smile curled his lips. Dean didn't like the way he looked at her. Dean, this is my boss. Mr. Busek and Brian, this is Dean Kimball. My boyfriend, she said. And though her hesitation over the word was subtle, Dean noticed. Still, he loved the sound, so when he met Brian's gaze and shook his hand, he smiled. Yeah, that's right, buddy. Eyes off. Mr. Busek beamed, distracting Dean from the daggers he was currently shooting at Brian, who still hadn't taken his eyes off Callie to notice. Ah, of course. How could I not recognize the Puma's star? Even out of uniform, you look every bit the ferocious ballplayer I see on the court, Mr. Busek said. I'm a huge fan. Thank you, sir, Dean said. Are the Pumas taking it to the playoffs this year? He asked. I sure hope so. That's what I like to hear. Mr. Busek turned his gaze to his nephew and nodded toward Callie. I was just showing Brian around since he's visiting from out of state. I told him how you were up for the junior advisor position, though the competition is fierce. He shot Callie a knowing look. Dean's gaze flickered to Callie, taking in the stiff set of her spine and the way her smile faltered. It's an honor to even be considered, she said. Brain grinned at her, flashing a crestworthy smile. Dean wanted to give him a root canal. I told my uncle that if you don't get the promotion, you should consider a place at my firm. We just opened our doors, and I'm looking for sharp young minds. It's actually one of the reasons I'm here. I've been doing a little recruiting. Really? Callie asked. She glanced to Mr. Busek, who smiled. You'd have my blessing if you wanted to go, he said. You know, I'd give you a glowing recommendation anywhere. I could understand the appeal of wanting the salary of a junior advisor. Callie's eyes brightened as an icy claw gripped Dean's chest. Didn't Brian just say he's from out of state, as in, not from Pittsburgh? Brian grinned. The truth is, I thought maybe we could woo you with our sunny California weather. Dean tried to catch Callie's eye, but whether she avoided his gaze or just didn't notice his panic-induced stare, he couldn't be sure. She stared straight ahead, right at the clown. He's always bragging about the weather. Mr. Busek chortled. Who needs sunshine? We do just fine here in the burg without it. Isn't that right? Callie laughed politely at his joke, while Dean had to grit his teeth to force his eyes from rolling out of their sockets. In all seriousness though, I know we've, discussed your future with the company recently. He shot her a meaningful look. But I also think Brian's company might be a good choice for you. Just another option, he said, and even to Dean's ears, the statement had an ominous ring to it. And Dean wasn't the only one who picked up on it, because when his gaze shifted to Callie, her stricken expression said she felt the same. California, huh? She asked in a weak voice. You came at a good time of year, if you're planning on wooing me with your temperate weather. Early March in Pittsburgh is far from a balmy 70 degrees. Dean grunted, but they all ignored him. He knew Busek's nephew was just being polite, but it almost sounded like flirting. And when his eyes brightened, Dean wanted to punch him. So maybe the idea of winning you over isn't lost after all. Okay, that's enough. Dean opened his mouth in protest, but Callie beat him to the punch. Maybe not, she said. Dean's head whipped in her direction. She couldn't be serious. She isn't actually considering, she wouldn't. Before he could process what was happening, Brian reached out and handed her his card. I'll be in touch, he said, eyes flickering to Dean, but Dean ignored him. If he glanced over at him now, he wouldn't be able to control himself. He sat there, staring at Callie, with his jaw locked, looking for some sign she was only being polite. She said goodbye, and it was several minutes before she met his gaze. You're not actually considering working for that tool, are you? Dean asked, trying to contain his anger and failing. Callie shrugged, which only made his blood boil. It's in California, he said, stating the obvious. I know where it is. I'm not deaf. She sat back, dropping her eyes to the table and straightening her shoulders. You heard him, she hissed. Mr. Busek all but told me I wasn't getting the promotion. I need that raise. And if I don't get it? Dean's mouth dropped open. He couldn't believe it. There are other jobs. And how long will it take for me to find one? I've been out of college for barely 2 years, Dean. I don't have tens of years of experience. The economy sucks. I'd be lucky to find a job at all, much less one that pays what he can probably offer me as a junior advisor. I'll help you until you find something, he said without hesitation, but the moment the words left his mouth, he wished he could suck them back in. Pride straightened Callie's shoulders. She stared at him coolly. Anger simmered just under the surface of her frosty gaze. Don't you get it? I need to do this on my own. You wouldn't understand. Everything is easy for you. You do what you love and make a killing doing it. You didn't lose your parents, which means you'd have them to fall back on if something suddenly swept the rug out from under you. You don't have to worry about money. You can write me a check for 20 grand in the blink of an eye like it's nothing, while I practically need a straitjacket to stop myself from heading to the nearest department store. He flinched, then shook it off. Though her words should bother him, the pit in his gut told him he needed to mend the situation. She was angry and upset. He knew that. But what scared him more was the implication in what she wasn't saying. That she would actually consider leaving in order to pay off her debt. He took a calming breath. Once you pay off your cards, which you'll be doing next week, he said, referring to the check he owed her. The need to find something with a higher salary won't be as urgent. You can take your time, wait for your credit to rebound. Glancing at her plate, Callie pushed it away, then busied herself with the strap of her purse as she slid it off the back of her chair, all the while avoiding his gaze. What are you not telling me? He asked. I've given it some thought, and she paused, biting the inside of her cheek as if deciding whether to answer. I don't know if I can take your money. What do you mean? Of course, you can. We had a deal. She shook her head. I know, Dean. The fact that you can't see why that might be a conflict of interest, though, says something. Standing, she grabbed her coat off the back of her chair while panic wrenched inside his chest. Wait, what? Where are you going? I need to get back to work. He stood and reached for her arm, but he grasped nothing but air as she stepped away. We're not done here, he insisted. We need to talk. I know, and we will. But right now, I need to at least keep the job I do have.
Chapter 17. Callie. Shopping in a heightened emotional state was not a good idea. Regardless, Callie had formal wear to purchase. Which meant she was in dangerous territory. She pulled into the shopping center's parking lot and sat in her car, trying to give herself a pep talk in the silence. She'd get in and out, purchase a moderately priced dress and be done. She could do this. She nodded to herself as she got out of her car and slammed the door shut with a sense of foreboding. It didn't help matters that her thoughts circled back around to Dean. Callie never considered herself a prideful person. Until now. But as much as she hated to admit it, pride may have had a little bit to do with how harshly she reacted to his offer for help. His intentions were in the right place, she knew that. After all, he cared about her, so wanting to help her was only natural. There was nothing more to it, and it shouldn't have made her bristle like it did. But how could a relationship built with one person being completely dependent on the other ever last? And how could he not see that there was no way she could accept his money at the end of this? Getting paid for their relationship made her feel indecent. It cheapened everything they had. Or maybe when it came down to it, she just wasn't good enough. The thought plagued her. Laid hooks in her heart. Every time she was with Dean, her feelings bloomed, but when they were apart, doubts settled in. This whole thing started by faking a relationship. What if Dean simply got carried away? Maybe he felt sorry for her. Or what if he was caught up in the charade, and the moment the dust settled, he'd realize his mistake? That his feelings were never real? And even if his feelings were real, she wanted to be his equal, a real partner. The truth was, she didn't want to talk about their relationship at lunch yesterday because she had no idea what was going to happen in these next 2 weeks. Only a few days after the gala, Mr. Busek was set to announce the promotion. And if Callie didn't have statements to prove her reduced debt, she'd be screwed. Which meant that if she couldn't take Dean's money, her balances wouldn't budge. It was a classic catch-22. If she didn't accept Dean's money, she wouldn't get the promotion. Not only did she not reduce her debt, but she was late with half her payments. Filing bankruptcy was another option, but that, too, came with a price. No financial firm anywhere would hire her, then. She'd be lucky as it was to get another job. In her eyes, there were only 2 plausible solutions: take Dean's money in order to get the promotion, or move to California and accept the job with Mr. Busek's nephew. Both, in her opinion, ended with the inevitable demise of her relationship with Dean. She sighed and made her way into Nordstrom, promising herself she would shop the sale rack only. She refused to allow herself to fall back into the retail therapy trap simply because everyone else at the gala would wear designer, and not off the rack either. After entering the brightly lit store, it took only a few minutes before her mood lifted. While it was cool and rainy outside, the department store was warm and bright. She inhaled the scent of new leather as she strolled through the purses, allowing herself to skim her finger over the supple material as she passed. She was like an addict, getting her fix in any way she could. When she finally reached formal wear, she started with a rack of clearance gowns, quickly flicking through the selection. None of them would do. They were either matronly or reeked of desperation, and she needed something classy. After all, she would be on the arm of NBA star Dean Kimball. She bypassed a couple racks, opting to skim through the sale items, instead of the clearance dresses from last season. Lately, her whole life had felt completely off-kilter, like someone flipped the script of her life's movie, but as she browsed the Michael Kors rack, her mood shifted. A black dress called to her. She pulled it out, looking it over with a careful eye. It wasn't fancy enough for the event, but when she checked the tag, the price surprised her. Only $100. It was the kind of simple dress everyone needed in their wardrobe, she reasoned with herself, holding onto it. Maybe she could dress it up with jewelry. She flung it over her arm, deciding she'd buy it just in case. She could always return it after. Never mind the fact that the last time she returned something was, well, never. As she passed by a few more racks, a beautiful emerald green top caught her eye. She hesitated, but only for a moment, before she passed it up, patting herself on the back for her massive restraint. Only weeks ago, she would have snagged it, no questions asked. Looking for anything in particular? A saleswoman asked from behind a rack. I need a dress for an event, preferably something on sale, she said. Cocktail or formal? Formal. The saleswoman's gaze slid up and down Callie, assessing. You obviously have amazing taste. Is that Versace? She asked, eyeing the dress Callie wore to the office. Yeah. I got it early this fall. Before the hypothetical crumbling of her financial situation. It's divine. The woman grinned, and Callie bloomed under her praise. I have something that would be perfect for you. It's gorgeous. The woman curled her finger for Callie to follow, then led her to the back of the store. What did you say the event was again? Callie filled her in, explaining she was going to the Puma's gala, to which the woman gasped. You need something spectacular, then. We don't have anything custom, but I do have something we just got in. It's a new designer. She made quite a stir at Fashion Week this year. Just give me a moment. She beamed, a conspiratorial edge to her tone. I just have to get it out of the back. Callie waited, fiddling with the little black dress in her hands. Of course, she needed something spectacular. Off the rack wouldn't cut it. Suddenly, she wished she would have taken Dean up on his offer. How pathetic would she look showing up to a Puma's gala, full of professional athletes and the city's elite, in just any old frock. Groaning, she thought, could she be any less worthy? When the woman returned, she held out a gown, and Callie gasped. It took her breath away. She gaped and reached a hand out, touching the soft material. The soft material of the floor-length ball gown gathered at the waist and swirled through the skirt. And it was the palest of blues, gradually darkening to midnight at the hem. You would look incredible in it, the saleswoman said. Callie nodded. She would. She could picture it now. It was a gown fit for Cinderella, and when the saleswoman asked her if she'd like to try it on, she didn't even hesitate. Upon entering the dressing room, she slipped the dress on. It fit like a glove and hugged her waist before flaring out tastefully at her hips and pooling to the floor. With every step, the material whispered over her skin, and when she stepped out into the hallway to assess herself in the three-way, full-length mirror, the saleswoman nodded in approval. For a moment, she thought there was even a tear in her eye. And then Callie turned over the price tag, and her stomach dropped. The dress was $1,600. Suddenly, the little black Michael Kors seemed like a steal, but it paled in comparison. One was a hamburger and the other filet mignon. How could she get something so basic after trying on something so gorgeous? But the saleswoman must have sensed the sale slipping through her claws, because she fluttered around Callie, smoothing the skirt, noting how well it complemented her milky skin, fawning all over her like Callie was the bride and she was the bridesmaid. When that failed to wipe away Callie's frown, she paused, staring at Callie's reflection. Something wrong, dear? It's just the price, Callie said without elaborating. The woman waved a hand like pfft, small potatoes. Do you have an account with us? Callie nodded. Did the sun rise every morning? We're offering 15% off today for anyone who uses their charge card. It was over $200 off. It was a pretty substantial discount. But she wasn't even sure she had enough on her limit to begin with. Her card was likely maxed out. Callie bit her lip. Can I think about it? The woman's artificial smile melted like plastic. Sure, she said in a tight tone. Nodding, she headed back to her dressing room and changed back into her clothes, then handed the dress to the woman. I'll just hold on to this for a bit, the saleswoman said. Callie thanked her and meandered around the store, perusing the dresses, but none of them compared. Somehow, she made her way back to the purses, and an ice blue beaded clutch caught her eye. She moved toward it, noting it would match the gown perfectly, then picked it up and carried it around with her. Just in case. Heading through the shoe department, just to see, she picked up a pair of silver, strappy stilettos. They sparkled like diamonds in the light. And like a moth to a flame, she asked the salesman if they had a size 6. When he returned with a box in hand a few minutes later, she nearly applauded. An involuntary hum of approval escaped her lips as she tried them on, impressed with their comfort for how high the heel was. Without another thought, she took the shoes and moved among the racks. By the time she finished, her arms had filled with makeup, a cover-up for the chilly evening air, and the perfect jewelry to match. Her spirits soared. She'd look the part. She'd knock Dean's socks off, and she wouldn't feel like an outcast on his arm. She found the saleswoman from earlier and flashed her a smile. I decided to take the gown, after all. The woman clapped, clearly pleased. Fantastic. Right this way. Callie's phone rang as she scurried after the saleswoman, trying to slide it from her purse in the process of juggling the items in her arms. Palming her phone, she glanced down at it to see Dean's name flashing on the screen, and she froze. All the blood drained from her body as sanity took its place. What was she doing? Had she no self-restraint? She'd never be worthy of Dean if she couldn't even control herself on a simple trip to the department store. Just moments earlier, she'd been contemplating how she could find a way to stay and get the promotion. She had mulled over how hopeless her situation was. For all her talk of needing to stand on her own 2 feet and fix her problems, she had almost mucked it up, again. She couldn't even shop for a simple dress without her resolve crumbling into a pile of dust at her feet. She scowled as her gaze drifted over the things in her arms, the exorbitant price tags hanging from the items like reaching arms. Pick me. Buy me, they screamed. Even the lacy, blue bra pleaded with her to set aside her better judgment. This was what got her in trouble in the first place. The saleswoman eyed her as she stumbled back. The air thickened, and her smile tightened. Oh, did I mention I can throw in a free sample bottle of Burberry's new fragrance with your purchase? The saleswoman practically hummed the offer. She knew what she was doing. Callie took another step backward, but the woman mirrored her movement, producing the tiny bottle out of nowhere. Here, smell, she said, holding it out for Callie's approval. She was like a vulture flying low to scope out her prey before the final swoop and then feasting on the weak. Callie held her breath, afraid to breathe the heady scent of the perfume as if it might brainwash her into pulling out her credit cards. Sidestepping the woman to escape her talons, she blocked her. It was too late. She had Callie in her sights, and she wasn't letting go. The saleswoman smiled and dipped her head, trying to catch Callie's eye, but Callie refused. Actually, I might need to pass on the dress, she said. The saleswoman threw her head back and cackled like Callie had just told the funniest joke. Alarmed at the sound, Callie scurried to the right of the checkout counter, wielding the items in her arms like a shield. The saleswoman bobbed with her, and Callie went left, but evasion seemed impossible. The woman was always 2 steps ahead. Finally, Callie backed into a rack of clothes. She was trapped, and the saleswoman could see the fear in her eyes. She sensed her lack of self-discipline, like a bloodhound. Tipping her nose in the air, she said, "Let's get you that 15% off, shall we? Also, you can get rewards points," she purred. Callie stopped in her tracks, paralyzed by her words. Reward points? She forgot about reward points. She'd probably get enough to get her a huge discount. Indecision waged a war in her head. She fought for control, but she could feel the fight leaving her, slinking away like a snake sheds its skin as she thought about how good she'd feel in the dress. It would take away her pain and ease her fears. It would fix everything. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, her phone bleated out the signal that she had a voicemail, and guilt pelted her like rain. Suddenly, the things in her arms weighed too much. Their cost was more than the price tags. The cost was her future. Her job. Her dignity. Dean. She exhaled for strength and opened her arms, dropping the contents at her feet like an atomic bomb. Then, she backed away, ever so slowly, like it was a bed of rattlesnakes waiting to strike. That's right. Nice and slow, and no one gets hurt. Her arms twitched as the saleswoman recovered from the shock at seeing the designer duds in a heap on the floor and took a step toward her. A part of Callie wanted to apologize. What she just did was blasphemy, not to mention rude. But the other part of her, the survivalist in her, took over. It was fight or flight, and at least for today, flight won. Spinning on her heel, she ran for the door. She was in a full-on sprint, a woman running for her life. She half expected to turn and see the saleswoman behind her, offering free massages with her purchase. Hair billowing around her face, her heels clicked over the polished tile like maniacal laughter. She looked like she was being chased by zombies as she vacated the ladies' department, back through the purses. Her feet ached. Women stopped and stared, but she focused on the finish line, the large glass doors up ahead. An elderly lady opened the heavy glass door with one hand while her free hand wrapped around her cane. Callie waved her arms wildly in the air, yelling for her to wait. If the doors closed, there was no getting out. She startled the old woman as she came up behind her, panting like a rabid animal, and nearly bowled her over as she came to a halt. "Watch it," the old lady rasped. She scowled and waved her cane at Callie, and for a moment, Callie thought she might get hit, but she didn't care. She was Tom Hanks in Castaway, and she'd made it off the island. She was safe. Chapter 18. Callie. Failure, a word she was growing accustomed to. She hadn't bought a dress for the gala yet, and it was only a few days out. Her debt remained the same. And Dean was no closer to getting back together with Maya, no thanks to her. All because Callie fell for him. Could she be any more pathetic? She unlocked the door to her apartment and pushed her way inside, grateful Ginny wasn't home. The last thing she wanted was to force a smile or pretend to be happy. Instead, she wanted to wallow. To sit in a puddle of self-loathing until her skin turned pruny. She flopped onto the sofa and stared up at the ceiling. She needed to talk to Dean, so they could clear the air, but he was over 1,000 miles away at the moment, traveling for an away game in Los Angeles. If she hadn't been so intent on avoiding the dreaded conversation, the distance would annoy her. But would she resent his travels if they were actually a couple? She pushed the thought aside. They weren't together, at least not yet. But she wanted to be. More than anything. And that scared her because she still hadn't figured out a way to make it all work. Last night, Dean had called her and sounded more than frustrated at the distance between them, but made no mention of their relationship status. Instead, he hashed out the details for the gala upon his return, with the clear intention they would have their overdue conversation then. A limo would be by Callie's apartment at 7 o'clock sharp to pick her up. It would be interesting, at least, seeing Dean's reaction to her sliding into the limo in her flannel pajamas. In the end, Callie opted not to wear her pajamas to the gala. But it was a close call, since the second-hand dress she dejectedly purchased from the consignment shop may as well have been a second-rate nightgown. She returned home from work and shoved inside her apartment. Her head ached with an oncoming migraine, and judging by her perma-frown, she wasn't looking forward to the evening. It wasn't that she didn't like delicious food, free drinks, dancing, and handsome men in tuxes. No, it had more to do with the fact that she didn't fancy embarrassing herself. Seeing as how Dean's flight had been due back by mid-morning, that meant he was at his apartment, getting ready for the gala at that very moment. The thought made her stomach dip. She had no clue where she stood with him, but in their days apart, she had gotten in her own head until she questioned everything. Now she had little clarity on what it was she ultimately wanted and chided herself for falling for Dean so fast. The feelings she'd felt on that rooftop couldn't possibly have been real. Right? It was bad enough her emotions were an indiscernible mess. Add Maya's presence at the gala, and she may as well carve out her heart with a dull blade. There was no doubt in her mind that Maya would be there in all her glory, her irritating smirk in place above a gorgeous gown, making Callie look like a second-class citizen in comparison. She couldn't wait. Callie padded her way through the living room, heading to her bedroom, where she'd shower and prepare for the gala. But before she got that far, Ginny called out to her from the couch, "Hey, a package came for you while you were at the office. I put it in your room." Humming in response, Callie stepped into her bedroom. A black satin box laid at the foot of her bed with a giant bow so pretty it'd be a shame to untie it. She stepped toward it, the heavy gloom of her thoughts lifting slightly with her curiosity. Smoothing her fingers over the silky fabric, she carefully untied the bow and lifted the lid. Gauzy layers of gold tissue paper greeted her, and she plucked them off one by one, pushing the final layer aside to reveal a gown she could only describe as exquisite. Pressing the back of her hand to her lips, she took in the shimmering rose-gold-colored fabric before slowly reaching down and lifting the dress out in front of her. The weight of it surprised her. It was heavy, a result of the intricately beaded bodice. She could only imagine what it would feel like once she had it on. Turning, she moved to the floor-length mirror on her closet door and held the dress up, pressing the bodice of it against her waist in awe. Unable to wait any longer, she stepped back and placed the dress on her bed with shaking hands before she tore off her skirt and blouse, then slipped the dress over her head. The silky lining whispered over her skin, and the gown fell into place as if it was made for her. Her nerves twitched in anticipation as she moved to examine her reflection. The dress molded to her every curve and cut high on her neck in a classic silhouette while the bodice emphasized her tiny waist. A long slit exposed just enough leg, and the color brought out the blue in her eyes while enhancing her blonde locks, giving them a spun gold appearance. And when she turned, her breath caught. The showstopper wasn't the gorgeous color, or the beading, or the way the dress molded to her body. It was the back, which exposed every inch of skin, dipping down low, to just above her bottom. Hurrying back to her bed, she searched the package to reveal a card she hadn't seen. The square of paper felt heavy with importance as she tore it open and settled herself on the edge of her bed to read. "Dear Callie, I know you said not to, but I hope you like it. Love. Dean." She bit back the smile forming on her lips as her heart played an Olympic sport in her chest. No fuss, no explanations. His note was to the point, with that one word carrying the most weight. Those 4 letters could mean everything or nothing at all, merely the sentiment of a friend. Only one thing was for certain. Callie knew what she wanted them to mean. Which is how she knew she was in trouble.
Chapter 19. Dean. Dean stared down at the cashier's check in his hand. The one made out to Callie Cartwright in the amount of $20,000. It was her fresh start. A chance to get back on track and turn her life around. He would have given it freely. Even if she had never agreed to his fake dating ploy, he would have gladly forked the money over just to give her the life she wanted and needed. That's how love worked. No strings attached. When you loved someone like he loved Callie, you loved them without condition. You loved them freely, and if you were lucky enough, they loved you back just the same. Because what was love without freedom? He slid the check inside the envelope, then placed it inside the pocket of his tuxedo jacket. Having to be on the road for away games was increasingly frustrating. Every time he and Callie took a giant leap forward, it felt like something caused them to take a small step back. And his away games seemed to always coincide with their regression. Still, the season wouldn't last forever, he told himself. Though he loved basketball and his job, he was looking forward to having some time off. He needed time to build his relationship with Callie without hundreds of miles between them. A couple more months. Then he could focus all his attention on her. He went out into the hallway and checked himself in the mirror. Lifting his hand, he brushed a couple dark locks into place, trying to quell the nerves twisting his gut. Tonight was the night he'd come clean and tell her everything. He'd never wanted Maya back. He hadn't needed the press or a date to the gala. All he'd ever wanted was her. With confidence, he smoothed the front of his tuxedo and took a deep breath. At the same time Emmett appeared behind him and clapped a hand over his shoulder. "You ready for this, man?" "More than ready." The thought of no longer skirting around his feelings was a relief. After tonight, he and Callie could be together. No secrets. No pretenses would stand between them. He had waited for this day his entire life, and more often than not, he'd thought it might never come. "Go get the girl, then." Emmett winked. "You never told me who you're taking." "I'll be sporting not one, but 2 dates on my arm tonight." "I should have figured," Dean said with a roll of the eyes. "Hey, I'm a boss. What can I say?" Dean snorted. "Sure. I'll see you there, then." "Later, bro." Emmett waved him off. As the limousine pulled up outside Callie's apartment, he waited, reveling in the weight of the moment. One way or the other, tonight carried the opportunity to change his life. Either he'd lay his heart on the line and Callie would accept it, or he'd face the cold hard truth that he had been fooling himself, that he wasn't enough.
Callie. If eyes were windows to the soul, then Dean's was incendiary. Because the way he eyed her was almost enough to make her self-combust. Ever since he picked her up outside her apartment, his gaze had not left her. And nothing had extinguished the flame of desire in his eyes. They made their way into the ballroom as she turned to him. "You better stop looking at me like that, Mr. Kimball. It's indecent." Though she only teased, she leaned closer, pleased to be on his arm. For just a while, she wanted to forget about any tension between them. Forget they were only faking it. "Have I told you how beautiful you look?" he whispered into the shell of her ear. "At least a dozen times." Callie smiled. "But it's easy to look good in this dress. It does all the work for me." "No way. It's all you. I hope you weren't mad, but I wanted you to have something special." He slid a possessive arm around her, resting his hand against the bare skin on the small of her back, turning her skin to gooseflesh and scorching every inch they touched. Callie paused in the middle of the floor and glanced up at him as she shook her head. "Thank you. I didn't get the chance to tell you yet. You can thank me later." He winked, sending a flush of heat to her cheeks. Turning her attention back to the ballroom, she allowed her gaze to sweep her surroundings. Chandeliers hung low, casting the room in ambient light, and beneath her feet, the marble floor gleamed. Snow-white linens popped beneath colorful place settings, while clusters of flowers covered every available surface. It was like they had stepped out of the limo into a spring wonderland, ripe with the scent of freesia and roses underneath the golden glow. The extravagance heightened Callie's appreciation of the gown she wore as Dean grabbed 2 flutes of champagne from a passing server. The place was drowning in opulence. Her little thrift store buy would never have sufficed with such a lavish atmosphere. A couple stopped to talk with them and Dean introduced her as his girlfriend, which made her smile. Extending a hand, she greeted them before the men fell into a comfortable conversation, something about the impending playoffs, and Callie allowed herself the simple pleasure of being his date, clinging to his side while she contentedly sipped her champagne. She watched him as he spoke. The way his eyes crinkled in the corners when he smiled. How intently he listened when someone else was speaking. And perfect way his lips stretched into a smile. His unruly dark hair had been tamed, slicked back from his face, making his eyes pop like sapphires above a straight, aristocratic nose. Clean-shaven, the angle of his jaw was so sharp it could cut glass. And she knew if she stood just a bit closer, leaned in a little more, she'd catch his scent. All Dean like drinking in the sunshine while standing in the middle of a forest. The couple eventually wandered off, leaving them alone, and he glanced down at her. "Sorry about that," he murmured. "No need to apologize. I was enjoying the view." "Is that so?" he murmured as he dipped his head to place a feather-light kiss over her lips. The next hour was a blur of introductions and small talk as Dean worked the crowd, taking Callie along with him and inserting her into conversations until she felt the tension she'd carried inside her relax. Maybe she'd been worried about nothing. It certainly seemed like she and Dean made a great pair, and the more time passed, the more she thought Dean might truly want her, and not just to make someone jealous or as a ruse. But for real. The thought propelled her through the night. She couldn't have asked for a more perfect evening. An hour passed like nothing. The champagne was smooth. Everyone she spoke with was kind when Dean introduced her, interested to hear more about the girl on his arm, and he showed no hesitation in filling them in as he boasted about his beautiful girlfriend. He was attentive, sensing Callie's every need. If she craved a moment away from the crowd, another drink, or a bite to eat, he gave it to her before she even realized it was exactly what she wanted. By the time people started trickling onto the dance floor, the champagne had made her feel warm and bubbly, and she was more than eager to pull Dean close and move in his arms. He placed his hand on her lower back, his slightly calloused palm igniting sparks at the base of her spine as he guided her to the dance floor. Then he swept her into his arms. One of her hands rested delicately over his shoulder while he cradled her other hand in his. As he pulled her closer, they blended with the other couples, falling into a peaceful rhythm. The band played a slow ballad as the singer crooned about love, and Callie held on tight as Dean gently guided them over the floor. They drifted, one song blending into another. She could stay there forever, pressed against his chest, with the soft scent of his cologne mingling with her perfume. If this was a dream, she never wanted to wake, so she closed her eyes and laid her head below his shoulder. A few moments later, she felt a tap on her arm. Blinking, Callie opened her eyes to another man with a square jaw, a short crop of blonde hair, and a face too pretty to be classically handsome. "Can I cut in with the beautiful lady?" Dean raised his brows playfully. "Callie, this is the team manager, Stephen Stone. You can have one dance," he said to him, eyes dancing with laughter. "I'll be back for you in a minute." He leaned down, placing a soft kiss on her forehead before he stepped away. Stephen took Dean's place, and immediately Callie noticed that dancing with him was a stark contrast to being in Dean's arms. Stifling the awkwardness of being so close to a stranger, she flashed him a polite smile. His hazel eyes sparkled, and he seemed nice enough as he made small talk, asking her about her job and her apartment in the city. "You're Dean's sister's best friend, right?" he asked. "I believe I read about you in the paper." "Ah, the Gazette's interview." "Yes, we've known each other forever. Our parents were best friends, so we practically grew up together." "Were?" Callie cleared her throat, feeling the familiar ache in the pit of her stomach. "Yeah, my parents died in a car crash years ago." I see," he said, and Callie swore she saw the hint of a smile before it disappeared. "What is it that you see, exactly?" "Nothing." He shook his head. "I didn't mean anything by it. It's just, well, Dean reminds me a lot of myself when I was young. I wanted to save the world, and my heroics didn't stop short of the ladies in my life." Callie stiffened in his arms, every muscle tight as a spring. "I'm afraid I'm not following. It's just that I can see how it was easy for you two, already having a history, to fall into a relationship. No awkward first date. No small talk. You could just get right down to what really matters. Dean's a good guy. I could see him wanting to protect you, so to speak." Callie hummed a noncommittal sound, but inside, she was anything but calm. Her stomach sunk. While he wasn't wrong, they certainly had history. Had they really gotten to the heart of what mattered? They had yet to fully define what this was between them. The thought unsettled her. And the thought that Dean was doing all of this just to protect her or help her. Stephen cocked his head as if sensing her discomfort. "Look, I'm sorry." He smiled. "I was in a similar relationship in my 20s, so maybe I'm making this more personal than it needs to be. You two certainly pair well. I'm sure it'll all work out. I just happen to know how poorly things can end when it doesn't." Callie couldn't help herself when she met his gaze and asked, "What do you mean?" "Oh, nothing. It's just, in my relationship, when she and I split, the fallout was messy. I can't imagine it'll be different for the two of you." Her family took sides. "You know what they say, blood is thicker than water. Before I knew it, I'd lost her and my best friend." "Right." Callie's chest squeezed. Oblivious to her distress, Stephen continued, "You can't easily quell a broken heart or regain your friendship when such strong feelings are involved." Swallowing, Callie tried to force down the lump in the back of her throat. It didn't matter if this guy had personal experience in a similar situation. He wasn't her. And Ginny would never take sides. "You don't know Dean like I do." All this time, she had been so focused on whether Dean's feelings for her were even real, so concerned whether they would be together, that she hadn't thought of what might happen if they tried and failed. What consequences would there be if it didn't work out? If she lost Dean and Ginny, she lost everything. But surely, Dean was mature enough to keep things civil. She offered Stephen a plastic smile. He had since gone quiet, and she scrambled to fill the uneasy silence. "If we end things, we do so amicably," she said with forced conviction. He nodded like he agreed, but the purse of his lips told her otherwise. Sure. I mean, you hope. It's my experience that all bets are off. But hey, you're probably right. Like you said, you know him better than I do." Dean handed Callie another glass of champagne, glancing at her with a curious expression. "Everything okay?" Callie sucked her lower lip between her teeth, avoiding his gaze. "Yeah, of course." She gripped the offered flute and took a sip. Bubbles tickled the back of her throat, and she tried to focus on the delicate flavor of the wine, rather than her conversation with Stephen, but try as she might, she couldn't get it out of her head. The last thing she wanted was for it to shatter her confidence, but the nagging ache in her gut persisted. Who knew if his story was even true? He could have fabricated the entire thing. After all, he was the Puma's manager, which meant he had a vested interest in Dean. The things he said to her were a precautionary tale. It wasn't so much a warning for her as it was a warning in regard to Dean. If things got ugly, it might affect Dean's performance, which in turn could affect the team. She inhaled a shaky breath, then glanced up at him. "Say we give this a shot for real and it ends poorly. What do you suppose would happen?" Dean shoved his hands in his pockets and rocked back on his heels. Shrugging, he said, "I'm not worried about that because I don't think it would happen. But if it did?" "Callie." "Just humor me," she said, meeting his eyes. She wanted an answer. He sighed and went silent for a moment. "I don't know. It's like anything else. With time, I'm sure we'd find a way to get on. People always say they'll stay friends, but it rarely is that simple. Where is all this coming from? And what about Ginny?" Callie plowed on. "It's easier said than done to stay neutral and things get ugly, especially when family's involved." "Whoa. Hold on." Dean placed a hand under her elbow, pulling her closer and out of earshot of any onlookers. "One minute things are going great, and the next, you're talking about things turning ugly. Did someone say something to you?" He glanced over her shoulder, his eyes scanning the crowd like he could pinpoint the culprit. Callie swallowed, not wanting to throw Stephen under the bus. "You're right. Just forget I said anything. No, I think we need to talk." Callie's stomach dropped. "Now? Shouldn't we enjoy the evening first? I was gone all week. I'm tired of waiting." Then he arched a brow and said, something tells me you're avoiding this. Bingo. Knowing there was no putting him off, she glanced away, training her gaze on her champagne. Okay, talk. The last time we saw each other you got upset with me, and we never cleared the air. I think we've gone long enough without actually defining what we are. Callie's heart leapt to her throat. This was it, the moment of reckoning. One way or the other, she'd know where she stood with Dean. Face to face, she could read his expression, hear the inflection in his voice. No matter what he said, she'd know the truth by the way he said it, his body language, the look in his eye. They'd either solidify as a couple or go their separate ways. The pressure of it settled like a stone in her gut. Callie, look at me, Dean said, tipping her chin up and forcing her to meet his gaze. All along, this whole thing with Maya is not what it seemed. I haven't been completely honest with you, but I want you to know the whole truth. The other day at Buzz, when I sat across from you and told you I wanted you, I meant it. This last month has been the best of my life. I don't just want you. The truth is, if it isn't Callie Cartwright. Callie's head snapped at the sound of the voice. Her gaze settled on the last person she wanted to see in that moment, the one she had conveniently forgotten about. Maya stood next to them, her eyes twinkling under the lights. Beside her, Dean stiffened. Maya, we're in the middle of something. This is not a good time, he said, turning his attention back to Callie. Oh, I don't think this can wait. Maya's smile stretched like a cat. Don't you have a date to attend to? Actually, I'm here by myself. It wasn't going to work out between us. She shrugged. I realized I have unresolved feelings for someone else. Icy fingers clawed at Callie's chest. She'd have to be a complete idiot not to know Maya was referring to Dean. Still, Dean pretended as if he had no idea. Or maybe he just didn't care. Callie preferred the latter. Okay, well, I'm in the middle of something, he said, waving her off. Sure, I'll let you get back to it. But before I go, I have something of Callie's she'll probably want back. Dean started to argue, right up until the moment Maya procured an envelope from her beaded clutch. Callie watched him as his hand darted to the inside of his tuxedo jacket, searching for something with wide eyes. He reached for the envelope, but Maya handed it over to Callie before he could grab it. Without another word, Callie frowned as she tore it open. Inside was a check. A check with her name on it in the amount of $20,000, her payout from Dean. Speechless, Callie glanced up at him, taking in the vibrant blue of his eyes as they slid over his face, searching for an explanation as to why Maya had the check and why he had brought it with him in the first place when she'd made it perfectly clear she couldn't take his money. I knew something was off with you too, and I was right all along, wasn't I? Maya's words ripped at Callie's heart. Mortification settled in her bones, reminded of the day she ran into Maya at Buzz. How she accused Callie of being after Dean's money. The check merely confirmed her suspicions. Turning, Callie attempted to hide the flush blooming across her face and spreading from her neck all the way to her toes. She cleared her throat, wanting to explain herself, to tell her it wasn't as it seemed. But maybe it was. Maybe Callie had been foolish to ever think she and Dean had something real, something beyond a platonic friendship. Ever the journalist, Maya beat her to the punchline. Was it ever real? She asked. Maya, you're wrong. The muscles in Dean's jaw flickered as he tensed and stepped forward. You have no idea what you're talking about. He wrapped his hand around her arm, trying to turn her attention from Callie to him. But she was like a Rottweiler with a bone, and she wouldn't stop until she made her point. Dean, it's obvious. All she wants is your money. Did you know she took a job as an escort not very long ago? You might as well be another one of her customers. You need to wake up and see that she's using you. The accusations were a blow to Callie's pride. Her heart wrenched. Beside her, Dean narrowed his eyes, a vein pulsing in his neck as he clenched his hands and defended her. But she couldn't listen. She needed air. She needed to breathe. And if she stayed a moment longer, she might be sick. Callie pressed a hand to her mouth and spun on her heel, mustering what little dignity she had left, and practically ran from the room. It was obvious Maya knew something about their arrangement. Either that or she somehow stumbled across Dean's check and put the pieces together herself. Regardless, her message was clear. Callie wasn't worthy of someone like him. Maybe she was right.
Chapter 20. Dean. What just happened? Dean's mind raced as he chased after Callie. Things had been going fine, and then she danced with Steven, and Maya had to open her mouth. Steven. He must have been the one who'd put Callie on edge. A burst of cold air nipped at his face as he opened the door and stepped out into the chilly night. He had no idea how the check had fallen out of his pocket, but it was dumb luck Maya had been the one to find it. Unless she went snooping. Either way, he was an idiot. He never should have brought it with him. He should have left the check at home. Torn it up into a million pieces. He never should have written it in the first place, but he had been so desperate to keep Callie. That day at Buzz, when she was considering taking the job in California, he knew she was simply scared. But the idea she might up and leave was unbearable. He wouldn't deny wanting her to accept his money. He wanted to help her get her life back on track, but as he scanned the sidewalk for her, he realized how foolish he had been. He should have listened. He should have told her the truth, and they could have come up with a solution together. Instead, he'd plowed on without talking to her out of fear. Panic laced his bloodstream as he caught sight of Callie hailing a cab, and his stomach plunged to the concrete. Callie, wait. He jogged forward and grabbed her arm, spinning her around to face him. You're not leaving. I don't think you get a say. Now, let go. She yanked away from him, and his jaw hardened. Only if you stay and talk to me. She shook her head and crossed her arms over her chest. Goosebumps covered her bare skin, and he ached to touch her, to reach out and warm her in his arms, but he kept his distance, knowing he would only make things worse by pulling her close. You need a ride or what, lady? The cabbie asked. With a growl, Dean leaned down into the window and tossed him a bill. You can wait. When he stood back up, Callie's eyes flashed in challenge. So, you think everybody is under your control? That you can just whip your money around and we'll all do your bidding? That's ridiculous. Is it? Tell me, did you blab to Maya or did she just happen to find out? Dean yanked a hand through his hair, wishing for a better explanation than what he suspected was the truth. The check must have fallen from my pocket. Or, she went looking. I don't know. But I shouldn't have brought it with me in the first place. A humorless laugh escaped Callie's lips. You're right about that. Then she crossed her arms over her chest, seemingly ready for a fight. I guess this shouldn't surprise me though. The gala was always your end game, right? I guess today was payday. No. It's not like that, and you know it. Dean stabbed a finger at the ground. Yes, I wanted you to take the money. Because I was scared to death you might consider that job in California. Maya was reaching in there, he waved toward the ballroom, and you know it. Callie huffed and shook her head, her eyes damp, and he wanted to reach out, to cup his palm over the side of her face. To kiss her until she got the message. But her body language told him his touch wasn't welcome. You know what I think? You're just using this as an excuse, Dean said. And why would I do that? You're running. Something flickered in her eyes, and he knew he was right. From what? Us. He pointed to his chest. Me. Shaking her head, she stepped away, as if she meant to leave before she whirled back around to face him. Don't you get it? It was always a lie. Maya was right. We started this as some game, and we just got too caught up in it all. You'll wake up tomorrow, after the dust settles, and you'll realize that none of this is real and that I was just a distraction from what you wanted in the first place. What you really want is right inside." She gestured manically toward the ballroom. "And Maya wants you too. Congratulations. Your plan worked." "No," her words skewered him. "I don't care about Maya. I love you." Callie flinched like he'd slapped her before she stumbled back, and when he reached for her hand, she moved away. "It was never about Maya, Callie. Never. I want you." Callie swallowed, then glanced out at the darkened street, looking fragile and small under the light of the moon with her delicate hands in fists by her side. "Please," Dean pleaded. "Something else happened in there. Something changed. This isn't about Maya or the money. Just. What happens when this is all over?" "What do you mean?" "You already asked me that." "Yeah, and you had a crap answer," she snapped. "If we give this a go, and it fails," she said, voice quivering, "what happens?" "I told you. I know what you said, but the truth of the matter is I have no one. Ginny's your sister. If this thing with us blows up in my face, she'll take your side, and I wouldn't blame her. You, her, your parents, you're all I've got left." She pointed to her chest. "I have no one else. I have no family to lean on. No other friends, because I've avoided new attachments for years." A puff of air escaped her lips, and her eyes glistened, the moisture softening the pale blue. "I've isolated myself so much because I'm scared of losing more people I love." She fell silent before she glanced back up at him, her eyes damp with tears. "I'm sorry, but I can't risk this." Dean swallowed. "Callie, please. Maybe I should take the job in California." "What?" "No." Dean stepped forward. His heart raced. She couldn't be serious. "I can't take this." She stepped forward and thrust the check at Dean. He hadn't realized she still had it. "And without it, I can't afford to stay." "Yes, you can. You can make it work. Don't leave," he begged. "Please, don't run away from this." "I've got baggage, Dean," she said like it explained everything. "I don't care." He clenched his jaw until he thought his teeth might crack from the effort. Why wasn't she listening to him? "You can't leave me," he said. She met his eyes, and hope surged in his chest. "Maybe this isn't about you. You're giving up on us before you've even given us a chance." She exhaled, her breath forming a white cloud in the cold air. "But that's just the thing. Was there ever really an us?" As he watched Callie get into the cab, leaving him standing at the curb, he was speechless. His heart wrenched out of his chest. All he wanted was to fall to his knees and beg her to stay. Beg her to take back everything she said. Because she couldn't mean it. They were worth the risk. But a part of him knew she was right. What was Dean risking to be with her? He stood frozen, watching the scarlet glow of the cab's lights as it drove away, and his mind reeled with all the things he should have said. Things he could have done differently. He refused to believe it was too late. If she was scared of what would happen if they didn't work out, then that meant she felt strongly enough about him she feared losing him altogether. It meant she might love him, too. That single notion bloomed inside of him, spurring him into action. He called his driver and made his way to her apartment, where he pounded on the door for what felt like hours, desperate to speak with her. When Ginny finally cracked it open and peeked her head out, he slammed his palm against it, craning his neck to see inside. But Ginny held him back, surprisingly strong for such a small person. "Let me in," he said, hearing the raw edge in his voice. "I need to talk to her." Ginny's gaze darted behind her, then back to him. "Not now." Jaw clenched, Dean dropped his hand, and in the silence, He heard the telltale sound of Callie's sobs calling softly through the door. Calmer, he tried again. Listen, there was a misunderstanding. I need to. Dean, I know you love her. But she's having a moment, and right now, what she needs is a little space, some time to think and wrap her mind around things. She'll come around. And what if she doesn't? He asked, giving voice to his fear. I don't know. You can figure that out later. His stomach twisted, and he had half a mind to push right through Ginny, force his way in and make Callie listen to reason. Or he'd wait outside their door until she came out for air. He'd beg and plead. He wouldn't lose her, not when he knew it was only fear getting in the way. Not when he suspected she loved him back. I can't just leave it like this. Dean waved a hand toward the door, his voice rising with his frustration. She's scared and running. She's talking about taking some job in California. Is that what you want? He raised a brow, banking on Ginny having no idea about the job offer. The way her eyes darkened and her mouth gaped told him he was right. But when she inhaled, it was as if all her shock cleared, and she narrowed her eyes. That's when Dean knew he'd lost. How Callie could ever think Ginny would choose him over her was beyond him. The Great Wall of China was easier to get past than their friendship. You know how she is with change, Ginny said, her voice tight. These last 6 weeks have been a whirlwind. She's had a lot thrown on her plate, and I do think she loves you, Dean, but I think she's scared of what that might mean. I don't think she knows how to traverse this. But you need to let her figure it out. You can't force her to accept her feelings. Or yours. He knew she was right. If he went to her now, all Callie would do is push him farther away. He needed to let the dust settle, to allow her some space to accept her feelings. No matter how much it killed him. Will you at least tell her I tried? Absolutely. Ginny offered him a soft smile, surprising him when she reached out and drew him into a hug. You two deserve each other, you know. It'll all work out. Then she released him and headed back inside. He stood, staring at the closed door for what felt like hours, finding it impossible to wrench himself away. The thought of going back to his sterile apartment, alone, depressed him. He waited for her his whole life. He wasn't about to give up now. Longing coursed through his veins, so strong it became a physical ache inside his chest as he stepped back. Walking away felt like defeat. But he'd give her space, because that's what she needed. Once her fear stopped clouding her judgment, she'd see how silly she was being. She'd stay. And she'd give them a chance. She had to.
Chapter 21. Callie. Callie woke the next morning after a night of fitful sleep, with a sinking feeling in her gut. Dean said he loved her. And things had fallen apart. Why wasn't it enough? Because she didn't believe him? Because he hurt her pride by assuming she would still take his money? Because her life was a mess, and her wrecked relationship with him was simply more proof of how broken she was? Because she couldn't lose them. The Kimballs were irreplaceable, and it was best for her to tap out now before things got too serious. All of it was complete and utter crap. She wanted him. She shook off the thoughts and flopped out of bed. Maybe California would be the best thing for her, a chance to clear her head. It was about time she quit being an innocent bystander in her own life. It was time to take the reins and turn the tide. Callie swung the doors to her closet open and stared at the contents. She loved her wardrobe. She loved quality garments and that giddy feeling at knowing she had something coveted by so many, something out of reach for most. It made her feel special to own the latest Louis Vuitton or to wear a new pair of heels that cost more than her electric bill, just because. But as her gaze slid over all her items and she stepped into her walk-in closet, she saw things from a different perspective, like those pictures where you saw one thing at first glance, but as you looked closer, it turned into something else entirely. The lion was really a beach at sunset. Who knew? These things, her clothes, they were her armor against a world that had disappointed her. They were the things she took into battle. Her way of coping. She was a complete fraud. She didn't need a pair of $200 jeans to face the day. She needed to pay her rent. She needed to buy groceries next week and get that promotion without her mistakes coming back to bite her. All of it, everything inside her closet, was completely useless. She drew in a cleansing breath, knowing this was the right thing. Parting is such sweet sorrow. 2 hours later, Callie was knee-deep in boxes and bins and clothes. Ginny wandered into her bedroom and froze as her wide eyes surveyed the scene in front of her. Callie tipped her head in greeting and smiled. "Did you just get in?" Ginny nodded slowly. She glanced out into the hallway and then back at Callie. "Did I enter some kind of parallel universe? Why is your closet nearly empty?" Callie put her hands on her hips and nodded toward the plastic totes off to the side. "Mostly, everything's in those. I kept the basics. I have a couple pairs of slacks and dresses for work and some jeans and tees." "It should be enough," she said, glancing back to the remaining items hanging on the bar. She somehow went from being in tears at the thought of parting with her wardrobe to feeling energized, elated at the purge. It was like releasing a piece of her baggage she hadn't known she carried with every piece of clothing she stuffed into a box. This was the new Callie, hear her roar. "Who knew I had walls and carpeting?" Callie joked. "But why?" Ginny asked, clearly alarmed. Motioning for her to follow, Callie led her to the bed, where they sat side by side. It was a moment before Callie spoke as she crossed her legs and tried to work out how to vocalize everything in her head. "I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and I realize I've been holding on to a lot of things." She paused, picking at a piece of lint on her blanket. "Dean said something to me the other day." Ginny's lips quirked. "You actually listened to my brother?" Callie laughed. "He said that you never get over the tragedy of losing someone, that you merely survive it and learn how to live again. I think there's truth in that, but I also think he's wrong because that's all I've been doing since they died. All I've done is survive, and I'm doing a pretty crappy job at it." Ginny's frowned, and her answering glare was full of reproach. "You're not giving yourself enough credit. You graduated college with an amazing GPA and got a great job. But I'm drowning. My head is barely above water, Ginny." Ginny shook her head, and Callie reached out, gripping her hand in hers. "I hide behind new sweaters and fancy bags and shoes. I mean, sure, it hasn't been all that bad. I have you," she squeezed Ginny's hand, "and Dean, and I do like my job. But I've hardly dated. I haven't made new friends. In fact, I avoid new relationships altogether. I can't stop spending money, let alone start saving any, because you can't prepare for a future you don't think about. Why didn't you tell me it was this bad?" Ginny asked, her voice thick. Callie shrugged. "I don't think I wanted to admit it to myself. Complacency is easy. It's much harder to actually change course. But it's time. I've already survived. It's time to thrive. I'll never get my parents back. I'll always grieve their loss, but I need to let go." "Hold on," Ginny said as she squeezed her hands, then scurried off the bed. "I'll be right back." Callie heard the refrigerator open and close, along with the slamming of a drawer. When Ginny returned, she carted a huge container of cookie dough ice cream and 2 spoons in her arms. "We can't get through the rest of this conversation without a little help." "Fabulous," trading one vice for another. Ginny settled back in next to her. "Cheers," she said, clinking spoons with Callie. "A whole quart?" "Pints are for underachievers," Ginny murmured, taking a huge bite, and Callie chuckled. Callie took her time, swallowing a creamy bite of ice cream and moaning. It was delicious. Then, with a resigned sigh, she set her spoon down. Ginny, I have to tell you something. I'm not just in debt. I'm behind with a lot of my bills. Ginny frowned over her spoon. What do you mean? It's not just my credit card payments that have defaulted. It's also my cell phone bill, my car payment, all of it. I've been in the red these last few months. I've used my salary to cover our rent here and contribute toward our utilities and food because I don't want to let you down, but everything else I wind up blowing. And now, it's at the point where I'm struggling to keep up. I have a problem. A real one. It's not just that I shop too much. If it were that simple, I'd just stop, and things would be fine. Ginny cocked her head like she didn't understand. What are you trying to say? Callie stared down at the ice cream. The edges had turned soft and melty. It was her favorite part. Would Ginny be disappointed in her? Would her parents if they were here? I buy new things, fancy things, because they fill a void. Tears stung the back of her eyes, but she willed them away. No matter how much I buy or how many trips I make to Bergdorf's or Macy's, nothing quells the hole in my heart. But it's time I stop hiding my pain with my pocketbook and face it. I need to change. Ginny leaned forward and enclosed Callie in her arms. A sob slipped past her lips, but she swallowed it down, blurting, "I've been offered a job in California." Ginny stiffened before she leaned back to meet Callie's eyes. So, Dean was right. She tipped her head, her expression wary, when she asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Callie swallowed. "Because I think I'm taking it." "You can't be serious." "Callie. I'm not going to get this promotion, and I can't afford to stay and live off my current salary. This company can pay me a lot more than GGF, and for whatever reason, they're willing to look past my debt and poor credit. No one else will." "You don't know that." "I do," Callie said softly. "This is why Dean still wanted you to take his money even though you too." She trailed off when Callie nodded. "Stay. You don't need to go. I can help with your share of rent. We'll get you counseling for the shopping, we'll." Callie placed a finger over Ginny's mouth, silencing her. Accepting Dean's money was something she had wrestled with leading up to the gala, but when it came down to it, she couldn't accept it and still look him in the eye afterwards. It would make her feel cheap and paltry. "I'm not going to take it." "But you had a deal," Ginny said. "It's only fair." "You're right. We did have a deal, but then I got confused. I replaced gratitude for deeper feelings." Callie watched as Ginny processed this new information, her expression earnest. "All the more reason you can't go." Callie huffed, a humorless laugh. Ginny would argue this until the sun came up. "There are things you don't know." "Trust me," Ginny said. "You need to talk to him. Callie, you'll crush him if you go." Callie winced, and Ginny reached out and grabbed her hand. "Promise me you will hear him out? Don't make any final decisions until you do." "Okay, fine." Callie sighed. "But I need to straighten out my life." Before Ginny could protest, Callie stood and moved across the floor to one of the totes. "Come on. You want to help me take these out to my car?" Ginny's eyes widened. "Where are you taking them?" "I found a cute little consignment shop on 5th Avenue. She's cutting me a really good deal." "You're selling all of it?" Ginny scurried after her and picked up a large tote, wincing. "How much crap did you cram into these things?" 7 years worth of therapy." "A lot," Callie said. "Okay, but I'm kind of mad you didn't give me first dibs." "Ha. You know that would never work. One look at you in one of my cherished garments, and I'd relapse. I'm going cold turkey, getting clean." Ginny grinned as they left her apartment and headed out to her car. "Okay, but what about the black wraparound sweater I've always loved?" Callie eyed her over the hood of her car. "Pay me double what it's worth." Ginny's mouth dropped. "That's highway robbery." Lifting a shoulder, Callie smirked. Take it or leave it. After they loaded the totes, Callie closed her trunk. Her stomach churned, forcing her to press a palm over her abdomen against the rising nausea. I'm proud of you, you know. Ginny nudged her arm. I'm doing what I should have done years ago. Doesn't make it any easier, she said. No, it didn't. Callie smiled at Ginny and rounded her car. No one said turning your life around was easy. She pressed her phone to her ear as she played back her voicemail. Dean's baritone boomed over the line. He was in Chicago. Callie, I wish you'd just take my calls. You can't avoid me forever. I just heard the news from Ginny that you're leaving in a week. I come home this weekend, and I'll be back for a while. If I could come home now, I would. When I get back though, we're going to talk. You at least owe me that much. There were several other messages, all from Dean. She was a jerk for not answering. No, she was a coward, plain and simple. If she spoke with him, she might cave. For the first time in her adult life, she was being responsible, cleaning up her mess and doing the right thing. She couldn't allow her feelings to cloud her judgment and risk what needed to be done. She knew Dean was hurting, but in time, he'd realize they never would have worked. Not when they had built their feelings on a lie. She'd leave, and he'd move on. And one day, when she returned with her life straightened out, they all could go back to the way things were. A week later, Callie handed over the keys to her Mini Cooper and took one last, long look at her beloved car. Are you sure you want to do this? Ginny asked. She turned to her with a stricken expression, and Callie knew she meant more than the car. Ginny was in denial. She thought, in the end, Callie would stay. So much so that she hadn't even argued with her. She'd gone along with Callie's plan with quiet acceptance. Callie hated to disappoint her. Chapter 22. Callie. The Kimball house came into view. It was hard to believe little more than a week had passed since the gala, when so much had changed. Callie's gaze slid over their house, taking in all the details, the bright yellow siding and white shutters, the large wraparound porch, and the sprawling yard with the large pines. Their home was inviting, a breath of fresh air. Spring was just around the corner, yet the chilly temps loomed, overstaying their welcome. She hadn't been to visit since Christmas. Typically, she stayed away if she could. It reminded her of her childhood, which in turn spawned memories of her parents, which she much preferred to avoid. She had spent countless days playing with Ginny in the backyard. As they got older, she and Ginny chose the privacy of her bedroom over the great outdoors. They'd shut themselves inside, cranked up the music until their ears screamed, and gossiped about boys. So many summer nights, her parents sat out on the front porch with the Kimballs, sipping cocktails while the sun set, with the three of them, her, Ginny, and Dean, catching fireflies in jars. The memories tugged on her heart as she urged herself to get out of the car and head inside. Even though it pained her to remember, could she really leave it all behind? Ginny sat beside her, quiet in the absence of the purring engine. They both stared out the window, each lost in her own thoughts. You don't have to do this, you know, Ginny said. It was maybe her quadrillionth reminder that Callie didn't need to move across state lines, let alone across the country, for a new start. Denial had been Ginny's first response to the notion of her move, and the closer it got, the more she seemed unsure of whether Callie would follow through. Callie bit her lip and nodded. I do. She needed to start fresh. This past week, she attended a Shopaholics Anonymous group, and if she learned one thing about her addiction to shopping, it was that avoiding social stressors and learning new coping techniques was key to rehabilitation. Seeing as how this city was full of stressors, taking the job seemed the obvious choice. Even if she managed to avoid Dean, she couldn't live with Ginny every day and not think of him. She couldn't drive past her old neighborhood or her old school without it triggering an emotional response about her parents. She needed a replacement coping mechanism, but until she learned one, avoiding anxiety and stress seemed the only way to handle her pain without her credit cards. Callie's gaze flickered to the driveway where she noted Dean's parked car. She figured he'd be here. After all, she had ignored all his calls, and he had been traveling for games this past week, which made avoiding him easy enough. Still, something told her he wouldn't have missed the Kimball send-off. As much as she wanted to skip this dinner entirely, she couldn't. Mr. and Mrs. Kimball were like family. They went above and beyond for her the years following her parents' accident, and seeing as how she was moving so far away, she owed them a chance to say goodbye. Ginny sighed. "I think you're making a mistake." "It makes no sense," she said. "By the time you pay rent out there, you'll be making the same amount that you're making now at GGF." "As soon as I get there, I'll get a roommate," Callie said. At Ginny's stricken expression, she reached out and grabbed her hand. "I won't be gone forever. I'll work a year, maybe 2, and then I'll be back. I just need to get on my feet. I need to fix my problems and pay down my debt, get my life straightened out. And you can't do that here, because..." Callie's gaze slid inadvertently to Dean's car. The thought of him waiting for her inside made her heart pound. "There are too many triggers here. I need a change of pace." "Need or want?" Frustrated, Callie shook her head. "I don't know. Does it matter?" "Yes, it matters." "You're running away," Ginny snapped. Callie turned back to her, eyes wide. Hadn't Dean said something similar at the gala? "What?" she asked. "You're scared of your feelings for him. I can see it on your face. Whatever you had, it was real. It will never work." "Yeah, because you won't let it. You won't even give it a chance. I have so much baggage to unpack." Pausing, she searched Ginny's almond eyes. How could she make her understand? The truth was, she was only beginning to hit the tip of her emotional iceberg. She had never realized how much of her grief she had repressed until these last couple months. These past few years, she'd been slowly self-destructing, and she needed to get a grip. "If I stay, I'm afraid I'll just revert back to old habits. I won't change, and Dean, or anyone for that matter, won't want to be with me. He's better off with someone like Maya, someone..." "Oh, come off it already." Callie snapped her mouth shut. Ginny had never been angry with her like this. "Well, unless you counted that time in the 3rd grade and Callie ate the last of her Halloween candy while she was in the bathroom. You're using any excuse you can find," Ginny spat. "Dean doesn't want Maya. He never did. So, you can sit there all you want and say he needs someone well-adjusted and spout your crap, and maybe even believe it yourself, but you're not fooling me. You could just as easily turn your life around here. You have people who love you. You have support, something you won't have all the way in sunny California." Her voice dripped with disdain. "When it comes down to it, you're just scared." Callie swallowed and huffed out a laugh. "That's ridiculous." "Scared of what?" Ginny's eyes homed in on her face, and Callie squirmed under the microscope of her gaze. "You think you're not good enough for my brother. With all your problems and your debt and your grief, I think you're afraid you don't stack up. You know darn well no matter what happens with you two, I'll always be there for you. It's bad timing, no one can argue that. But you're taking the easy way out instead of staying to fight." Callie opened her mouth to speak, but the words lodged in her throat. Ginny had struck a chord. She made her sound pathetic, like a coward. But there was more to it than that. Ginny swung the driver's side door open. "Wouldn't it be convenient if we could all choose who we fell in love with and when? The thing is, maybe Dean should want someone like Maya. It would be far less complicated. But he doesn't. He wants you. And moving more than 2,000 miles away won't change that for him. It hasn't changed it in the 23 years he's known you. And I think you want him too. You can't just click your heels and bury your feelings. If anyone should know that, it's you." You have a pile of bills to prove it. Callie started to protest, to tell her she was wrong and argue back, but Ginny stepped out of the car and slammed the door shut before she even had a chance. Callie's heart sunk in the resounding silence. She didn't want to acknowledge the things Ginny said. She didn't want to go inside and face Dean. Her fingers itched to get behind the wheel and pull away from the curb. Her feet yearned to run. And she hated herself for it because those urges proved Ginny right. She could tell herself all she wanted, that her decision to take the job in California was purely professional and based on her need to fix her finances, but deep down, she knew better. Everything Ginny said had been true. But she had already accepted the position, and in a few days, she'd be on a flight headed to San Francisco. Then, she'd finally be able to breathe. For now, she just needed to get through dinner. Callie's solo entrance into the Kimball household felt like a death march. Continuing in that trend, their dinner felt like a funeral service. Through their saccharine smiles and their toast to Callie's new job in California, Callie felt their veiled sadness like a lead blanket, weighing everything down. Every time Mrs. Kimball asked her a question about the position and her temporary housing, her voice shook. Both Dean and Ginny were mute throughout the meal. Though Ginny's silence didn't surprise her, considering their argument in the car. Dean, on the other hand, had tried to corner her upon entering, but Callie had narrowly avoided the encounter by making a beeline for the kitchen and offering to help set the table. Now, he sat across from her, clutching his glass of wine so hard Callie feared it might shatter in his grip. The muscle in his jaw jumped as he tipped his glass back and finished it in half a swallow, then he stormed off into the kitchen to refill it. She followed his retreating form with her eyes and pushed back her half-empty plate. Despite not having much of an appetite, she forced enough down to please Mrs. Kimball, who tooted after her like a mother hen. "If you'll excuse me," Callie said as she slid out from behind the table, ignoring Ginny's gaze on her for the first time since their confrontation in the car. She'd known her long enough to know she was thinking that Callie was finally going to stop being such a coward and face Dean, but her intentions were slightly more selfish than that, slightly less valiant. It was true she couldn't avoid Dean forever. She needed to speak with him, to say her goodbyes. And doing so in a house with 3 other people seemed easier, less confrontational. She entered the kitchen and noted Dean's turned back. He stared out the kitchen window above the sink, his shirt sleeves rolled at the elbow, revealing tanned skin and muscle. Clutching a glass of wine in one hand, the other gripped the counter. She made her way to the island and poured herself a glass, needing it now. There was so much left unsaid between them. She had declined the wine earlier, but liquid courage was in order. Maybe Ginny was right. She was a coward. She took a sip, as something must have cued Dean to her presence. "You finally going to talk to me now? Or are you going to keep pretending I don't exist?" His tone was gruff, harsh, but she couldn't really blame him. "I'm sorry." She bit her lip, wishing this were easier. Dean turned slowly, and his bright blue eyes watched her as he set his glass down and leaned back against the counter. His dark hair curled around his ears and hung slightly in his eyes. It was longer than normal, in need of a trim, and Callie had to stop herself from reaching out to run her fingers through it. Instead, she cleared her throat and painted on her brightest smile. "You know, I might need to become a Clippers fan now, seeing as how I'm relocating." "What are you doing?" Callie's smile wobbled. "I'm just trying to break the ice, to lighten the mood." She set her own glass down, the taste of the fruity wine suddenly too sweet and cloying on her tongue. She was failing at this. Just another thing to add to her long list. "I don't want to make small talk. I don't want to lighten the mood, and I certainly don't want to discuss anything having to do with California." His knuckles turned white as he gripped the edge of the granite. "Actually, I don't even want to be here anymore," he muttered. The admission hit Callie like a slap, and she stumbled back. "No one's making you stay." "You're right. I don't even know why I came." He pushed off the counter, his eyes hard and cold like ice as he passed her and headed for the exit. So you're just going to leave? I'm certainly not going to stand here and pretend everything's fine. He swept his hand out in front of him. I'm not going to make bogus toasts and talk about your move. I'm not going to just act like the last 6 weeks never even happened. The fact that you can, he paused, and his features darkened. Well, that says it all, I guess. He took another step toward the hallway as icy fingers gripped her chest. Suddenly, she was afraid to watch him leave. Wait. You wouldn't let me explain, the night of the gala. You haven't answered any of my calls, and you definitely didn't want to talk when you first got here. You practically sprinted for the kitchen the moment you saw me. What's left to say? I think you've made it perfectly clear how you feel. Then before she could say anything, before she could defend herself, Mrs. Kimball burst into the kitchen. Chapter 23. Callie. Mrs. Kimball smiled. Callie, would you mind joining me upstairs a moment? Callie swallowed over the lump in her throat. This felt like goodbye, and it packed quite a punch. Her gaze latched on the tight set of Dean's mouth, his pinched expression and narrowed eyes as she passed him and followed Mrs. Kimball out into the hall and up the stairs. The moment her feet hit the landing, she heard the telltale sound of the front door closing, and she knew he had left. She should have stopped him. She should have reached out as she passed and said something to make everything better. Only she had no idea what to say. It seemed everything she did just made it all worse. As Callie followed Mrs. Kimball into the spare bedroom, she wondered what Dean had told her about their arrangement. She had seen the interview with her and Dean. She'd seen the game ere Dean gave her the roses on television. She knew they had been dating, but as of yet said nothing about it, and Callie hadn't the heart to ask. Mrs. Kimball had never been a meddler. Where Callie's mother had been overprotective, Mrs. Kimball always watched her kids fail or succeed from afar. She provided direction. She brushed off their bumps and bruises and life went wonky, but then sent them on their way again to make their own mistakes. Her own mother had sheltered Callie, shielding her from all disappointment for the 16 years she'd been alive. It was probably one reason Callie had never learned how to manage rejection and disappointment. While Mrs. Kimball made her kids learn to cope at a young age, Callie always had a buffer. Well, Mom, you'd be in trouble if you were here. This is one situation even you couldn't fix. They entered the spare bedroom, the one Callie had used as her own after her parents died, before she went off to college. It held a place in her heart as one long, depressing memory. Mrs. Kimball headed into the walk-in closet, rummaging through the plastic bins. When she reappeared, she had a large white box and 2 small photo albums stacked in her arms. Taking a seat on the edge of the bed, she patted the spot next to her. I don't know that you've ever seen these before, she said, smiling. I was the only one that had a camera with us that summer, so I don't think your mom would have had these. Callie inhaled as she settled in beside Mrs. Kimball, unsure of whether she wanted to see whatever it was she had to offer. Already, Callie was teetering on the edge of a breakdown, her defenses tiny, brittle things that could be broken with the flick of a finger. Oblivious to Callie's hesitation, Mrs. Kimball flipped open the cover of the first album. You look so much like her in this one, she said, pointing. In the picture, Callie's mother posed for the camera, long and lean, in a pink and black bandeau bikini. Her crimped, blonde hair was teased high on her head, every bit the 80s beauty queen. We were only 18 here and thought we were hot stuff. This was the summer your mother met your father. Mrs. Kimball's voice turned to velvet as she spoke, taking on a wistful edge. Then, she flipped the page. My aunt and uncle had a cabin we stayed in that summer, just outside the Allegheny Mountains. It was just your mom and me in this little town. You could walk to get ice cream and pizza, go bowling, see the latest show at the drive-in, or swim in the lake from dusk till dawn. We had so much fun. Sounds like it, Callie said through the ache in her throat. Go ahead. Mrs. Kimball signaled for Callie to turn the page as she handed her the album. Callie did as expected, pausing on a picture of her mother wearing a neon green miniskirt and lace fingerless gloves. She couldn't help but laugh at the enormous fluff of bangs and her green eyeshadow. Someone call Cyndi Lauper. An extra from her "Girls Just Wanna Have Fun" video got loose. Wow, Callie said, stifling a laugh. Hey, Mrs. Kimball laughed, the 80s were just getting good. Parachute pants were about to come out. Yikes. Despite how awful it looks now, we were pretty hip back then, she continued. Your mother was always glammed up with the latest fashions. Always daring and willing to try something new. She had impeccable taste for the times. She'd be in awe of you. I'm sure that's where you get it from. Callie pressed her lips into a thin line. She may have inherited her mother's fashion sense, but it also came with a price. It was hard to imagine her parents would be very proud of her now, with how many mistakes she'd made. All that said, it felt good to pronounce that she was finally changing her ways. Callie stared down at the photographs, realizing they portrayed all the things she, too, wanted in life. She wanted security, friends, love. But those things came with a price. It meant being vulnerable, opening yourself up to getting hurt and allowing yourself to fall. But what if she wasn't ready? Mrs. Kimball flipped the page. Aha! Here it is. Here's the one I wanted you to see. Squinting, Callie asked, Is that my dad? Yep. He's in a few more from this summer. This is when they first met. Did your mom ever tell you about it? Callie nodded. I know she was in college, younger than him. He was visiting the same area that summer with his cousins. They also had a little cottage in the hills. From the moment he laid eyes on your mother, he was enamored, completely head over heels. The timing wasn't the best. Your mom didn't want to date. She never even wanted marriage or kids. But when it came right down to it, I'm not sure your mother ever really stood a chance. Not with that relentless man. She tried to play it off to me as if she were doing him a favor by showing him attention, but I knew better. By the end of the summer, your dad proposed with a ring he won in a gumball machine. Mrs. Kimball rolled her eyes. Your mom turned him down, but he told her he'd finish college and be back for her. And that's exactly what he did. Callie shifted in her seat. They didn't even keep in touch after he left? Mrs. Kimball smiled at the memory. Nope. But she kept tabs on him. He did great things at Carnegie Mellon, and when he graduated top of his class, he got an amazing job and came back for her, just like he said he would. And just like that, they got married. Your dad was estranged from his parents, and your mom had little family, so they eloped, with me and Rick as witnesses. Why are you telling me this? Callie glanced over at her in earnest. Mrs. Kimball hesitated before she said, Sometimes life isn't like we imagined it. Sometimes we have a plan for ourselves, but love finds us, ready or not. I believe in love at first sight. I saw it between your parents with my own 2 eyes. And I've watched it with my son for 23 years. The way he looks at you has never changed. Maybe you weren't looking for it, Callie. And maybe it's not the right time, but the pieces of life don't always fit together neatly like a puzzle. Sometimes, we have to take the pieces as they come and make them work because it's better imperfect. Life is messy and complicated and hard. No one knows that better than you. But you can't let that get in the way of what you really want. Callie's throat tightened. She squeezed her eyes closed, trying to ward off the rush of emotions circling in her head like vultures. Tears stung the back of her throat and pounded behind her eyes. Struggling to keep the reins on her fragile state of mind, she wiped at her damp eyes, forcing the moisture away. The bed jostled as Mrs. Kimball moved over and wrapped her arms around Callie, holding her tight. They stared down at the picture together, and as if reading her thoughts, Mrs. Kimball said, I miss them. Every day. I have no doubt they'd be proud of you, of the woman you've become. A small cry escaped Callie's lips, and she clenched her teeth in an effort to keep it in. Whether she knew it or not, Mrs. Kimball had validated her fears. "You think?" she asked. "Because I've made a lot of mistakes, Anne." "Mistakes are good. It's how we learn." Callie nodded, wanting her to be right. "This whole thing with Dean and me," Callie trailed off, unsure of what she should say. "That's between you two," Mrs. Kimball said, voice firm. "Follow your heart, Callie. Only you can decide what that means. Just don't let fear, or timing, or circumstance drive your decisions. Let your heart be your guide." Callie sat for a moment in the heavy silence. She knew she should heed Mrs. Kimball's advice, but all she wanted at the moment was some brevity, a breath of fresh air, a moment of peace from the churning in her gut. Her eyes caught on the large white box, and though she'd had enough trips down memory lane, she couldn't help her curiosity. "What's that?" "I know you move next week, and that you have plans made. I know the timing is bad. But I wanted you to have this if you go." Mrs. Kimball reached out and pulled the box from beside her, then opened the lid, pushing back gauzy layers of tissue paper to reveal a lacy white sheath. Callie stared, unblinking and confused, until it dawned on her. The pictures of Mom and Dad when they first met. Their love story. All this talk about following your heart and timing and Dean. Her eyes widened as she took in the familiar details of the dress, and she stilled, stunned into silence. "When we cleaned out your Mom and Dad's place, I found this and saved it. I thought you might want it. My mom's wedding dress," she whispered as her stomach clenched like a fist. Reaching out, she touched the delicate fabric as tears filled her eyes for the second time since she'd sat down. Futilely, she tried to blink them away. She could envision her mother in the dress, probably because it was the photo she had stared at for the last 7 years, the one she kept on her dresser. For the first time in a long time, she could feel her mother's presence filling her up. She wondered what advice she'd give to her now. Would it have been the same as Mrs. Kimball's? "I hope this isn't too much," Mrs. Kimball murmured. Callie leaned forward and wrapped Mrs. Kimball in a hug, realizing that maybe this was her way of bridging the gap between her own parenting style and Callie's mother's. She wasn't protecting Callie from making her own mistakes, but she was trying to give her a gentle nudge in the right direction. With that thought in mind, she pressed her face into Mrs. Kimball's shoulder, stifling her tears. "It's not too much," she lied. Callie folded the last t-shirt and stuck it on the top of the pile. She had 2 suitcases filled to the brim, her remaining wardrobe after her consignment purge. When she heard something outside her room, she glanced up just as Ginny appeared in the doorway. Her chestnut locks were swept back into a ponytail, and her dark eyes churned with emotion. "Just for the record, you're an idiot." "So, I've been told." Callie grimaced. They had come to a truce about her move, but overall, Ginny was still less than thrilled. "I'm saving your room for you. You'll be back." Callie grinned. "I promise." Ginny fell silent for a moment, watching as Callie grabbed her toiletry bag and crammed it in the front pouch of her luggage with a giant yawn. She got 0 sleep last night, mostly because she'd spent all night thinking of Dean with a familiar ache in her gut she recognized as her new normal. But she shoved thoughts of him aside. She was running on fumes as it was. If she thought about him, she wasn't sure she'd finish packing. Callie placed the photo of her parents on top of her folded clothes. It was the last thing left to pack, and she hadn't the heart to stuff it in a box with the other breakables. Ginny reached out and placed her hand over hers. "I'm going to miss you, and I'm still mad you're going. You're leaving me with a fresh breakup and a broken-hearted brother. It's beyond wrong." Callie's head whipped to attention. "Fresh breakup? Todd and I are caput." Callie bit her lip to hide her smile. Maybe she was a crappy friend after all, because that news made her supremely happy. "I'm sorry to hear that." Ginny rolled her eyes. "No, you're not. You're happy. You hated him. He had a man bun. Long hair on guys can be sexy." Callie hummed a noncommittal response. "Can be" was the operative phrase there. Then Ginny crossed her arms over her chest. "What about my SCS exam? It's in a couple weeks. Who am I going to have celebratory drinks with once it's over? How am I supposed to even get through it without you? Since when do you need me to get through anything? You're one of the strongest and most brilliant people I know." Callie smiled, trying to reassure her. "Besides, you've been studying for that test for months, and you're doing a residency. I know you'll pass with flying colors and receive your sports certification. By the time I come home, you'll be working for a professional Pittsburgh team. I have no doubt." Ginny opened her mouth to protest, but Callie stopped her. "You're going to be fine. We'll FaceTime every single day, and I'll visit as much as I can." Callie reached out and touched her arm, but Ginny pulled away from her. "We'll say goodbye at the airport. Otherwise, I'll wind up crying twice, and I hate blubbering." Callie offered her a soft smile as she watched Ginny leave the room. Then she took one last look around the space she'd called home since college. Only her furniture remained, her bed bare and stripped of her blankets. Part of her couldn't believe she was actually leaving. Her thoughts drifted as she took it all in. She zoned in on the vanity, the one Dean had sat at just 6 weeks ago, before he made the outrageous proposal that she pose as his girlfriend. Her heart twisted. If leaving was the right thing, then why did it hurt so much? Why was everything inside her screaming at her not to go? "It's just nerves," she told herself. Totally understandable. She forced a brave face and turned for the door, and Ginny rushed in, nearly bowling her over in the process. She stared at Callie with wide eyes, panting, her cheeks flushed. "What's wrong?" Callie asked, alarmed. "Come look at the news. You need to hurry." Running after her, Callie left her suitcase behind, sprinting into the living room where she halted in front of the television. Dean filled the screen, the Pumas basketball court a backdrop behind him. Callie's stomach flipped at the sight. He raked a hand through his dark hair, ruffling the silky locks. He still hadn't gotten it cut, and the rumpled look somehow made him look younger, softer. His eyes cut from the media and the crew beside him to look directly at the camera. His electric eyes cut through the screen, straight to her heart. Pulse pounding, she tried to hear over the erratic pace as he began to speak. Frantic she might miss even a single word, she turned to Ginny, waving her arms frantically and bouncing on her toes. "Turn it up. Turn it up." Ginny squealed and snatched up the remote, accidentally turning the channel. They screamed in unison before Callie yanked it from her hand. Flicking the channel, it returned to Dean, and she turned it up with a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, they hadn't missed much. "If you're listening, or if you play this back, I need you to know something. I didn't get a chance to explain. We've known each other forever, since we were kids, but there's something you don't know, something I've never told you." Callie glanced at Ginny. Her hand covered her mouth as she watched with rapt interest. "Ginny, what's he talking about?" "Just watch," she whispered.
Chapter 24. Dean. Dean shook his hands out by his sides, wishing his heart would stop racing so he could catch his breath. He had 15 minutes until halftime ended. 15 minutes to tell Callie how he felt. He only prayed Ginny got her to the television on time. "I love you. I told you that the other night, but what you don't know is that I always have. I've loved you forever. It didn't just happen in the last 6 weeks or even the last year. I know you're probably confused right now." He laughed, wishing he could see the look on her face. He imagined the confusion clouding her gorgeous features, her ice blue eyes turning to dusk below a furrowed brow. Smirking, he shook his head. "You were right about one thing, and only one thing. This was a game. But it was a game to win your heart. Not anyone else's. I tried to tell you how I felt about you years ago, but the timing was all wrong. After that, I went a long time hiding how I felt, too afraid you'd never give me a chance. But the truth is that no matter how many times I tried to move on, my heart always circled back around to you. These last 6 weeks have been the happiest of my life. Even happier than the day I got the call about the pumas, which is saying something. He winked, and the crowd laughed, playing along. I got to see firsthand what I always knew in my heart. That we're good together. That we fit. You are everything to me, and if you leave, you take a part of me with you I'll never get back. A chorus of ahs rippled through the crowd. He only hoped it had the same effect with Callie. If you don't want me, say so. If you don't love me, I can accept that. Or at least, I'll have to. But don't leave because you're scared. Don't leave because the timing isn't right. I waited 7 years for the timing to be right, and here we are again, at a standstill. But I refuse to let this moment pass me by without telling you how I feel. I won't make that mistake again. I don't care if you have everything figured out. You once told me you have baggage, but who doesn't? If you love me, say so. If you love me, stay. I will be by your side every step of the way as you sort through it. I'm not overlooking your flaws. I see them. But I love you, flaws and all. You're worried about what might happen if we don't last, but you don't need to be because I never plan on letting you go. He exhaled. His lungs pinched as the cameraman lowered the lens. He'd done it. At the gala, he told her he loved her, but now she knew it all. After all this time. Now he'd just have to see if it helped.
Callie. Callie turned to Ginny. Suddenly, the things Mrs. Kimball had said about Dean came rushing back. She hadn't thought much about it then, but now. Is that true? What? All this time he's been in love with me. For him, it was never fake. The second she spoke it out loud, she knew it was true. Her mind reeled with the revelation. Dean Kimball was in love with her. And he always had been. The events of the last 6 weeks flashed through her head, taking on a new meaning, a different perspective. His aversion to love for hire, the roses at the basketball game, his wanting her to admit her feelings for him. Everything he did had been for her. It had never been about Maya. And if he could tell her how he felt in front of millions of people, she could muster the courage to admit to herself that she loved him too. I'm in love with him, Callie whispered. Callie's mouth gaped at the second revelation. Minutes passed before the Pumas recommenced their game on the television screen and she snapped out of her thoughts. She darted toward the door and grabbed her coat, then paused at the threshold of their apartment. Crap, she muttered. No car. She whipped back around, nerves jumping in her chest. Ginny, will you give me a ride? Ginny placed her hands on her hips and raised her brows. To the airport? No. Are you daft? To Dean, she wagged her eyebrows. Yes. Callie waved for her to hurry. Come on. I just wanted to hear you say it. Ginny smiled. Well, hurry, will you? The man's been waiting 7 years. Let's go. Chapter 25. Callie. Callie groaned and leaned forward in her seat, smacking her hands on the dashboard of Ginny's car. Hey, hands off. Ginny yelled. Old Betsy can't handle that much abuse. You need to be kind to her. It's so slow, Callie yelled. Why is it so slow? Because she's like 90 in human years. Lower your voice. She can hear you, Ginny hissed. If I'm staying, you need new transportation. So, you're staying? Ginny asked, with wide eyes. Callie scrunched her brow and flashed her a look that expressed exactly how bright she thought Ginny was. Of course, I'm staying. She waved her arms around the confines of the front seat. What do you think I'm doing? I was kind of afraid to ask. I mean, I assumed, but you never know with you. Callie glared at her, then turned her attention back to the road. I know Dean loves me, she said. And I know he doesn't care if I'm some poor, jobless, bankrupt schmuck. But I don't want that. I want us to work, which means having my crap together. I don't know what I'll do if Mr. Busek already filled my position. We'll figure it out. Ginny glanced over at her. Together, she added. Yeah. Callie chewed her lip. You're right. I know. Ugh. I just realized something. Oh, no. What? Callie turned to her. Ginny scrunched her nose. I can't believe you're going to be my brother's girlfriend for real. That means I'll never get rid of him, and I'll have to witness you two groping each other all the time and, she trailed off, making a gagging sound in the back of her throat. Funny. Callie laughed. But I can't help it if your brother's a stud. Just stick a fork in my eye now, will you? They exited the parkway ramp into the city, putting them only minutes from the stadium. Callie inhaled, taking a deep breath as Ginny's beater car hissed. What was that? Callie asked. It might be overheating. Ginny glanced at the dash. No worries. It does that sometimes. Will we make it? Callie asked in alarm. Betsy has yet to let me down. Come on, baby, she crooned. Callie squeezed her eyes shut and said a little prayer. It'd be a miracle if they got there unscathed. By the time they arrived at the Pumas Stadium 5 minutes later, Callie's nerves were fried. Ginny's car barely chugged the remaining miles to their destination, and she realized just as they pulled up that she didn't have a ticket. Usually Dean gave them to her and Ginny, but in her haste to leave the apartment, they hadn't thought to grab them. She ran into the lobby and tried to, oh so subtly, move past the gates, but no go. A firm hand gripped her arm, holding her back. Ticket, ma'am, the guy asked. Ticket, oh, yes. She reached inside her purse, feigning confusion. Strange. I can't find it. I know it's in here somewhere. I have a stick of old gum, she said, lifting a mangled piece of Wrigley's from her purse. The guy stared at her. He must hate his job. Callie bit the inside of her cheek, then stopped her fake search and met the man's eyes. I come to a lot of the games. You might recognize me, actually. I'm Dean Kimball's girlfriend, she said, hopeful. He just gave a little speech about me. Ticket guy frowned. Never heard it. Callie's smile fell. Then she straightened and added, he gave me all those roses at the game a few weeks ago. We were in the paper. Ring any bells, buddy? The guy's eyes brightened, and he smiled, wagging a finger at her. Yeah, I remember you. You do? Callie asked, bouncing on her toes. Sure. She mock-punched him in the arm. So, what do you say, can I maybe sneak on by? She winked conspiratorially at him. No, his smile fell, all friendliness gone. What? Why not? No ticket. No entrance. Callie huffed, and her arms fell to her sides like limp noodles. She backed away from him, then sent him one last pleading look. But he shook his head. She pretended to head toward the exit, but paused outside a bathroom, waiting. She'd bide her time, and when the moment was right, she'd pounce. A few minutes later, when someone distracted him with a question, she took her chance. She shot through a gated line, ducked under the rope, and headed for the doors. Hey, he yelled after her. You can't go in there. Her hand reached for the door, and she yanked it open, stepping out onto the sidelines. Her gaze homed in on the scoreboard to see they were in the bottom of the third quarter. Smiling, she moved toward the bench just as a hand clamped down over her shoulder. Get back here, the man barked, pulling her back through the doorway. Callie clung to the doorframe, refusing to budge. The man twisted and pulled, grabbing both of her arms as she gritted her teeth, keeping her tight hold. "I'm not leaving," she rasped. When that didn't budge her, ticket guy crouched and grabbed her ankles, yanking her off her feet. She yelped as her fingers slipped, but she didn't let that stop her. She still clung to the door. Not even gale force winds would pull her off. "Get off, you buffoon," she yelled. "Holy cow, lady. What are you on, steroids?" People stared as they noticed the commotion. A baby wailed. Someone may have snapped her picture, and she was pretty sure the ticket guy started to cry from the exertion. But she didn't care. If she was a pit bull, Dean was a lamb chop, and she was intent on finding him. It wasn't until she heard Dean's voice calling her name that she let go. And fell flat on her face. "Callie?" Dean called out again, concern lacing his voice. She hopped up like nothing happened, like fighting off security at NBA basketball games was an everyday thing. She brushed her hands off. "Nothing to see here, folks." Dean hurried off the court and winced as he drew closer. Not exactly the reaction she had been hoping for. "Your head's bleeding," he said, pointing to her forehead. Callie blotted it with her hand, noting the bit of crimson staining her skin. Behind her, Ticket Man made one last-ditch effort to drag her away, but she threw an elbow and smiled at the responding gasp. "Phew. Tough security," she said, dropping her forearms to her knees to catch her breath. Once she could breathe again, she straightened, but not before more security appeared. Dean held up a hand as if to tell them it was okay, and she shot them a smug smile before focusing back on him. "I tried to tell him I was your girlfriend." The corner of Dean's lips curled. "You are?" Callie rolled her eyes. "Of course, I am. Who else would put up with me?" She laughed, then stepped forward, turning serious. Behind them, the game resumed, and she hoped he wasn't mad at the interruption. "I saw your little TV debut," she said. He nodded, saying nothing. And that was okay, because it was her turn. He said his piece in front of half the country. It was time she said hers. She reached toward him and then stopped a foot away, suddenly unsure of herself. "I love you." His blue eyes blazed at her words. She wanted to fall into his arms in the worst way. But not before she explained herself. "You were right. Maybe I was running." She shook her head and swallowed. "I was scared of this thing between us, because it's unlike anything I've ever felt before. It was unexpected. And the timing's all wrong. I mean, my life is a mess. I'm a walking disaster, Dean, and you deserve better. You deserve everything. Maybe I was afraid I wasn't good enough, like I'm too broken, and if I just left, everything would go back to the way it was. But I was wrong. And I don't want it to go back to how it used to be. I don't want to step away from you. I want us, Dean. The possibility of us is worth any risk." Dean stepped forward and reached out, grasping her fingers in his. He opened his mouth to speak, but she pressed her finger over his soft lips, silencing him. She wasn't finished. "You said you didn't care about my baggage." "I don't," he murmured. "Then I'll give you all of me, if you'll give me all of you." Closing the gap, Dean leaned down, pressing his forehead to hers. "That's easy. I gave my whole heart away a long time ago." Then he dipped his head and pressed his mouth to hers. And just like that, she was back home. Epilogue. 3 months later. A lot can happen in 3 months. After her failed plan to move to California, she paid Mr. Busek a little visit. Somehow, she used her superior negotiating skills to not only get her old job back, but also get the promotion, pending a probational period of a year in which she had to pay off her debt. She walked every day to work, except for the days Dean drove her, but now that warmer weather was there to stay, she didn't mind so much. The fresh air did her good, and her lack of transportation and her consignment sales had allowed her to pay off several $1,000s thus far, a number she planned on growing. As for Ginny, she was single and focusing all her extra time and energy on her career, which worked out well, considering Dean was at their apartment nearly every waking hour. Of course, Callie loved it, but his constant presence drove Ginny nuts. "Hey, give me a piece of that, would you?" Callie asked, pointing to Ginny's fistful of licorice. "Back off. Get your own." Callie frowned at her stinginess. "Fine." She sighed. It was almost halftime, anyway. The Pumas were losing. It didn't look as though they were going to win this game, but that was okay. They'd made it to the NBA Finals, which was a monumental feat for such a green team. Callie couldn't have been prouder of Dean. He worked hard, and he deserved it. The halftime buzzer rang through the stadium, and she leaned back in her seat, watching Dean leave his position on the court. Her gaze danced over his broad shoulders, his glistening biceps, and his messy dark hair as he spoke with the coach. Beside her, Ginny groaned as she ripped a bite off her licorice. "You're doing it again." "Doing what?" "Ogling my brother." Callie straightened in her seat, the picture of indignance. "I was not," she said, but her voice betrayed her. "Okay, I was. But look at him," she said, gesturing toward him. "How can you not?" "I think I just puked in my mouth a little." Callie laughed. "I have to go to the bathroom. You want anything while I'm up?" "What?" "No." Ginny placed a hand on Callie's shoulders and shoved her back down into her seat. "You can't leave me alone." "What? Why not?" "'Cause that creepy guy over there keeps eyeballing me." Ginny pointed several seats down from them with her piece of licorice. Callie squinted. "The old guy with the cane?" "PSH, yeah. I mean, talk about creepy. Like, find someone your own age, buddy." Callie arched a brow. "You're acting strange. I'm sure you'll be just fine for 5 minutes. You're a big girl. Just whip Grandpa with your licorice if he comes close." "No. Nope." Ginny kept her hands firmly locked on Callie's shoulders. "Can't do that." She shook her head. "Fine." She sighed. "I won't pee." "Yeesh. But if my bladder explodes, it's on you." "Noted. I'll pay for the repair work." "Somehow I don't think that's how the bladder works," Callie muttered and turned her attention back to the court, surprised to find Dean still hovering courtside. She rested her chin on her hands and stared harder. It had been 3 months since he declared his lifetime of love for her on national television, and she had never been happier. Her life was far from easy, but it was getting better. Her urge to shop every time something went south was fading, and she was slowly making progress with her finances. Most importantly, she had Dean. And she was completely and utterly in love. Life was good. Dean jogged to midcourt while most of his teammates hovered near the bench. The Celtics had already retreated to their locker room. Off on the sidelines, the Pumas mascot appeared, 36 roses gripped in his furry paws. Callie frowned as a prickling sensation shimmied up her spine. "What's happening?" Ginny only snickered, drawing Callie's attention. "Ginny? You better get down there," Ginny said as she nudged Callie's leg with her own. Callie turned to see Dean, curling his finger, motioning for her to join him. "I'm going to kill you later for not telling me about this," she hissed behind her as she maneuvered the bleachers on legs made of jello. "Don't pee yourself," Ginny called back. When Callie hit the final bleacher, she stepped onto the court while her stomach leapt into her throat. Her heart pounded as Dean gripped her hands and led her to the center court, next to the puma with the flowers. Flashing a nervous smile at the team members surrounding them in a semicircle formation, she glanced back to Dean, challenge in her eyes. When this was over, whatever this was, she was going to kill him. He knew she hated being put on the spot. The loudspeakers crackled, and Thinking Out Loud by Ed Sheeran came on, one of Callie's favorite songs. As he sang about still loving her at 70, Callie glanced to Dean with wide eyes. She swallowed as Emmett stepped up behind him and handed him something. A flash of robin's egg blue caught her eye. It looked suspiciously like a box from Tiffany's. She barely processed the thought before Dean dropped to one knee and confirmed her suspicion. With a gasp, she blinked down at him, afraid she might faint through the rapid beat of her pulse. He gripped her fingers in one hand, his voice soft as he said, "Callie, every part of me loves every part of you. You're the one thing I wake up thinking about, and you're the one thing I dream about at night." The day you said you'd be my fake girlfriend, he grinned, felt like the first day of my life. Like I wasn't really living until then. I want all of my days to start and end with you. I've waited for you all my life, and though I'd wait for you forever, I don't want to wait any longer. He paused and opened the box where a huge cushion-cut square diamond winked up at her. Now I only have one question. Trembling, she stared down at him, awestruck. He was everything, and she had no idea what she did to deserve him. Callie Cartwright, with all your baggage, with all your perfections and imperfections, will you marry me and be mine forever? Callie blinked back her tears, and her throat tightened. Please don't make me wait, he whispered, so soft she was sure she was the only one that heard. Unable to find her voice, she crouched down to his level, getting on her knees with him, so she could meet him head-on. Then she tipped her head up and brushed her lips over his. Yes, she whispered. Always, yes.
Emmett. Callie said yes, and all but leapt into Dean's arms. It was a cute scene. He should be happy for his best friend and teammate. And he was. Don't get him wrong. Emmett had watched as Dean put his heart on the line and snagged his girl. Now they'll live happily ever after. Good for him. But for Emmett, things weren't so easy. His gaze slid to the stands, to the same spot they always did, to Ginny. She sat with the rest of the crowd. Her dark hair brushed the shoulders of her Puma t-shirt as she clapped, eyes shining. For all of her tough girl exterior, even from a distance, Emmett could see the tears streaking her cheeks as she watched her brother and best friend pledge their love. When her gaze shifted, she caught Emmett staring and quickly brushed the tears away, unsuccessfully masking her emotion. Too late, he thought. He'd already caught her, and before he could stop himself, he headed in her direction. Like a man headed to the gallows, his fate was doomed the moment he laid eyes on her. As he approached and caught her eye, he noted a telltale blush rise to her cheeks. He paused at the bottom of the stands, 4 feet away from the one girl, the only girl, that made his pulse race, that sent his stomach in knots. God, she was beautiful. But she was Dean's sister. And Dean was his teammate, his best friend, he reminded himself. And she was off limits, as Dean so graciously reminded him last summer. Emmett placed his hands on his hips and slowly arched one brow in question, as if to say, "Really, Ginny, crying?" When she finally acknowledged him, she rolled her eyes. Hall, she acknowledged. His name spilled from her lips like a curse or a prayer. Take your choice. He was going to go with the latter. Need a shoulder to cry on? He asked. In your dreams. In my dreams, you're definitely not crying. He winked. Ginny sneered and stood, then made her way down the bleachers. When they were on even ground, she glared up at him. Her floral perfume drifted toward his nose, filling the gap between their bodies and making his heart ache. Every inch of his being wanted to reach out and touch her, draw her near, and trace the still damp skin where her tears had fallen. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest in an effort to keep his hands to himself. Just couldn't stay away, could you? Ginny guffawed, then shoved past, heading toward Callie and Dean. Glancing over her shoulder, she called out, "You wish." His stomach twisted at the sight of her smile. He was completely screwed. Because she was right. He did wish.
Listen to Ginny and Emmett's story next with Trying to Hate the Player, and don't forget to subscribe to Fiction with Hearts channel so you don't miss out on new audiobooks.